Chapter 13. The wild men's faces fill the screen. They look nothing like Firkin, the deformed foundling I met in the woods, or even like the foundling who worked in Carolina's underground watch station. Their features are completely human, save for the madness in their eyes. One of the men, a brute with a scraggly blonde beard, bares perfect teeth at the camera and wags a black tongue. Horrified gasps fill the front of the coach. Dark red pigment colors the skin around his eyes, and the rest of his face is encrusted with dirt. Emera leans into me and whispers, "Are they actors?" With a frown, I meet the other girl's worried eyes. This is actually a good question, considering what we saw in the farmer's market. Most of the people selling produce were either artisans or nobles, and that manhunt for a supposedly missing Ingrid consisted of people Georgette recognized from theater school. 25,000 people make up the artisan echelon, but what do they actually do? 5,000 nobles can't need that many artists. I chew the inside of my lip. Maybe. Prunella steps in front of the footage and explains that the first round of nuclear attacks on America resulted in damaging amounts of radiation poisoning. Some unborn children suffered impaired brain development, which only worsened with subsequent generations and further nuclear attacks. In certain regions of America, humans regressed into a wild state akin to an advanced form of ape. The camera cuts to a wide shot of hundreds of wild men gathered around a spot on the Great Wall. They draw back and then rush at a set of gates with loud roars. I place a hand over my mouth and lean forward as guards release a pronghorn through a gap in the wall. All the wild men chase after the beast, which runs toward the horizon. When the group is out of range, an explosion brings up a huge cloud of dust. I shake my head. This has to be fake. Each hour of the journey, the bus stops to allow one girl to board and another to spend time with Prince Kevan. It's a fair distribution, as he alternates between Fanglorian and Armstradi, and each noble girl returns elated with her time spent with the prince. The screen plays Prince Kevan's date with Saber. They sit side by side on a leather sofa, looking into a computer tablet. Based on their conversation, she's showing him pictures of Fangloria-style growing domes set up within the Armstradi Republic. We can't see the images Saber shares with the prince, but his furrowed brow tells me that their efforts don't match anything in the botanical gardens. Later, one of the girls gets to eat lunch with Prince Kevan, and even later, Byron selects another noble to share dinner with him. Emera and I exchange irritated glances over a meal of steak Diane, served with mini roast potatoes cooked in rosemary and butter. Byron is not even trying to hide his bias toward the nobles. After the dinner date, a production assistant collects our trays, and I slip the steak knife into my pocket. A blonde-haired Armstradi girl visits the prince next. When she returns, Byron stands at the front and claps his hands together for our attention.
We're about to reach the Fort Meeman Shelby, where Prince Kevan will stay overnight for health monitoring.
Worry clutches at my chest, and I clench my water bottle. Did he overexert himself? "He's not coming to the Barrens with us?" asks Ingrid.
His Highness also has a prior commitment in the Harvester region, Byron replies.
I turn to Emera, whose mouth drops open. This must be related to Vidalat's banishment. Meeman Shelby is on the border of Ragosa and Panicum. "What could a prince possibly want in that backwater?" asks another noble girl. Byron turns his gaze from the girl and doesn't dignify the remark with an answer. Behind him, the screen displays a map of Fangloria that tracks the route we have taken from the oasis. The oasis is located at the foot of the Great Smoky Mountains, in a place that used to be called Sweetwater, Tennessee. The map shows the old landmarks along our route, such as Nashville and Memphis, Tennessee, which are both within the Harvester region. We're currently outside the minor wall that separates Fangloria from the Barrens, and our final destination is Fort Worth. It's located in the place that used to be called Dallas.
The next stretch of our journey is 500 miles, says Byron. From now, It will be a non-stop drive to Fort Tyler for a shower and breakfast, then on to the Great Wall at Fort Worth. I suggest you all get some sleep."
As the nobles all rush to the left of the vehicle to secure the bottom bunks, I turn to Emira. "Are you going to take one of the beds?" She shakes her head. "What's the point, when these seats recline all the way back?" The artisan girl sitting in front rises to take a top bunk, but none of the Armstrad girls leave their seats. I turn my gaze back to the screen, which still displays the Fangloria map. The minor wall runs along the dry beds of the Mississippi and Ohio rivers and ends at the Baltimore coast. Even though the Harvester region takes up most of the land within the echelons, the Barrens is the largest mass within Fangloria. Only 50,000 people live in the Barrens. Mom says they're gathered close to the forts, where there's a supply of food and water, but Firkin lived in the mountains. I don't understand why Fangloria keeps moving its borders across the desert when there is already so much unproductive and desolate land within the Harvester region. The screen turns off, and all the lights in the coach dim. I close my eyes and wrap my fingers around the steak knife I saved from dinner, just in case someone attacks me in my sleep. Hours later, a gentle hum pulls me out of a dreamless slumber. I open my eyes and push myself up from the reclined seat to find the vehicle's windows have turned transparent. We're parked within the rock walls of a fortress, with a circular courtyard the size of Ragosa Square. Its first level consists of 12-foot-tall arched walkways that lead into the main building, with small windows adorning the 3 levels above. The doors open, and a gust of hot, dry air streams into the vehicle's interior. I have to squint as we follow the production assistants underneath the shaded arches and into the fort's cool white interior. Nobody speaks on the walk through the fort's curved hallway. When we step into a featureless white dormitory containing 18 bunks, the noble girls grumble. When we enter the communal showers, the noble girls walk out. Petra, the artisan, Emira, and I take our showers first, while the nobles screech about the barbaric conditions. None of the Armstradi girls join us, and I wonder if that's because they don't want to damage their machine parts. When we step out, our clothes have gone, replaced by outfits identical to the ones we wore the day before. We're the first to arrive in a formal dining room. Unlike the rest of the fort, which consists of stone floors and whitewashed walls, this room has a beige carpet, champagne-colored wallpaper, and portraits of Gaia and Uranus on the wall. An elaborate table is set for 16, with 2 armchairs at the far ends. It looks like whoever prepared this room was probably expecting Prince Kevan to accompany us. We sit at one end of the table and serve ourselves from a platter of poached eggs, sausages, bacon, and grilled vegetables. Among the dishes are croissants and waffles. Jugs of syrup and chopped fruit surround a tall stack of pancakes, which I intend to have for dessert. There are also 4 types of fruit juice, silver pots of tea, coffee, chicory, and hot chocolate, along with boiling water for anyone who wants to make an herbal brew. The old me would have griped that the Guardians enjoyed such elaborate feasts, but Prince Kevan's water rationing reforms will change things for harvesters. Dad will probably dig up half the cacti and grow enough food in the garden to support the family, and his micro-gardens will thrive with all that additional water. When the nobles arrive, they sit on the far side of the table, allowing me to enjoy this breakfast in peace. Once everyone has finished eating, we board 2 closed jeeps which take us out of the fort. Stones rumble under the wheels of the spacious vehicle. I lean forward in my seat and peer out of the window. It's hard to tell if the rough terrain is because the road's surface is gravel or because the winds have blown stones everywhere. For the first few miles, the landscape is a mix of beiges and browns and yellows. Swaths of flat desert stretch out into the horizon, broken up by the occasional rocky hill. Our guide is a black-haired man with an ageless face who wears a khaki suit. He explains we're approaching what used to be the Dallas Gate of the Great Wall, but it has moved 30 miles in the past century, and now the gate is in a place called Fort Worth. As the jeep rounds a tall sand dune, dots of color appear on a distant hill. I lean forward and frown at shades of greens and blues and reds that don't appear in nature, let alone in the desert. "What's that?" I ask.
"One of the foundling settlements," says our guide. "After they pass the decontamination process, they're free to live anywhere within the Barrens."
As we approach, I can make out that the colors are the sides of the building. How long does that take?
Ingrid turns around and bares her teeth.
"Why do you have to ask so many annoying questions?"
"It's called having a conversation and being interested in something other than oneself," I snap back.
She mutters something about having the guards decontaminate my mouth, but I turn to the first of the dwellings. Their structures are slightly bigger than an outhouse, made from cobbled-together planks, sheets of corrugated iron, and fabric. Some of them are wooden posts with sand-filled bottles, and others are patchwork tents. I bite my lip. Harvester homes are basic, but at least our earth houses are strong and insulated enough to withstand the weather. What happens during the rainy season, or if there's a windstorm? It's easy to understand why Mom talks like the life of a harvester is one of unbridled luxury. After another 20 minutes, the Jeep veers off the road, rounds another dune, and enters a dome 4 times the size of the one in Ragosa. Spotlights fill the vehicle's interior, along with the screams and cheers of a crowd. I peer out of the right side window and gape at the interior of an auditorium larger than the Gloria Concert Hall, with tiered rows that reach the ceiling. On the left, dozens of black vehicles stand parked by an elevated stage. At the back is a gigantic Fangloria insignia, along with a row of seats. Byron stands at the center with his arms outstretched. The girls in the Jeep ahead of us step onto the stage, and as soon as our driver parks, we take our seats behind Byron.
"People of the Barrens, thank you for the warm welcome."
Byron's voice echoes across the arena.
"Let's all give Prince Kevon a round of applause. He wanted to be here to meet you all, but he has been called away on matters of the state."
My brows rise. I wonder how much of what happened to the prince reached people who don't have access to Netface. Byron walks across the stage.
"Today's challenge takes us into Fangloria's most exciting territory, our future. One day, this land will be towns, crop fields, and freshwater lakes. Each foundling will one day enjoy their own personal oasis."
Everybody cheers. I gulp. What if those images of wild men were for the benefit of the foundlings? If I believed the Guardians were keeping me safe from the desert, I'd be too grateful to demand a home and an opportunity to work within the minor wall. I shake off these thoughts. Without all the facts, I could go mad with speculation.
"Let's welcome our mentors," Byron says. "They will each assign our plucky candidates a task related to life at the Barrens."
A car door closes on the left of the stage, and a huge guard in black armor approaches. Behind him walks a gray-haired woman wearing a canvas jumpsuit, and a man dressed in harvester-style gray overalls. Byron introduces the first man, Colonel Victorine, who is in charge of patrolling the wall. The gray-haired woman introduces herself as Primavera Melrose and says she teaches modern history. I sit up and study her face. Mistress Melrose was Mom's teacher, who competed in the princess trials before Queen Damascena's. That still makes her younger than Montana, yet she has the lined features of a grandmother. Before the third person can introduce themselves, a ringing sound blares through the speakers. Everybody clutches their ears. My heart jumps into my throat, and I turn to the exits at the dome's right and left.
"What's happening?"
Byron shouts. Colonel Victorine grabs the microphone from the third speaker.
"Everybody, stay in the arena until we deal with the disturbance at the Great Wall." "We'll give you a ride."
Byron waves his arms at the production assistants, who usher us off the stage and pile us into the vehicles. I shuffle across the seat, away from a camera lens pointed at its middle.
My heartbeat races like an out-of-control pronghorn, even though I suspect this attack is something staged to make the princess trials more exciting. Ingrid sits beside me and sneers. They should throw you through one of the hatches and make the wild men chase you to the horizon. What's wrong? I ask with an equally nasty sneer. Are you still sore that your attempts to kill me failed? Her haughty expression fades, and she darts her gaze from the camera to the noble girl sitting at her other side. Nobody gives Ingrid moral support, and she stares into her lap. Raising my chin, I sit straighter in my seat. Without guns and girls to bolster her bullying, she's a puffed-up desert snake, all hiss and no venom. I turn to the window at the endless landscape of desert, wondering if Byron's claims that this will one day become an oasis could ever come true in a century. The early Fanglorians transformed a wasteland into a beautiful green city, but that required a lot of time and water. I can't see them doing anything with the desert except develop it into farmland. Moments later, we approach the Great Wall. Its metallic latticework structure reminds me of the Eiffel Tower, which was featured in a documentary about a country called France. Centuries ago, French farmers stopped tending to the land and overthrew their king because they wanted to eat cake. The crops failed, and a fungus took root, causing decades of famine. Later, an exiled royal arrived with seeds and soldiers to deliver the French from the brink of starvation. Before I can remember Carolina's version of the French Revolution, the jeep arrives at the foot of the wall. It's tall and sturdy, with a row of 8-feet-tall posts set close enough to trap a person's arm, linked by enough barbed wire to trap a mouse. Another row stands 20 feet away, creating a gap within the wall, wide enough to accommodate 2 jeeps. Metal joists linking the rows at the top form a walkway and the foundation for the next level of posts. I lean against the window and cast my gaze along its width. Every 100 or so feet there are watchtowers of varying sizes. This must be where the marksmen shoot down raptors that try to enter Fangloria. The jeep stops, and I open the door. Hot, dusty air blasts into my face, making me wince. Ingrid screams at me to pull the door shut, but I step out and sink my feet into the sand. My eyes strain against the sunlight, and heat seeps through the leather of my boots. Colonel Victorine steps out of his jeep and leads us along the wall. The desert on our side of Fangloria is no different from the landscape beyond the barrier. He stops at one of the larger towers with an elevator that reminds me of a cage. "Half of you come with me to the viewing station." He points further down the wall. "The other half get to see the disturbance from the next tower." I follow the colonel into the elevator, with Ingrid, Constance, Emira, Saber, Tizona, and a black-haired Armstradi girl called Katana. Just before the elevator doors close, Cassiope jumps in with another production assistant, and they exchange grins. The other contestants huff their annoyance and trudge away in the sun with the production assistants. The viewing station is halfway up the tower, in a climate-controlled room of white walls and panoramic windows. 4 telescopes point out into the desert, each manned by guards, but I can't see anything from the window except the desert and a distant formation of orange rocks. A border guard in khaki uniform sits before 5 monitors, arranged hexagonally around his wide desk. We line against the back wall, while Cassiope and her colleague set up cameras around the room. As soon as they're done, the other production assistant raises her thumb. Constance strides forward with her hands on her hips. "Where's this emergency?" The guard sitting at the monitors rises and beckons at one of the guards at the telescope to bring another chair. "Mistress, would you like to see?" Constance sticks her nose in the air and joins Ingrid at the seats. As the rest of us gather around them, the guards bring us bottles of smoky water and ask the noble girls if they would prefer something more refreshing. They ask for a beverage called Oasis Palm Tree. Once the drinks arrive, the guard taps on the middle screen and pulls up the image of a vehicle appearing in the middle monitor. The Armstradi girls and I lean forward, and I resist the urge to place my hands on the back of Constance's chair.
The only way I can tell it's a vehicle is because it's moving so fast and creating clouds of dust. It's hard to tell the size, but it's brown and looks larger than a Jeep and smaller than a bus. My mouth drops open, but it's Constance who speaks first. Have the wild men evolved? They're foundlings, you idiot, Ingrid snaps. That's correct, Mr. Straub, says the guard. Most foundlings arrive on foot, but some reach us on the back of animals, and few manage to cobble together vehicles. Our modern history teacher told us that no technology survived from the spate of disasters that destroyed the earth. I imagined foundlings as nomads lucky enough to stumble across Fangloria. Where on earth would they get cars after all this time? And what would they use as fuel? How? The question slips from my mouth. Ingrid huffs, but the guard glances at Colonel Victorine, who nods. The guard answers, as the Great Wall stretches across the continent, it becomes more visible to survivors hiding in mountains and other geographical enclaves. I turn my gaze back to the screen. A moving mass appears behind the vehicle. Saber leans forward. Could you magnify the screen? Ingrid twists around in her seat and smirks. Don't your eyes have a zoom function? Isn't that the girl who faked her disappearance? Saber tilts her head to the side. Katana shakes her head. You're mixing her up with the girl with visible stitch marks around her new nose. You're both wrong. Tizona taps her chin. That's the girl who ducked out from the princess trials to fix her nose so it would be more to Prince Kevon's liking. A laugh catches in the back of my throat, and I clap a hand over my mouth. My gaze darts to the side of the room where Cassiope nods. Prince Kevon once implied that I was unadorned, but I thought it was a comment aimed at the nobles in general. He was probably talking about Ingrid's surgical enhancements. Red blotches appear on Ingrid's cheeks, and her hand rises to her nose, but she forces it down. The guard clears his throat, taps a few commands on the screen, and brings up a group of people riding on camels. I swallow a mouthful of strawberry-flavored water to soothe my dry throat. What happens when people approach the Great Wall? That depends on if they're Homo sapiens or Homo ferox, the guard replies. Homo what? I whisper. Ferox means wild, Ingrid snaps. Don't they teach you anything apart from how to pick corn? Apparently not, I mutter. Colonel Victorine interrupts with a speech about the foundling welcoming process, starting with a definition of wild men that's similar to the one Prunella Broadleaf offered the night before. While he tells us that some foundlings arrive at the Great Wall incapable of speech, they have ways of testing if a new arrival requires education or extermination. I drop my gaze to the screens, which display the approaching groups. The vehicle continues at its steady pace, but it's hard to tell who is inside. On the next screen are the riders. They wear fabric head coverings and obscure the lower half of their faces with rags. Their clothes are dark, but from this distance, it could be a uniform or caked in dirt. What's that behind the camels? Asks Saber. Colonel Victorine walks to the monitors. Magnify the telescopic camera. The guard zooms into a mass of moving pixels that look to me like blobs racing through the desert. It looks like a crowd is chasing these newcomers. He sighs and taps some commands into the monitor at the end. This is the largest horde of wild men we've had in months. I expect you'll activate short-range missiles, says Ingrid. If enough people approach the Great Wall, they might damage its integrity and attack the oasis. But what about the people trying to reach the Great Wall? I ask. Ingrid sniffs. I'm sure everybody will agree that the safety of Fanglorians takes priority over foundlings. I glance at the Armstradi girls, who don't react. Then I cast my gaze to the guards standing around the room. Either they agree with Ingrid, or they don't care. Those people running after the camels might not even be wild men. Colonel Victorine folds his arms across his chest. If you're so sure that rabble is a group of foundlings, you may take an armored vehicle and escort them through the wall. My stomach drops. What? His eyes harden.
Consider it a challenge for the princess trials.
Chapter 14. Colonel Victorine waves at one of his sergeants, a dark-skinned woman with a long braid.
Travis, take Miss Calico to the gate and allow her to choose a vehicle.
An attack of vertigo seizes my perceptions, and the watchtower's white walls bend at strange angles. I glance from the nodding sergeant to the colonel. What's happening? He folds his arms across his broad chest and fixes me with eyes as cold and pale as rice wintergreens.
Since you so rightfully pointed out our obligation to help all those who approach the Great Wall for refuge, you're going to lead the team to ensure that those on Camelback reach the wall.
Sir? I ask, my mind going blank. He holds up a thick finger.
But they must discard their animals before they reach the gates. We won't risk the contamination of our breeds.
My throat dries. But I don't have any experience.
I see.
Colonel Victorine turns a knowing look to the camerawoman.
Calico wants me to risk my staff to hold off the wild men for her foundlings, while she and her echelon rest easy behind secure walls.
I turn my gaze back to the monitor, which displays the men on Camelback. The horde remains several feet behind them and shows no signs of slowing. How typical. Ingrid shakes her head. Constance nods. It's easy to run your mouth when your entire life centers around picking sweet corn. Saber, who stands at my side, leans into Katana and whispers something that makes the other girl snort. Annoyance prickles across my skin. These people seem to care more about keeping their wall nice and clean than for the approaching foundlings. I wasn't saying anyone should go out there and risk their lives, but can't you fire a few shots to scare away the wild men?
We've seen this scenario 100 times.
The colonel stifles a yawn.
Wild men might be human-looking animals, but they're not stupid. They're herding people to the Great Wall, hoping that one of their number can sneak inside.
There might even be a few of them hiding in that car. Travis dusts off an imaginary speck of dirt from her lapel. My lips form a tight line. If wild men are sophisticated enough to drive, maybe they deserve a place in Fangloria. I can't say that in front of the camera, in case someone twists my words. Colonel Victorine looms so close that the heat of his body radiates against my skin, and my nostrils fill with his cheesy body odor.
Are you going to save those foundlings?
He snarls.
Or will you stay quiet while we go to the bastion and launch those missiles?
Rage burns through my chest. I step backward and clench my jaw. These people trekked through the desert, and now they're minutes away from safety. I can't let their journey end in death. If it wasn't for someone letting in Mom's parents, I might never have even been born. Swallowing back a bellyful of bitterness, I tamp down my animosity and meet the colonel's hard gaze. I'll do it, but with the help of a driver. Us. Saber hooks a thumb at the other two Armstradi girls. If you can lend us a vehicle with weapons, Katana and Tizona can operate the guns. Colonel Victorine flicks his head at Sergeant Travis. This way, ladies. Travis walks to the door. The trio of Armstradi girls perform an about turn and march behind the sergeant. I walk behind them, not daring to ask Saber why she volunteered. You're leaving us out. Behind us, Constance shoots out of her seat. Dread fills my insides like a pile of boulders. The nobles are more likely to sabotage this mission than help it. I pause at the door, with the others standing in the small hallway between the watchtower control room and the elevator, waiting to see if the colonel will allow them to join us. Colonel Victorine inclines his head and gives the nobles an oily smile.
You and Mistress Straub can join me at the bastion, where you can fire on the wild men when they approach.
My nostrils flare. This was exactly what I was suggesting for the people on Camelback, but I didn't know how to describe it.
Now that I've agreed to rescue the riders from the approaching wild men, it's too late to back out. I join Sergeant Travis and the 3 Armstradi girls in the elevator. Cassiope steps in after me, and the other assistant stays behind with the nobles. When we reach the bottom, the doors open and let out a blast of light and heat and grainy wind. It's overwhelming, even with 4 other women standing in front of me. I raise a hand and squint as I step out into the desert. The production assistants stand around a white sun shelter positioned 20 feet away from the Great Wall, where Byron Blake holds a finger to his ear and narrates the challenge I accepted. As I pass, he waves his hands and shouts for me to come for an interview, but I pretend not to hear him and stare straight ahead at a large white marquee. Tizona glances at me over her shoulder and grins. This is going to be more fun than that Detroit Depression challenge. I raise a shoulder. At least I have a vehicle this time. She snickers. I saw the footage with you and the goats. What a pity Berta Ridgeback drowned. She was such a fun underdog. My muscles tighten at the mention of her name, and I turn my gaze to the left and catch glimpses of the desert through the gaps in the fence posts. What are you talking about? Katana nudges the dark-skinned Armstradi. She was an ugly duckling. Tizona shakes her head. I would agree, if this was the extreme surgical show, but no amount of corsets and contouring could ever transform that dog into a swan. Quiet, Saber snaps from the front. Have some respect for Popcorn's best friend. My shoulders relax. Right now, I don't care if they want to call me Popcorn, as long as they change the subject. I'm about to exhale a relieved breath when Saber turns around and winks. I clench my teeth. How could she possibly know I killed Berta? Sergeant Travis opens the marquee door and steps inside. Cold air blasts us from all directions as we follow her, and my eyes adjust from the dimmer light. The space is about 30 feet wide, with a ceiling high enough to accommodate the tallest of trucks. On the far left, a pair of guards in black armor stand to attention at both sides of a 10-foot-wide gate, and on the right are 6 solar quad bikes lined up in pairs. The vehicles parked behind them become increasingly larger, from an open Jeep with 2 periscope guns at the top, to vans, and a massive truck with monstrously large wheels at the end. I chew on the inside of my lip, hoping the girls don't change their minds and choose the bikes. That one. Saber points at an armored van in the middle. It's sand-colored, with 3-foot-tall wheels and an extra-large truck with 2 rows of seats and a pair of huge machine guns on its roof. Sergeant Travis steps back and tilts her head to the side. The Desert Destroyer requires advanced driving skills. May I suggest? Colonel Victorine told you to offer us any vehicle, says Saber from between clenched teeth. We also need 4 sets of handguns. I gulp and glance at the less intimidating Jeep at the front. Shouldn't she listen to the sergeant's suggestion? I doubt that the Armstrad Republic has many sandy deserts so far up north. Tizona claps me on the shoulder. Hey, Popcorn, worry about how you're going to rescue those foundlings from the flesh-eating wild men. I gaze into her smiling face. She's the friendliest of the Armstradi girls, and always says what she means. The sergeant walks across the marquee, opens the door to the driver's seat, and taps a few commands in the steering wheel screen. The vehicle's dashboard lights up, and she steps aside. In situations like this, it's customary to give a team 10 minutes to retrieve the foundlings before the gunfire starts. Before we step in, a pair of camera women rush forward and attach recording equipment to the vehicle's interior and exterior. Trying not to roll my eyes, I remind myself that they're only doing their job. I clasp my hands. We need to get going, before the wild men catch up with the camels. Saber takes the driver's seat, and I slip into the front. The other 2 sit in the back and press their faces to eyepieces that I guess operate the guns. Sergeant Travis taps on the passenger window, which slides down. Here are the guns. Thanks. I keep one for myself and hand the others to the Armstradi girls, hoping we won't have to use them. Saber presses a button in the middle of the steering wheel, and the vehicle's engine roars to life. This is your mission. You'll be out in the sand, helping those people board."
"Sure," I say. Blinding light floods the marquee's interior. Up ahead on the left, the gate rises, and Saber pulls out and drives the van out into the desert. My heart thunders like lightning is about to strike, and I stare out into the endless sand. This is the first time I've left Fangloria. I turn to the rearview mirror and watch the gates fall into place. What if they never let us return? Nobody speaks, and the truck's noisy engine fills the silence. Katana and Tizona swing their periscopes and fire a few practice shots. I lean forward in my seat and look out for the approaching vehicle. About 3 miles ahead stands a massive formation of orange rocks. I swallow several times in quick succession, wishing that I had asked Colonel Victorine for an approximate time of arrival. Moments later, a cloud of dust forms between the rocks. At first it's difficult to see its cause, but the air settles and the approaching vehicle emerges from the haze. I hold my breath, waiting for the camels to appear, but the vehicle travels toward us alone. "Tizona," I turn to the 2 gunwomen sitting behind us. "Can you see the others through your periscope?" "Don't worry," she mutters. "Your camels are safe." "But those wild men are fast," adds Katana. When I turn around, I still can't see any sign of camels or riders, but the vehicle is a few hundred feet away. It's dark brown, about the size of our truck, and with an exoskeleton that seems to be made of pipes. Dread rumbles through my stomach, and I clutch the armrest. Saber accelerates and whoops as a spray of sand hits the side windows. Up close, it's not much of a vehicle, and looks on the verge of falling apart. Half tractor at the back, half pickup at the front, and all rust. It slows and flashes its lights. I press the button at the window and squint against the onslaught of light and hot air. The driver is a man with skin even darker than Tizona's, and a huge salt and pepper beard. Crammed in the seat next to him are about 4 women, and behind him, rows of countless children sitting on each other's laps.
"Is this the oasis that we heard about on the TV?"
he asks in a drawling accent. My brows furrow. "Television?"
"Yeah,"
he says.
"We drove all the way from Red Rock. Is this the place?"
Saber leans across the passenger seat and shouts, "They'll let you in at the gate. Hurry."
"Thanks,"
he says.
"Could you radio in and tell them to keep the doors open a bit longer? There's 11 more of us on camels being chased by psychos."
As soon as he continues toward the Great Wall, I twist around in my seat and glower at Saber. "Why did you lie?" "Don't blame us," Katana replies from behind. "We're not the ones using false advertising to lure people into my country." I swallow back a retort and close the window. She's absolutely right. There's no telling how long that vehicle will last, and it's too late for them to turn around if I tell them the truth. "It's not exactly a lie," Tizona muses. "If they're lucky enough to birth genetically perfect offspring, those children might get a chance to become harvesters, or be taken away at birth and trained to become servants or spare parts for the noble elites." A huff of air leaves my throat. "What?" "Focus," Saber hisses. "I've just spotted the camels." Nobody gets eye tests in the Harvester District, so it's hard to tell if those shapes moving up and down the camels are people or baggage. I gulp several lungfuls of air. A quick glance at the rearview mirror tells me that the Foundling's vehicle is now following our tire tracks toward the hatch. I exhale a long breath, clear out thoughts of the nobles broadcasting lies to attract people to the oasis, and focus on the mission ahead. As we approach the camels, I turn to Saber. "Stop in front of them, and I'll get their riders to board the back." "Make it fast," she says. "I want to put as much distance between us and those wild men as possible." The dust clears, giving me a better look at the galloping camels. Each beast carries at least 2 men, and the rider at the back hits the camel with some kind of whip. My chest aches for the beast that was forced to run such long distances. Riderless camels run behind the ones in front,
each piled with bags. I hope they didn't lose their riders. Saber stops the vehicle and twists around in her seat. Katana and Tizona will provide cover. You've got 3 minutes before the watchtower opens fire. I open the door, grit my teeth at the blast of hot air, and jump out of the van. The heat of the sand seeps through my boots, and the scent of dust and dried earth fills my nostrils. Katana, who sits behind the driver's seat, opens her door, and I sprint toward the approaching riders. "Hey!" I shout. They exchange glances and continue toward me. I cup both hands around my mouth and shout, "I'm here to escort you into Fangloria. Board our vehicle and we'll take you through the gates." "Is this the oasis?" a man shouts from the distance. My throat dries. Whatever these people watched on their televisions was promising enough to make them leave their shelters and travel across the desert. They will never see the oasis in their lifetimes, and most likely won't even pass the minor wall and become harvesters. A howl echoes from the distance. I turn to the rock and find a horde of naked people racing toward us. Red and black pigment cover their skin, with white accents to resemble bones. Terror seizes my windpipe, and all notions of the wild men being actors evaporate in the desert heat. In less than a minute, they'll arrive, and I won't be around to suffer their attack. "Hurry!" I wave my arms at the men. "The wild men are coming!" "We're not leaving our animals!" shouts the one in the front. I shake my head. "Fangloria won't let you in with those camels." The man rears back. "Why not?" "Look behind you." I clench my teeth and step back toward the vehicle. The wild men are picking up their pace and gaining on the riders. "You'll be stuck at the gates, and those wild men are already catching up with us." One of the men at the back jumps down from the camel and lands in a crouch. He rushes to the camel behind and yanks off the saddlebags. As he gathers his possessions, a few others dismount and follow his lead. What was at first a distant howl now sounds like dozens of voices, some male, some female. The riders run past me and dive into the van, leaving only 2 camels still carrying riders. Saber sounds the horn, but the noise only mingles with the yowling. They're less than 1/4 of a mile away and closing the distance. Clicks and clatters accompany their howls, and the fine hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. My feet shuffle toward the truck, and I turn pleading eyes to the first man who hasn't dismounted. "If you won't come alone, we'll have to leave you to get eaten." 2 more men jump down, snatch their bags from the camels behind, and race past me. Their spokesman now sits alone. 10 seconds, and we're closing the door," yells a voice from the van's interior. The man shakes his head. "We've been breeding these camels for generations. They're all we have left." "What's your name?" I ask. He frowns. "Thomas." "Thomas, you traveled for miles through the desert for somewhere safe. The women and children are waiting for you behind the wall. Please don't die for a herd of camels." A door slams. Then gunshots from behind me tell me that the 10 seconds are up. Panic lances through my chest. I could tell him that the oasis has all the camels he could ever need, along with rivers of water and feasts beyond imagination, but I can't bring myself to lie. "If you're not coming, you'd better run." I turn toward the van's open door. "What?" he shouts. I scramble up to the passenger seat and wrap my fingers around the handle. "Don't come to the gates because they won't open. You'll be surrounded by wild men and they'll drag you—" My breath catches from a surge of emotion. "They'll drag you off the camel and eat you. If you can lose them, come back to the gates later, but you can't come in with your herd." "They're here," Saber snarls. "Close that wretched door." I yank on the handle, slam the door shut, and glance out of the windscreen to find the wild men less than 1,000 feet away. A pair of tethered camels dash to the left, but a group of wild men break away and chase the animals. Saber turns the vehicle around, and I peer at the wild men through the rearview mirror. They're naked,
wear bones as ornaments, and seem to leap through the air. Long flowing locks fly like strands of silk as they move. A shudder runs down my spine. How could a few centuries change the course of human development? According to Prunell's commentary, their nervous systems are different from ours. They can process pain, but while a regular human flinches from it, the wild men will endure lethal amounts of torture to catch their prey. My gaze tracks the escaping camels. One of the wild men takes an inhumanly long leap, wraps his arm around the front of the camel, and wrestles it to the ground. "Ha!" says Saber. "That guy has changed his mind." "What?" "The camel lover is running toward us." I lean across the dashboard and gaze into the monitor. Thomas didn't follow my advice, and I can guess why. Berta once told me that wild men had more stamina than even the fastest animals. They can run for hours, or sometimes days, not stopping until their prey collapses with exhaustion. He's probably seen what happened to those camels and decided he won't make it without our help. A spasm of pity squeezes my heart. I know what it's like to cherish what little I have, but I also know, with no kernel of a doubt, that Thomas won't outrun the wild men. "Uh-oh," says Tizona. "What?" I say. "He thinks he can sneak in through the gates at the same time as us." "That won't happen," Katana mutters. "They'll just leave us outside until the wild men will tire of the armored vehicle and leave." "Stop the van," I say. "Why?" Saber taps the screen on the dashboard, giving us a close-up of Thomas and his camel. "So that idiot can stuff his animal into the back?" Foam flies from its mouth, and Thomas beats the creature with the desperation of a man about to die. The camel looks on the verge of collapse and sprints behind us with erratic, jerky movements. My throat thickens. We can't leave him out there. Saber ignores me and continues driving. Angry heat floods my body and blood roars through my veins. I've lost count of how many people I've seen die or almost die. It's not too late to save Thomas, and I couldn't live with myself if he got torn apart by wild men. "Colonel Victorine put me in charge," I bark. "Stop the van, now!" Saber slams her foot on the brake. The movement of the van lurches me forward and my head hits the dashboard. Pain radiates through my skull, making me cry out. Katana's angry shouts drown out the moans echoing from the back. "Why?" I raise my head, swing my fist at Saber's smirking face, but she blocks. "Just following orders," she says. "Ma'am." Someone outside screams, and I tear my attention away from the Armstradi girl. Thomas jumps down from his camel and lands on his hands and knees. The wild men are less than 500 feet behind. The cloth over his face slips as he scrambles to his feet and races toward us. I push the van door open and rear back at the rush of desert heat. "Hurry!" "Why don't you jump down and carry him?" Saber starts the van and creeps toward the Great Wall. Ignoring her, I wrap one hand around a wall grip, brace my legs on the vehicle's interior, and lean my body out of the cab. With one arm stretched toward Thomas, I scream at him to keep running. Thomas's eyes bulge, and his open mouth twists with terror. He's a lot younger than I imagined, and doesn't have a beard like the others. A few of the wild men tackle his camels to the ground, but most of them continue running toward him. "He won't make it," Tizona shouts. "Get back inside!" "Shoot over their heads!" I scream. Gunfire rings through my ears. Some of the horde scatter, but those at the front continue their relentless pursuit. Thomas's nostrils flare with a newfound determination, and he runs faster. Our fingers brush. "More!" I shout. My gaze fixes on the man's hand, but on the edge of my vision, I see a wild man drop to the ground. His comrades trip over his fallen body, and the others run around the writhing mass. I stretch toward Thomas so far that my muscles ache. He grabs my hand.
His weight yanks my arm out of its socket, and a scream tears from my lips. Saber slows the truck. Bullets sound from a distance, and the wild men fall. Thomas grabs the passenger door with his free hand and hurls us both inside. I fall onto Saber, who shoves me back into the passenger seat. "Close the damn door!" she snarls. The triumphant cry of a wild man fills the cab. He hangs off the door and swings toward us. His red hair blows in the wind like a flag. Thomas kicks at him with all his strength, but he won't let go. "Get back!" Saber points a handgun and shoots the wild man between the eyes. His body goes limp, and he falls into the sand. Thomas slams the door. "Sorry." "What changed your mind?" Saber sneers. I shake my head and try to catch my breath. "Leave it." "You're an idiot," says Saber. I'm about to yell at the girl when Tizona adds, "Popcorn isn't just a regular idiot. She's a brave idiot." I was going to say selfless, but brave also works. Saber laughs. "At least I know why some people say you're the favorite to win the trials." My tongue darts out to lick my dry lips, and all I taste is salt. She's probably talking about Mouse and Ambassador Pascal. If I can ally with the Armstrati and arrange protection for my family, maybe I will survive these trials long enough to win. Chapter 15. With all the people on Camelback safe, Saber stops the truck a few hundred meters away from the gates to allow whoever is shooting at us to get rid of the wild men. The sand around the truck turns red with their blood. I swallow back my bile, wishing there was a better way to deal with these people. I force my gaze away from a wild man slashing through the entrails of a female comrade, and wonder if any other species eats its own dead. My insides have gone numb, the way they're starting to become when someone who threatens my life dies. Thomas whimpers beside me and flinches each time a wild man drops from the vehicle. Some of his camels have disappeared into the distance, but others lie dead on the ground, their broken and bloody carcasses dragged across the sand by the horde. "Do you have wild men in the north?" I ask, no one in particular. "If we did, they probably froze to death," says Tizona. "Some think they traveled south to escape the nuclear winter," says Katana. I rub my temples. Until now, I hadn't given these strange humans much thought. Bullets spray across the land, hitting a group of wild men who stopped to feast on a dead camel. When a pronghorn bolts out from the Great Wall, I squeeze my eyes shut and wait for the explosion. Moments later, a blast sounds from far away, and I remember Gemini's explosive death and Berta's cheerful description of bunny bombs. Despair washes through my veins like sour milk, only broken by the roar of the engine as Saber starts the truck and moves toward the opening gates. The marquee is empty, save for a row of helmeted guards pointing automatic guns at the van. My insides deflate. What have we done now? "What's happening?" Thomas's voice shakes. "I'm not sure," I reply. "But you're the border guards." His voice rises in pitch. "How could you not know?" "It's probably decontamination," says Saber. "What?" he asks. "They do this when people come in from the desert," I reply, remembering everything I've learned today about the foundling welcoming process. "It's to make sure you're free of radiation and diseases." Thomas relaxes, but one of the guards opens the door and asks him to step out. The truck's back door opens, and the men we saved exit the van. There are 11 of them, and their faces are obscured by kerchiefs. One of them points at the van, presumably to ask about his bags, but the guard shakes his head and guides them through a door on the left. Somehow, I don't think these people will be allowed to keep their possessions, but that will be the least of their problems. Sergeant Travis steps forward and guides us through the door on the right. Instead of a blast of light and heat, there's a shaded walkway that leads to our coach.
Byron stands by the driver's seat and flashes his whitened teeth. The beds on the left sides are folded into the wall, their space now occupied by about 30 production assistants wearing sand-colored jumpsuits.
Let's have a round of applause for the brave team of rescuers.
Byron grabs my wrist and raises it into the air. Ingrid and Constance, who are already seated, rise from their seats and stand in the aisle, blocking the camera's view of our faces. They grin and wave at the applauding contestants and camerawomen. Tizona leans into my side and mutters,
"What's so brave about shooting people from a tower?"
I snort. Before the trials, I would have quipped that someone else did the shooting for Ingrid and Constance, but at least one of them has proven herself adept at killing humans. When the applause dies down, Byron releases my wrist and lets us walk back to our seats. Emira stares up at me with a smile and hands me a bottle of Smoky Mountain water. I flop down on the seat, so thirsty that I forget to check its label. She opens up a large packet of chipped vegetables and holds them under my nose. Byron claps his hands together for our attention.
Those of you who completed this challenge will progress to the next level of the princess trials, and the rest of you will return to the palace for a farewell dinner before going home.
Sucking in a sharp breath between my teeth, I turn to Emira, whose eyes bulge. A noble girl with a thick braid around her hair shoots out of her seat. What bearing does rescuing foundlings have on the suitability for becoming the next queen? Byron pulls at his collar.
I was clear about the rules.
When our guide asked if we wanted to help Calico and a bunch of Armstrong drones save some foundlings, he didn't say the consequences for refusing was elimination. Velosa is right, says another noble. This is completely unfair. Ingrid stands and places her hands on her hips. Don't complain because the rules won't bend for you. You're one to talk, Velosa spits. Everyone knows they've rigged the trials in your favor. The two other noble girls rise from their seats and join the argument, but there's no sign of Constance Sprite, who has taken up the role of noble spokeswoman since Ingrid fell out of favor with her peers. They talk over each other and hurl accusations, some of them dating back from when they were children. Byron tries to get them to return to their seats, but they ignore his pleas to remain calm. The back door hisses open, and the production assistants not holding cameras stream out and hurry toward a large van. I can't tell if they're trying to escape or desperate to edit footage of what's shaping up to become a one-sided catfight. I turn to Emira, who takes several long gulps of her water. Are you looking forward to going back to Ragosa? She licks the moisture from her lips and exhales a long sigh. Actually, I am. Really? I reach into the bag of chipped vegetables and take what looks like a dried piece of kale. It's crunchy and tastes like bacon. My brows draw together. The sun-dried tomato slice I eat next also has the same delicious taste. The Oasis people might have all the food and water they can drink, but they're miserable. She flicks her head at the squabbling nobles. They're not capable of loyalty or love. What's the point of being rich if everybody wants to stab you in the back? I stare at my lap and ponder her words. She's right, to an extent. I think Prince Kevon's apprenticeship in the Barrens made him so different from those power-hungry harpies. Being born into ultimate power also meant he never needed to seek more. A pang of sadness touches my heart. Emira is the last harvester girl in the trials. Now it will be 2 nobles, 3 Armstrati, and me. She meets my eyes. What will you do? What do you mean? I ask. Even a scarecrow with buttons for eyes can see how much they're trying to push Ingrid and Prince Kevon together. Emira takes another sip of her water. Will you step back and let him go? Or will you fight for the prince? My gaze darts to the light flashing overhead. I think I have an ally in the Armstrong Republic. Both Mouse,
and Ambassador Pascal have made enough cryptic comments to suggest that they want me to win the trials. And I've got to see if there's a way to neutralize the threat of Queen Damascena. There's no way I'll broadcast any of these intentions to my enemies, but I also don't want my words twisted at a later date. You know what? I pluck a long piece of chipped carrot from the packet. I want Prince Kevon to end up with the girl who's both right for him and for Fangloria. Emera tilts her head up and smiles. I think she's caught sight of the camera, but she seems satisfied with my answer. Miss Calico. Byron stands at my side. I draw back. Apart from grabbing me 10 minutes ago, he has barely acknowledged me since he interviewed Pharrell before our auditions. Yes? The coach will make a detour in Ragosa. Emera leans forward. Can I go home? Byron's gaze doesn't waver from mine. A representative from the court of Queen Damascena will meet you in Fort Meeman Shelby with instructions. Sweat breaks out across my palms. That's where Prince Kevon stayed last night, but he would hardly refer to himself as part of his mother's court. What's this about? Byron shakes his head. They didn't specify. His gaze wanders to the squabble taking place at the front of the coach. Excuse me. I have more important things to do than relay messages. Miss Hull asked you a question, I say. He frowns, not seeming to understand my words. Pardon? Can I get off the coach in Ragosa? Emera asks. Byron waves his hand. If she's prepared to find her own transportation home, she's free to go wherever she wants. As he walks back to the screeching nobles, Emera leans close and whispers, He was better as Pranella's assistant. I raise a shoulder. Byron might be incompetent, but there's only been one attempt on my life since he has taken charge of the princess trials. He must be here to make sure Ingrid wins. Velosa shoves Ingrid in the chest. Ingrid grabs onto the braid wrapped around the other girl's head, making her screech. Another noble tackles Ingrid to the ground, allowing Velosa to stomp on her head. The other girls join the attack, and the Armstradi girls rush down the aisle to cheer. My head pounds, and questions swirl around in my mind. What if there's a firing squad waiting for me in Fort Meeman Shelby? What if I disappear? What if that's where they're holding Mom and Dad hostage? I can't think of what I might have done to incite the Queen's wrath, apart from my hospital visit with Prince Kevon. Byron orders the driver to open the coach door. Any satisfaction I might have gotten from seeing Ingrid get her comeuppance pales with the gut-churning worry of what Queen Damascena plans to do to me in Ragosa. A pair of camerawomen set down their equipment and escort Ingrid out. Emera taps at me to let her watch Ingrid leave the coach, and I swing my legs to the aisle. From what I can hear between the girls' hooting laughter, Ingrid is having difficulty walking. I tune out the voices and focus on the challenge ahead. An hour later, the coach stops at Fort Tyler, where Byron joins us for a late lunch in the dining room. I pick at my food and tune out the other girls' grumbles about how Ingrid probably got an even better room of her own. We drive through the day and most of the night, only stopping for the production assistants to bring dinner. The Lifestyle Channel broadcasts highlights from the dates with Prince Kevon. While the nobles flirt with the prince, the Armstrad girls tell him about their struggles to grow food in an Arctic landscape. Their reporting of the last challenge centers on Ingrid's prowess with the gun, with commentary on her valiant effort to protect me from my own stupidity at confronting a horde of hungry wild men. I close my eyes and stop paying attention. Sometime after 3 a.m, we reach Fort Meeman Shelby, and a production assistant guides me off the coach. It's cool outside, and the moon shines down with an indigo sky that reminds me of Prince Kevon's eyes. An ache forms in my heart as I walk through the darkened courtyard. It's hexagonal and covered mostly with lawn, unlike the sandy courtyard of Fort Tyler. The assistant guides me to a private room where a scandalously low-cut dress lies on the bed. Alarm seizes my heart.
I spin around and gape at the production assistant, who is already backing out of the room and wishing me good luck. As I rush to the door, a key turns in the lock, but I try the handle anyway. "Hey!" I pound on the door. "What's going on? Let me out!" I run to the window, but its fastenings won't budge. So much for a stealthy escape. With a snarl, I turn back and glare at the outfit. The 2 strips of sheer fabric that make up its front are cut so low that it would expose the wearer from shoulder to waistband. My stomach churns at the minuscule skirt. On legs as gangly as mine, it would land at mid-thigh. With an outfit like that, Queen Damascena has got to be setting me up for something scandalous. I lean against the wall and fold my arms across my chest. If there's a lecherous lieutenant waiting outside the door, I won't go down without a fight. Moments later, a knock on the door causes my heart to somersault into my throat. I glance around the room for a weapon, snatch the chair, and hold it in front of me like a shield. The lock turns, the door opens, and I charge on my would-be attacker. In an instant, the chair flies across the room and the back of my head hits the hard floor. Pain explodes across my skull. I kick out at my attacker, but he's not hovering over me. I struggle to my feet and find Lady Circe standing on the other side of the room. She wears a black catsuit with a hip holster and carries only one gun. "Why aren't you dressed?" she says. "What are you doing here?" She pinches her nose. "You agreed to be present at the banishment of Vigilat Solar." I pause, not remembering having agreed to anything of the sort. Somehow, I don't think calling her a liar will help my predicament. "In that dress?" Lady Circe raises a shoulder. "If you wanted to choose your own outfit, you should have negotiated that with Her Majesty." She snaps her fingers. "Hurry up and get dressed before someone puts a bullet through your friend's skull." "May I have some privacy?" 60 seconds. She crosses the room, picks up the dress, and flings it into my arms. I clench my teeth. Sometimes it's hard to work out which of them I dislike the most, the Queen or her lady-at-arms. I shake my head and change into the dress. Lady Circe is gruff and occasionally unpleasant. Queen Damascena is just plain evil. After I change into the dress, Lady Circe makes me slip on a pair of high-heeled shoes, then marches me through the fort's angular hallways. Seeing as she's a general, the few guards we pass salute, but their gazes linger on my barely covered chest. For once in my meager life, I'm glad my figure is nothing like Emira's or Pharrell's. This outfit is obscene. I smooth out the fabric. Why do I have to wear this dress? A girl stops Prince Kevon's heart with a knife, and you're complaining about what to wear for her pardoning? Her brows draw together. You must admit that it was generous of Prince Kevon to spare your friend's life. Prickly shame rises to my cheeks, and anger flushes through my veins. I grind my teeth and snarl, that still doesn't explain this awful outfit. Ignoring me, Lady Circe places a hand on the small of my back and ushers me out of the building's double doors. It's still dark, with no sign of sunrise, and only 4 jeeps are present in an asphalt forecourt that could accommodate hundreds. A black car waits at the bottom of the steps, its headlights illuminating the space. The driver, a pale-skinned woman wearing a similar black outfit to Lady Circe, opens the door. She motions for me to get inside. With no means of escape, in a hideously revealing dress, and under the threat of something terrible happening to Vigilat, I have little option but to obey. I slide into an interior that smells of polish and settle into the leather seat. Lady Circe enters and hands me a computer tablet. You're giving a speech. Her Majesty has ordered marksmen to shoot Miss Solar if you don't read exactly what you see. What? She turns to me, her green eyes as hard as malachite. Do as you're told. Read what's on the tablet, and you'll get to rejoin the princess trials. Mess this up, and your regicidal little friend gets shot, along with whoever stands with her. My throat convulses. and I tap the screen of the tablet. The speech doesn't seem too atrocious. It's mostly innuendo about how I convinced Prince Kevon to increase the water rations, along with a warning against attempting to murder the royal family. Prince Kevon believes in making Fangloria a better place for all, I say. That includes making sure everyone has enough water for drinking and growing food. Lady Cersei snorts.
What is it about men and naive farm girls?
Irritation tightens my skin, and a barrage of retorts gather on the tip of my tongue. If she wasn't the lady-at-arms, wasn't carrying a gun, and wasn't in the position to beat me to within an inch of my life, I would tell her exactly what I thought of her cynical view of life. I clutch the tablet so hard that my knuckles turn white. Maybe Kevon wants to rule Fangloria with compassion instead of cruelty. Maybe he wants to fall in love instead of making an arrangement. Maybe—
Do be quiet,
Lady Cersei snaps. My mouth clicks shut, and we speed through the lamplit highways in silence. Lady Cersei reaches into a pocket behind the front passenger seat and pulls out another computer tablet. I let my gaze wander around the vehicle. It's similar to the car Prince Kevon drives, except there are 4 seats instead of just 2. The driver must be important, because she wears the same Armstradi monitor in her ear as Lady Cersei. I turn to the window and watch the cornfields rush past. The moon illuminates the tassels swaying in the breeze, and my heart aches for home. As the car turns down the road that leads into Ragosa, I twist around to Lady Cersei and pluck up the courage to interrupt her reading. "What's happening to my family?" I murmur.
Nothing, apart from the inconvenience of guards around their home,
she mutters, without glancing up.
Your father, on the other hand.
My breath catches. What? The car stops at one of the streets that leads to Ragosa Square, and Lady Cersei steps out. I scramble out after her with a question on my lips, but the sight of the square steals my breath. All the floodlights are on at full force, lighting up the giant geodesic dome and the paved expanse that make up the square. Along 3 sides of the space are more black trucks than I can count, as well as a marquee similar to the one used in the first round of the princess trials. It's also the same structure the guards use whenever performing mass raids. An invisible rope wraps around my neck and tightens into a noose. Lady Cersei walks ahead of me with rapid strides. I wrap my forearm around my chest and jog after the woman. "What were you going to say about my dad?"
"He's another one who doesn't know his place."
She turns to me with a raised brow, and her lips tighten with what might be a suppressed smile.
"He's wearing the guards' patience with his endless questions, but they won't harm your family unless you displease Her Majesty."
Blood drains from my face and my feet freeze into place. Sirens blare across the square and over the streets beyond. I glance at the dark sky and back at Lady Cersei. It isn't even 4 o'clock, and people are still sleeping. What on earth is happening? Lady Cersei continues toward the dome without looking back. She knows I won't run away when the guards outside my home are itching to hurt Dad, or when not saying the words on the tablet exactly as Queen Damascena demands will result in Vitalot's death. I follow her across the square, past guards in black saluting by their vehicles, and we step into the Ragosa Dome. 2 people stand on the stage across the wide, empty expanse. Mayor Shopeg, a stout little man with a bald head, and Carolina Wintergreen, who stands as tall and unsteadily as a cornstalk. Ropes of resentment tighten around my chest until I can barely breathe. Despite Vitalot's confession, I still think it was Carolina's idea to murder Prince Kevon. The mayor rushes down the side of the stage and across the dome's expanse.
"Zia Mays, thank you for taking a break from the princess trials to introduce the new water rationing."
His gaze lines on the exposed skin that stretches down to my waist.
"I appreciate the efforts you made to influence Prince Kevon."
Heat flares across my cheeks and travels to my ears and down my chest. My gaze darts to Carolina, whose glare is sharp enough to cut me in half. "Welcome back, Zia Mays." She offers me a cold smile.
I trust that you are progressing within the trials? Lady Cersei waves them away. Miss Calico needs to practice her speech. The two harvesters return to the stage, just as the first sleepy people shuffle into the dome. I dip my head and follow Lady Cersei up the stage steps and to leather seats occupied by high-ranking guards in black armor. I cast the senior harvesters a wistful glance. That's where I belong, not with these guardians. Over the next 20 minutes, the dome fills with bleary-eyed harvesters. It's about 4:30, at least an hour before most people awaken, and everybody looks confused at the early roll call. As thousands of people fill the dome, the screen behind us broadcasts the floodlit square, now crammed full of harvesters. The pulse between my ears muffles the blare of the Fangloria national anthem, and I place my damp palms on my lap to soak up the excess moisture. The mayor introduces me, and the crowd roars with applause. I gulp, not knowing what on earth Montana has shown them on Oasis Vision. I'm shaking so hard that Lady Cersei helps me up and walks me to a wooden lectern. If she wasn't part of the duo holding the lives of my family hostage, I would have described her gentle support as an act of kindness. I keep my gaze fixed to the screen that projects from the dome's ceiling and away from the faces, a mere 10 feet away, and read the first lines of the speech. It contains a light-hearted greeting, an apology for the early start, and assurances that they will make up for lost time on the fields with a shortened lunch break and an hour added to their workday. A stony silence spreads across the dome, and a shudder runs across my stomach. Of course they're not going to cheer at the prospect of longer hours. Whoever created this speech made it sound like the directive is coming straight from me. When I tell them that each harvester will receive double their usual water rations, the air fills with gasps, but the sound does nothing to quell my anxiety. I glance down at the screen, where words appear that weren't in the version of the speech Lady Cersei showed me before. In exchange for this generous boon, we require more hours, more output, and more reporting of those who contravene our laws. My throat dries. This isn't what Prince Kevon wanted. That water was freely given without requirements. I want to shout this out to the masses. But the lives of Vitalot and my family are dependent on delivering this exact speech. I glance down at the tablet and read the next words. Fangloria accepted your ancestors through the Great Wall on the condition that they contributed to our society. They readily agreed to our stipulations in exchange for sustenance and shelter. Most harvesters have performed their duties, and we have punished the exceptions. Every chord in my voice box quavers. Queen Damascena is making me sound like I aspire to become a noble. New words pop up on the screen. A harvester who was welcomed to the princess trials planned a heinous attack on the royal family. Whispers spread through the crowds, indicating that the news of Prince Kevon's stabbing didn't reach Oasis Vision. Bring forward Vitalot Solar, I rasp into the microphone. Marching feet sound on my left, where a cordon of guards create a walkway from the stage to a side door. Huge guards walk toward us, dragging Vitalot to the stage. She's barefoot, covered in ashes, and wearing a sack with holes for her neck and arms. A silver collar stretches from her chin to her collarbones, and bruises mar her face. I clap a hand over my mouth to stifle a cry. They release her arms and step back, letting her fall onto her hands and knees. Close-ups of Vitalot fill the screen, making people in the crowd cry out. They're the same sounds of anguish that ran through my ears each time I received a whipping for attacking a guard. Despair turns my insides to chalk, and my heart crumbles into dust. They've twisted Prince Kevon's mercy into prolonged torture. The computer tablet's screen flashes, indicating for me to continue reading, or else. I clear my throat. This young woman nearly condemned her entire town when she committed a heinous act of violence against Prince Kevon. Such an act would have gotten the entirety of Ragosa sent out to the desert from whence you came. Shouts filled the air. There are so many voices, I can't tell if they're in support for Vitalot or for her condemnation. My chest tightens and my breath quickens until only the barest amount of air grazes the tops of my lungs. I want to stop reading, but new words appear on the screen. I pleaded for the traitor's life and explained to His Highness that harvesters have forgotten the promises of their ancestors. My mind stutters with a new thought. What if those who came to Fangloria seeking refuge did so after having seen the broadcasted images of the oasis? Why do the border guards tell foundlings to leave their possessions behind? Tizona implied that genetically perfect foundling children went to the oasis to become servants. What if she was right? Thoughts spin through my head, and I have to hold on to the lectern for balance. Foundlings come here under false pretenses. The lucky ones get to grow food for the nobles, and those whose offspring reach a certain level of perfection lose their children, also to the nobles. Spots fill my vision, and clouds fill my head. My fingers curl around the lectern, and I force every ounce of my concentration into not joining Vitalot on the floor. A slender hand wraps around my arm. I don't need to glance over my shoulder to know it belongs to Lady Circe. Keep reading. Bring the Solar family, I murmur into the microphone. The guards drag a dark-haired man about the same age as Dad, an old lady with wrinkled skin and gray hair, and a young man clutching 2 infants to his chest. The children don't even look like they've reached their first year. Vitalot, Solar, my voice cracks, for the crime of attempted regicide, I banish you and your family into the Barrens, where you will all serve out life sentences for 3 generations. She raises her head, her face twisting with anguish. The old lady collapses onto the stage, and the guards leave her where she lies. Vitalot crawls to her grandmother and cries for her to wake, but she won't move. Rumbling shouts reach us from beyond the dome, and the distant sound of machine gun fire fills the air. The crowd surges forward, and a sea of angry faces snarl my name. This is just like Montana's daily quota reports, where he pits harvester against harvester by making us compete for the prize of extra rations. Except nobody can see that I'm not the person banishing the Solar family. I want to scream my innocence, but Lady Circe's warning rings through my ears. If I say anything other than the words written on this tablet, the guards will shoot Vitalot and whoever stands with her. They'll kill the grandmother, if she isn't already dead. They'll kill Mr. Solar and Vitalot's older brother, and they'll kill the babies in his arms. I've got to keep reading, because they'll also kill Dad. While we watch the repercussions of one selfish young harvester on her father, grandmother, and siblings, consider your actions. Those of you who spurn our hospitality and flout our laws will no longer face punishment as individuals, but as entire families. I gulp at the next sentences that appear on the screen. Hours ago, the following harvesters condemned their entire households to the Barrens. Cole Taylor, for the crime of brewing alcohol. William Packham, for the crime of gambling. And, my breath catches, Rice Wintergreen, for conspiracy to commit regicide. Carolina shoots out of her seat. A guard drags her across the stage and throws her face down onto its floor. She falls beside Vitalot and the old lady. Roars of anguish spread across the crowd. Harvesters surge forward, their faces twisted with rage. The guards spray bullets into the air, but people continue onward. Nausea swirls through my insides, and the muscles of my stomach spasm. It doesn't matter how many guards they post in Ragosa. There are enough weapons underground to arm every Red Runner. And I'm guessing there are plenty of us in the crowd. Queen Damascena has just made a fatal mistake. Chapter 16. My leg muscles tremble so much that I clutch the edges of the lectern to keep from falling. The crowd roars loud enough to make my ears ring, their volume punctuated by gunshots. Tears sting my eyes, and I can't stop blinking. My sinuses tingle with a familiar but unpleasant sensation. Feet below us, wisps of white smoke seep through gaps between the people who stop surging. I inhale a sharp breath and fill my nostrils with the scent of onions. This has to be the SEPA gas that Prunella Broadleaf streamed into the room I shared with Gemini and Berta. Zia Mays! Carolina raises her head and meets my eyes, her face twisted with anguish. Don't let them! One of the guards kicks her in the back of the head, and she drops, face first, onto the stage. Shock hits me in the gut. I rear back and clutch at my face. I can't defy Queen Damascena by helping them. Vitalot crawls over to Carolina's fallen body. The guard aims an electroshocker at her, but she catches his foot and drags him to the ground. Her father stomps on the fallen guard's ribcage, making him scream. Another guard rushes at him with a raised fist. Mr. Solar charges at his attacker and knocks him into the crowd. With a triumphant cheer, they swallow him up in a rain of kicks, and the crowd bellows for blood. Spasms squeeze my heart, and I can barely focus on the words flashing across the screen. A guard on my left shoots at the harvesters storming up the stage's steps, and I swallow back a cry. No matter what, I must complete this speech. Before I can read the words on the screen, a guard grabs my wrist and flips me over his shoulder. My stomach lurches, and a scream tears from my lips. He sprints across the stage like a maniac, securing my leg to his chest with a muscular arm. With the last of my strength, I thrash my legs, pull on his gas mask, and pound my fists against his armor, but he only tightens his grip. Cold sweat breaks out across my skin. If I don't get back on that stage, it will mean death for Vitalot, Carolina, her father, her brother, and those babies. Hisses sound from beneath us, and I turn back to the crowd. The wisps of white smoke become opaque clouds that engulfs the mass of rioters, who stop shouting to cough and choke. Smoke fills my mouth and burns the back of my throat. Tears blur my eyes, and I can't even rub away the sting. Even if I wriggled free, there's no way I could stand on stage, let alone see the monitor. My abductor leaps down the stairs and dashes through the cordon of guards into a side door. It slams shut, muffling the crowd. My eyes don't hurt as much as they did last time, but they won't stop streaming. I've failed, but maybe this smokescreen will give some of the captives on stage a chance to escape. The guard rushes through a maze of hallways. We pass the medical center, where we get our annual vaccines, and the mayor's office, where Carolina once worked. At the end of the walkway, he presses his palm on a wall panel. Another door opens, letting out a gust of warm air. As soon as he steps inside, the guard loosens his grip. Let go! I raise a fist and punch him hard in the chest. He pulls off his gas mask and groans. Zia! My muscles stiffen. Kevon? Please, stop fighting me. We're moving through one of the pockets at the back of the dome that contains folded-up tables for rations day, cardboard boxes containing canned food, and crates of vodka. A hum fills the air, and I turn to find the curved wall lined with a row of solar generators. Prince Kevon heads toward the back door, showing no sign of setting me to my feet. What are you doing? I hiss. Saving you from becoming the most hated girl in the Harvester region, he replies, still carrying me through the cramped space. I woke up in the middle of the night to find that someone leaked this footage onto Netface, and I got to Ragosa as quickly as I could. I pinched the bridge of my nose. The ministers must have released that awful speech for those who mistrust the lifestyle channel. This is their retaliation to whoever's showing the truth on Netface. Those wretched nobles are desperate to discredit me. At the end of the walkway, he sets me on my feet, where a pile of black armor lies on the floor. Put this on. Prince Kevon turns his back. How on earth did Lady Cersei convince you to put on such an outfit and say those terrible things? My mind blanks, and all the moisture shrivels in my throat. If Queen Damascena discovers I told him the truth, her people would probably kill Mom and Dad before we reach them. Everyone is either in the dome or on the square. I move the boots aside and shoulder on the jacket. It's a little big, but anything is better than this awful dress. After slipping on a pair of oversized pants, I kick off my heels, put my feet in the boots, and tuck the skirt of the dress into my jacket. How much of my speech did you hear? I ask. Everything, he replies. What's happening? This place isn't safe, I mutter. He raises his head toward the blinking light of a ceiling camera. Outside, then. We walk along an uncovered patch of wall, where Prince Kevon places his gas mask over my head, encasing me in the scent of rubber. After tightening my mask and putting on a mask of his own, he presses his thumb on a panel within one of the 9-foot-tall hexagons that make up the dome. The half-hexagon next to it clicks open, letting in smoke and screams. Bending, I peer out into Ragosa Square. Floodlights illuminate thick clouds of smoke billowing from the parked vehicles. It's so thick that I can barely see the harvesters fleeing into the streets. Gasps and hacking coughs fill the air. Our gas masks filter out the smoke, but the effects of being exposed on stage still hurt my eyes. We step out together into the chaos, and my heart rate trebles. Prince Kevon apologizes for not giving me a mask earlier. He hadn't expected the guards to use SEPA gas in an enclosed dome. He reattaches the panel and secures it in place. It's probably some secret escape route just for nobles, but I'm too worried about Mom and Dad to ask. We live too far from the square to reach roll calls before the dome fills, so they've probably escaped into the streets by now. The smoke clears enough to reveal that most of the harvesters have gone. We hurry through the square, passing guards helping limping colleagues to safety, and others carrying their fallen comrades to their vehicles. Less than half of them wear masks. Prince Kevon grabs my hand. Now, will you tell me what's happening? I shake my head and hold up my Armstrad wrist cuff. We've had conversations about the technology being used as a spying device. It's the reason why Leonidas Pixel is imprisoned somewhere, and poor Gemini died in his place. I can't afford to speak freely. Queen Damascena is probably forcing the man to broadcast from one or both of our monitors. He mimes writing with a pen. Later, then. We continue across the emptying square, and noise blasts us from behind. I turn to find hundreds of harvesters streaming out through the dome's multiple doors. They're screaming and coughing and panting. Prince Kevon scoops me up and, through the smoke, sprints across the square. A sob tears from my throat. They must have gassed those people in the dome while the square emptied. Prince Kevon carries me through the space between two Guardian trucks. Across the road, the lights of a 4-seater car flash. He flings open the door, bundles me into its interior, and scrambles in after me. The driver already wears a gas mask, and Prince Kevon reaches into a side pocket for a notepad and pencil. As the car pulls out from the road, he scribbles down, "What is wrong?" I take his pencil. "Your mother has stationed guards outside my house." Prince Kevon points in the direction of my street, as though asking if we should go there. I raise both hands and shake my head.
making him tilt his head to the side. Since we're both wearing masks and my eyes still water from the gas, I can't see his expression. I write down on the notepad, "She also threatened to tamper with my brother's vaccinations if I disobey her." Kevin rears back, and his entire body goes still. I chew on the inside of my lip, hoping he believes me. Sometimes it's hard to tell that Queen Damascena is related to Prince Kevon by blood.
"What does she want?"
he writes. Her ugly words ring through my ears. She referred to me as a bedwarmer and a murderer, even if the last one is partly true. I dip my head. Prince Kevon's about to discover the reason why I encouraged him to spend time with the other girls. He places a hand on my shoulder, urging me to write my answer. It takes ages for me to form the right words, but I write. "I have to convince you to choose a noble. They also made me read from a tablet computer today." Vidalot's entire family is banished, I say out loud as I scribble over the words. The Queen can't see that I've disobeyed her order to be silent. His face tightens.
"You must believe me. That wasn't my intention."
I know. My throat thickens. I want to ask him to save them, but what if it backfires?
"Unfortunately, the Chamber of Ministers will do whatever they can to circumvent my attempts to make Fangloria a just place for all echelons."
He picks up the pencil and writes,
"They don't act without the monarch's consent."
I nod and exhale a long breath. At least he believes me.
"There is something I'm desperate to know,"
he says. "What?"
"How your family enjoyed the paella."
My brows draw together as he leans forward and instructs the driver to take me to my address. Harvesters have been gassed, and entire families are facing bleak life sentences for crimes they didn't even commit. Why is Prince Kevon bothering about something so trivial? As the car turns a corner, Prince Kevon pulls off his mask and gives me an encouraging nod, and realization sinks through my thick skull. He's making an excuse to check up on my family. Warm gratitude floods my chest. There were ingredients in that dish we've never eaten in our lives. He takes my hands.
"One day, wide varieties of food will be available to everyone in Fangloria."
"Do you think that's possible?" I whisper. Prince Kevon unstraps my gas mask and raises it off my head.
"I had some very interesting conversations with the young ladies from the Armstrad Republic. If we focus less on their juvenation technology and import their agricultural devices, we should increase our yields and free up harvesters for other matters."
He smooths a strand of hair off my face and tucks it behind my ears.
"Your eyes are red."
I don't know how he can tell, with only the dashboard lights illuminating the back of the car, but he reaches into the space between the front seats and pulls out a plastic box. Inside lies an array of items in sterile packaging. Prince Kevon picks up a 4-inch foil package and tears its wrapper.
"Close your eyes,"
he murmurs in a deep voice. I let my eyelids flutter shut, and he wipes them with a cool, wet cloth that removes the sting from my skin.
"Is that better?"
he asks. I open my eyes and meet Prince Kevon's dark gaze. He's so close that I feel the warmth of his breath. My heart stutters, and I bite down on my lip. This would be a perfect moment if I hadn't just helped condemn so many innocent people to a life of hardship. Cornfields whiz past in the window behind him, and my mind drifts to something Ambassador Pascal once said about Fangloria wasting human resources on manual labor that could be mechanized. It seems so odd that I'm alone with the prince and thinking about the reforms he's going to make to the country. But it's always been like that between us. One of the reasons I can't help loving him is because he's always thinking of others. The car turns a corner, and we enter the unlit stretch of land between the cornfields and our home. We bump up and down as the wheels navigate the potholes and uneven surfaces. Prince Kevon's vehicle is clearly made for traveling through finished roads and not the rough terrain of Ragosa. We stop outside the house. Only one van is stationed outside, and all the lights are off. I hold my breath. When I rode back to the palace in the Queen's mobile dressing room, Lady Cersei said there were 4. A heavy fist pounds on the car window, and someone barks at us to open the door. Prince Kevon pulls away. "Wait here." "What are you doing?" "I won't have you hurt again by hostile guards." He opens the door on his side, steps out, and walks around the back of the car. The guard who shouted at us falls to his knees. "Your Highness, we were not expecting you." Prince Kevon asks, "Why are you stationed outside the Calico home?" The guard raises his head, his face twisted with indecision. "Sir," he says, "patrolling this street is part of my duties. Yet your colleague over there has just stepped out from the front door," Prince Kevon snarls. "What is the meaning of this?" I open the car door and step out to find a guard standing under the veranda, and my breath catches. Prince Kevon demands to know if my family left for the roll call, and the guard tells him that they were moved last night. As Prince Kevon forces the guard to call his superior, I rush past the man stationed at the door and step into the house. Moonlight shines through the glass above the front door, illuminating the hallway. On my left is the living room. It's pristine, with 2 little desks made of packaging crates arranged in front of the window, where Mom teaches the twins. Next, I dash into the kitchen. It's tidy, and there are no signs of a struggle. Fresh charred leaves lie within the cool box, along with an untouched block of soy protein, indicating that Mom recently collected the food rations. I scratch my head. It looks like the guard told the truth, that they were only recently moved. Upstairs is the same. Most of Mom and Dad's clothes are still in place, as are the patchwork quilts, making me think they weren't allowed to gather their things. When I return downstairs and step out into the street, 2 more vehicles park outside, and people stream into their houses from the direction of the square. They're either accustomed to seeing this many guards outside our house, or tonight's show of force rendered them too frightened to look. "They're gone," I whisper. Prince Kevon wraps his arms around my shoulders and pulls me into his broad chest. "They're in Fort Meeman Shelby." I draw back. "Why?" Lady Cersei had moved them for their protection. My mouth falls open. I don't understand. He offers me a tight smile. "I just spoke to her. She didn't want your family to suffer any repercussions from the arrests." That was awfully conscientious of the Lady-at-Arms. My voice sounds like it's coming from afar. Sometimes it's hard to tell what Lady Cersei is thinking. Is she concerned about their safety, or worried about losing Queen Damascena's leverage over me? "What's going to happen to them?" I ask. He pauses. "We can bring them back, but some of the other harvesters might take out their anger on your family for the recent reforms." I gulp. "May I see them?" "Of course." Prince Kevon places a hand on the small of my back and guides me into the car. The journey back to the fort is silent, with me staring into my hands, wondering how on earth Queen Damascena will react. Prince Kevon stares into the notepad and sighs. I guess he's just uncovered the monstrous side of his mother's personality she reserves for others. Later, Prince Kevon wraps an arm around my waist as we walk through the courtyard. The first traces of sunlight emerge from the distant hills, but the sky is a dark indigo, still illuminated by the moon. There's no sign of the production vehicles, and I assume they've already left for the oasis. I wonder if Emira found a way back to Ragosa, or returned to the palace. A stout male guard in black uniform waits for us at the door. When we approach, he bends into a low bow. "Your Highness, Colonel Snath requires your attention immediately." "That can wait," Prince Kevon snaps. "Where are you holding the Calico family?" The guard straightens and draws his brows together. "I'm unaware of new prisoners. Did Lady Cersei visit earlier this morning?" The guard's gaze darts at me and back at the prince.
To pick up Miss Calico? And to deposit her family?
Prince Kevon snarls, impatience lacing his voice.
Do not for 1 minute presume that the authority of the Lady-at-Arms exceeds that of the Crown Prince.
The guard steps aside and lets us into a hallway, where a female guard rushes toward us. Your Highness! Her voice shakes. Colonel?
Where are you holding the Calico family?
Asks the prince. But Colonel Snath ordered me to bring you.
I will not ask you again,
he barks. My heart somersaults, and the guard clutches her chest. I've never heard him sound so fierce, and it's a testament to how much he cares. I only hope that they haven't moved my family to another location. Prince Kevon presses his lips together and exhales a slow breath through his nostrils.
Whatever the colonel wants can wait. Please lead us to where you're keeping Loam, Oriah, Yosef, and Flint Calico.
I shake off my confusion. Of course he knows their names. He was the guard who let visitors in and out of my room when I passed the marquee round of the princess trials. Fear flashes across the guard's eyes. It's the conflicted look I've seen on people, torn between following orders and doing the right thing. I place a hand on Prince Kevon's arm. Maybe we should see what the colonel wants, after ensuring the safety of your family. He laces his fingers through mine. Of course, Your Highness. The guard inclines her head. Follow me. She leads us through the hexagonal hallway. Parts of it branch off into smaller corridors that lead into dormitories, and one side passage is crammed with guards lining up for the infirmary. I'm too preoccupied with the well-being of Mom, Dad, and the twins to concern myself with the ironic justice of the guards falling to their own chemical weapons. The guard reaches a white door and presses her palm to a wall panel, making a screen appear on its surface. It's a bedroom, similar to the one from earlier. Mom and Dad sit on a bed beside each other, clad in their nightclothes, with a twin on each lap. Nobody moves for several moments. Guilt squeezes at my chest. They look so small, unworldly, and frightened. This is probably their first time in a guardian fortress, and I can't imagine what they're thinking. I'm about to ask if this is a still picture, when one of the twins shifts on Mom's lap and wraps his arms around her neck.
Did anyone explain what's happening? Asks Prince Kevon. Have they been offered food or drink?
She grimaces. I'm not sure, Your Highness. Prince Kevon brings our interlaced hands to his lips and presses a kiss on my knuckles.
I will leave you alone with your family. Please explain that they have the option to return home.
He turns to the female guard.
Let's see what your colonel wants.
The guard taps a command into the screen, which turns white again. A mechanism within the door clicks, and I inhale a deep breath. Prince Kevon places a hand on my shoulder.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
As he follows the guard down the hallway, I push the door open and step inside. Mom and Dad stare at me with their mouths agape, and the twins slide off their laps and rush at me. Zia! Yosef wraps his arms around my hips and cries. Those bad men took us away! I can barely hear Flint through his sobs. The ache in my heart spreads across my chest and up my throat. I stare down at the little blonde heads pressed into my body, and tears fill my eyes. If they knew I was the cause of their troubles, they wouldn't turn to me for comfort. My gaze rises to Mom and Dad, who stare at me through haunted eyes. I'm sorry. My voice cracks. Mom is the first to rise. The rims of her eyes are as red as blood, and her lips tremble from holding back her emotions. What is happening in the oasis? A dozen answers surge to the back of my throat. When I was young, I could tell Mom and Dad everything. Dad was the first person I ran to when I saw that guard smash the butt of his rifle into Mr. Wintergreen's head. Mom was the person who held me through my nightmares, even years after the event, when twin babies kept her awake. I shake my head. There's so much I can't tell you.
One of the guards showed us that footage, says Dad.
I gulp. Now they'll hate me for condemning so many innocent harvesters to life in the barrens. Those things I said.
You and the prince in the hospital.
He glances away. Shock hits my gut like a fist. Dad is talking about the video someone made of my head on the body of a naked girl. How can I tell them it was fake when even the noble girls believed it to be true? I part my lips to speak, but anything I would say would sound like a lie. Zia, Mom places her hand on her chest. We've been so worried.
And they showed us the speech you made in the dome,
Dad adds. My chest tightens. They're poisoning Mom and Dad against me. Now they're going to think I've forgotten my harvester roots and become the worst kind of elite.
Is the prince threatening our lives? He asks. Is that why you're...
Dad's face tightens, as though completing his sentence would hurt. His words shatter my heart into pieces, and I draw the twins closer. Dad thinks Prince Kevon is forcing me to become his royal mistress, when it's the opposite. It's the Queen, I rasp, hoping she isn't listening. She's sending people to harass you because she doesn't want Prince Kevon to choose a harvester. That footage from the hospital isn't even me. We've fallen in love, and he's been nothing but a gentleman. Mom's brows draw together. I can tell she doesn't understand, but she nods anyway and glances at Dad, who mirrors the expression. She turns back to me. Did he send that rice? Did you eat it? I ask.
We thought it might be poisoned, says Dad.
My shoulders sag. Who knows what might have happened to it on the journey? They exchange another glance and don't look at all reassured. It's because I haven't told them why they're in Fort Meeman Shelby. Lady Cersei brought you here for your protection. Supposedly, Dad mutters.
I don't know anyone who ever returned after being snatched from their beds.
Do you want to go back home? Of course, says Mom. But there was nearly a riot. Dad crosses the room and places a large hand on my shoulder. The warmth of his touch melts my tense muscles. After everything I've endured these past weeks, I've forgotten how much I miss his comfort.
Whatever they say, and whatever images they show us, you are still our daughter. I won't hear anyone disparage you. Even when we believed our eyes, we knew there had to be a reason for your strange behavior.
We brought you up better than that, Mom murmurs. All the tension escapes me in a long exhale, and I collapse against Dad's shoulders. Yosef protests about being crushed, and Dad hoists him into his arms. Flint grabs my jacket sleeves, climbs me like a monkey, and clings to my neck. When Mom joins the hug, I finally feel like we're complete. We stand together in a tight embrace for several heartbeats. I inhale the mingled sense of my family. It's baking and corn silk and home. What should I do? I whisper. Dad squeezes me extra tight.
If Prince Kevon makes you happy, you should follow your heart.
Mom draws back and nods. Don't worry about us. My lips part. How could they say this after I told them about Queen Damascena? But
those guards want to intimidate you into dropping out of the princess trials, says Dad.
You told me I should make a deal, like Lady Cersei, I said.
Dad shakes his head. She was the favorite, but I don't think the king had fallen in love with Lady Cersei around the time she paired up with Queen Damascena.
This is more than the love between two people, Zia. Mom squeezes my hand. You could become the Queen of Fangloria. Think about the reforms you and Prince Kevon will make, and don't listen to the idle threats. She's serious, I mutter. The last time we spoke, she hinted at swapping the twins' vaccinations for poison. Mom shakes her head. It makes no sense to act against the future queen. Not when you can so easily retaliate when you come into her power. My arms drop to my sides. I thought they would discourage me and demand that I returned with them to Ragosa, but even Dad wants me to continue. A knock on the door makes us break away from our family hug. I hand Flint back to Mom and usher everybody to the back of the room. I smooth down my borrowed jacket and pull back my shoulders. Come in. The door opens, and Prince Kevon walks inside, his features slack. Mom and Dad bow and curtsy. The twins offer him enthusiastic waves, but Prince Kevon returns their greetings with practiced politeness. I place a hand on his arm. What's wrong? It's my father, Prince Kevon whispers. He's dead. Chapter 17. After arranging transportation to return my family home, Garrett, Prince Kevon, and I head for the oasis. I don't know much about King Arius, except that he was one of many monarchs that supported the unfair echelon system, and that he married Queen Damascena, even when he preferred Lady Circe. I lace my fingers through Prince Kevon's as we leave the fort and pause on its front steps. The sun hovers above the horizon, a ball of incandescent white that bleeds yellow and then red when the light touches the indigo sky. In this part of Fangloria, months before the rainy season, there are no clouds, and a cool breeze swirls through the full parking lot. Black Jeeps stand in neat rows, and behind them are vans. Behind those are trucks large enough to hold dozens of guardians. How many towns in the Harvester District also had early roll calls? We wait for his van to arrive. Prince Kevon stands on my right, and on his right is Garrett, who places a supporting hand on the prince's shoulder. My insides feel like an apron scrubbed against the washboard until its threads come loose and wrung dry. "Are you ready?" asks Garrett. "No," replies Prince Kevon. "Ready for what?" I ask. Prince Kevon turns to me and swallows. His chest rises and falls with rapid breaths, making me worry about the artificial tissues in his heart. This has been the most intense few weeks of his life, and I can't imagine what could be worse than facing the death of a parent. After the funeral, I will become the Prince Regent until my official coronation. I knew it was only a matter of weeks before he would become the king, but this is so sudden. Will you rule the country? He closes his eyes and nods. There will be no Fanglorian higher in rank than me. A black van pulls up at the steps, and the driver opens its doors. As we step into an interior about the size of Queen Damascena's mobile dressing room, I inhale the warm scent of leather and polish and Prince Kevon's cologne. A sofa runs down the vehicle's left, and next to it is an armchair. Along the wall that separates the back from the driver's cab is the shelf of leather-bound tomes I saw in the clips of Prince Kevon's dates. On the right is a writing desk with a leather surface, and next to it, a small dining table with 2 chairs. Prince Kevon guides me to the sofa and flops down. My heart clenches with concern, and I'm so glad when Garrett joins us and sits at his other side. The driver closes the door and pulls out. I'm so sorry about the king. I rest my head on Prince Kevon's shoulder. Were you close? Prince Kevon rubs his chest over the black guard's jacket. My father never spent enough time for us to foster a relationship. Uncle Arius liked to wander outside the oasis, Garrett adds. He always said there was more to Fangloria than nobles. But you must have spent some time with him. I squeeze Prince Kevon's hand. He turns to me with a sad smile. Apart from portraits and official events, I barely saw my father. I gulp. Queen Damascena doesn't seem the maternal type either. I can't imagine what it would be like to grow up without a real mom and dad. I'm sorry. Perhaps it was for the best. Prince Kevon squeezes back.
Because my father was absent, I spent a lot of time with the devotees of Gaia, teachers, and nannies who gave me a rounded view of our world. I also had wonderful cousins, who are more like siblings. Like Garrett, I say. When Pharrell tells me about her childhood, it seems like another world, says Garrett, his voice breathy with awe. I wrap my arms around Prince Kevon's middle and hold him tight. When he was still disguised as Sergeant Silver, he talked about the beauty and peace of our region. Harvesters are usually too busy struggling to survive. We don't occupy ourselves with petty ambitions like the people at the Oasis. If I had to choose, I would rather live with people I love than with riches. It's terrible that Prince Kevon has lost his father, but I'm glad the country has gained a kind and compassionate regent. Garrett and Prince Kevon reminisce about the little contact they had with King Arius. They don't exactly say the words, but the king sounds like he spent his time with various mistresses in different echelons of Fangloria, and particularly enjoyed spending time with the milkmaids of Bos. I shake away suspicions about that town getting extra rations because the king favored their women. Even if it's true, it's not charitable to speak such scandalous thoughts about the dead. Garrett's watch chimes, and he excuses himself to walk to the bookcase. He pulls the lever and steps into the driver's cab, leaving us alone. My mouth dries, and the surface of my skin prickles with apprehension. Part of me knows Prince Kevon won't retreat into himself, as Rice did after Mr. Wintergreen's death. But those years I spent pining over Rice have created an expectation that's difficult to shake. With a sigh, Prince Kevon wraps an arm around my shoulder and pulls me further into his side. The muscles around my torso relax as I sink into his warm embrace. Then I remember that I'm the one who should be giving him comfort. I tilt my head up and meet his sad eyes. How are you feeling, really? Bereft, he says in a monotone. What do you mean? My hand slides over his jacket and settles on the space between his pectoral muscles. There's no knife in his chest, but I can't resist the urge to keep my hand there to hold back a torrent of grief. Prince Kevon bends his neck and kisses the tip of my ring finger. He said he would guide me through the princess trials, but the tsunami happened, and he supposedly left with the Navy. I nod, understanding what he leaves unsaid. King Arius lied about his whereabouts, and Prince Kevon found him dying in a hospital room. You were looking forward to spending time with him. The moments I had with my father were precious, he murmurs. Believe it or not, the king was a very warm and charming man. He produced you, so he must have had some good points. Prince Kevon chuckles and places a kiss on my brow. I tilt my head up and meet his eyes. The longing in his gaze twists my heart. It's as though he thinks I'll one day slip beyond his reach. Maybe it's because of my earlier rejections. Maybe he thinks I'm staying with him because he got stabbed, and now because his father is dead. But it's not. I'll be here for you, as long as you need me, I say. The corner of his lips curls into a smile. What if that's forever? My fingers curl around the fabric of his jacket. How about forever and a day? Prince Kevon draws back a few inches. My breath catches. Doesn't he believe me? He lowers thick, dark lashes, cups my jaw with his warm hand, brushes the pad of his thumb over my bottom lip. The touch traces a line of pleasure that makes my eyelids flutter closed. May I kiss you? His deep voice echoes through my senses and makes my nerves thrum. My heart skips several beats, as though not knowing if it wants to rejoice or escape. I lick my lips in anticipation. You never need to ask. He leans close, engulfing me in his vanilla and nutmeg scent. The warmth of his breath against my skin feels like a hot caress, and my lips part for the kiss. After several frantic heartbeats, nothing happens. What are you doing? I peer at him through my lashes. drinking you in. Prince Kevon's eyes are mostly black, with a tiny ring of denim blue, even covered in an oversized man's jacket. It's impossible to suppress your beauty. He trails his fingers over my jawline and down my neck, with an intensity in his eyes that tells me he means every word. Swallowing, I glance away and fix my gaze to the leather tomes on the bookshelf. When I look in the mirror, I don't see this. What did he call me at the ball? The radiance of Gaia, untainted by surgical enhancements. My throat dries. Even if Prince Kevon prefers dark-haired, willowy girls like me, I can't match a beauty like Raphaela von Eyck. The silence between us continues, making my pulse race. Aren't people supposed to say something eloquent at moments like this? Berta's words return to haunt me like a vengeful wraith. Girls like me, unadorned harvester girls who don't know poetry or politics or what to say in the throes of passion, never get the handsome prince. Zia, concern laces his voice. Did I say something? Just kiss me, I murmur. He turns my face toward his and descends his lips on mine with a touch that sends sparks racing along my nerve endings. His tongue swipes against the seam of my mouth, and I part my lips and yield. The kiss is exploring, devouring, as though he's both consuming and committing me to memory. It's nothing like the gentle, sweet embrace we shared in the hospital's roof garden, and there's an urgency to the kiss like he thinks it will be his last. Each caress of his lips, each nip of his teeth, each swipe of his tongue lights a fire within me that melts away my doubts and burns the events of the morning to ashes. I cling on to his broad shoulders, not thinking of anything but Prince Kevon and how I never want this kiss to end. His hands grip my waist and pull me onto his lap. It's just like that time in my hospital room, but there's no Lady Circe to interrupt us. He slides his fingers over my neck, threads them into my hair, and secures me in place. My head spins, and I'm glad he's holding on to me, because I'd collapse under the onslaught of pleasure. How could I have ever doubted Prince Kevon? I dig my fingers into the hard muscles of his back, but when one of his hands skims the top button of my jacket, my body goes rigid. Prince Kevon draws back. Forgive me. I place a palm over the jacket's opening. I couldn't stand for you to see me in this dress. His brow rises a fraction, and the strangest expression crosses his handsome features. Heat rushes to my cheeks, and I slide off his lap. Sorry. I dip my head and stare into my hands. Everyone in Ragosa saw me dressed like this, and so did the people watching me on Netface. But I had no choice then, and it's not proper. Zia. He takes a hand and places gentle kisses on each knuckle. I understand. Pharrell would probably remind me that Prince Kevon would see me in less than a skimpy dress soon enough. But Queen Damascena would taunt me about keeping the prince amused until he decided which noble to marry. I push those thoughts aside and grab his hand. Each kiss I place on his knuckles makes him laugh, and the awkwardness that clings to my skin recedes to the back of my mind. We sit together on the sofa for the next few hours, sleeping, talking, drinking, and picking at breakfast. Prince Kevon shares stories about King Arius and tells me that it had been the king's suggestion that he disguise himself as a guard to escort the girls to the princess trials. From these anecdotes, it sounds like King Arius was deeply unsatisfied with life at court, or at least with his choice of wife. I wonder if Prince Kevon realizes this and has decided not to repeat his father's mistake. Eventually, the van stops and the doors open. The dim lights of an underground parking lot illuminate a row of vehicles, including Prince Kevon's two-seater solar car. Lady Circe, still clad in her black catsuit, but with 4 times as many guns, steps into view.
Her brows rise when she sees me behind the prince, but there's no disapproval on her features.
Move faster next time I send you an alarm.
A breath catches in the back of my throat as we step out of the van. Did Lady Cersei just admit to telling Prince Kevon that I was at the Ragosa Square? Prince Kevon releases my hand and wraps his arms around Lady Cersei.
Thank you.
He draws back and kisses her on the cheek before engulfing her in another embrace.
And I'm sorry.
She endures the hug and glares at me with an intensity that warns me not to delve into whatever's going on between her and the prince. I glance away, giving them their privacy. Lady Cersei might be the Queen's lady-at-arms, but she has known Prince Kevon since he was born. Something about the way they interact speaks of more than a grudging affection. When Prince Kevon finally releases Lady Cersei, she strides around the van and talks to Garrett.
I'll walk you to your room.
The prince places a hand on the small of my back.
Tonight's the full moon,
says Lady Cersei from behind the van. Prince Kevon's steps falter for a moment, but we walk past a fleet of cars and vans to a security door. It scans the prince's retina and handprint before allowing us to enter a darkened stairwell. As soon as the door shuts, bright lights flare to life. I walk up the stairs with the prince and ask, "What happens on the full moon?"
Royal funerals take place when the moon's light is at its maximum.
He places a hand on the rail as he guides me up the steps.
According to Gaia's Bible, this is when the goddess Selene's power is at its fullest.
Prince Kevon explains that Selene requires a full moon to carry the royal spirit across the sky to Gaia. If they don't bury King Aerys tonight, they'll have to wait another month. During that time, Queen Damascena will reign over Fangloria, and will have the power to decide his bride. A shudder runs down my spine at the thought of that woman ruling anything. She already abuses enough of her power and doesn't need any more. When we reach the top of the stairs, Prince Kevon is breathing hard. I pause to ask if he's all right, but he shakes his head and says it's just nerves. As we continue through the hallways, the palace servants we pass wear white, which Prince Kevon explains is in celebration for King Aerys ascending to the realm of Gaia. I want to ask what the devotees of Gaia believe happens to the souls of those who aren't royal, but now is not the time. Prince Kevon stops outside my door and places a hand on my arm. "Will you come to the funeral?" "Of course." "Thank you." He leans down and presses a soft kiss on my lips. "I'll make sure that the ushers seat you accordingly." I lean my back against the wall and watch him stride down the hallway, already looking, to me, like the King of Fangloria. Apart from my promise to stay at his side forever, he hasn't discussed the possibility of marriage. Maybe that's because he doesn't want to scare me away. But seeing Mom and Dad this morning has strengthened my resolve. If he still wants me as his wife, I'm going to say yes. He pauses at the corner, turns back, and waves. I raise a hand, hoping things won't be different between us when he takes the throne. At the end of the princess trials, he'll probably work full-time on matters of the state. I hope that this isn't the start of a new distance between us. The intensity of the sun shining through the tall windows of my room tells me it's between 2 and 3 in the afternoon. Georgette sits on the velvet sofa with a computer tablet, the ends of her mahogany hair turning red in the light. Her usual waistcoat and pencil skirt is white. As soon as our gazes meet, she tosses the tablet on the low table and rises to her feet. "Have you heard?" Georgette rounds the table, rushes across the room, and grabs me by the hands. "About the king?" I ask. "The funeral is tonight." She sweeps her gaze down my borrowed uniform and purses her lips. "I'm going to dress you in something so dignified that they'll forget about that hideous outfit that's streaming all over Netface." "This one?" I unbutton my jacket. Georgette winces. "Where did you get something so anti-harvester?" My cheeks flush. I'm about to tell her it wasn't my choice of outfit when the door behind us slams open with a bang. My heart leapfrogs out of its resting place, and I spin around. The Queen wears an ivory jumpsuit with a fitted one-button jacket. Her golden hair does nothing to hide the hatred seething under those pretty features.
I thought the outfit was appropriate payment for her temporary dalliance with my son, she says.
The memory of Mom and Dad huddled together in their nightclothes, each clutching a twin, races to the front of my mind. Anger simmers in my belly, dissolving all notions of fear. There are no words to describe the depth of my hatred for this woman. Georgette dips into a low curtsy. Your Majesty, I am sorry for—
Leave us,
the Queen snaps. Georgette walks a wide circle around the monster in white, scurries out of the room, and closes the door. Queen Damascena advances toward me with her hands clenched into fists.
I ought to beat you bloody for not completing your speech.
It's hard to read, with sepia gas in my eyes. I mirror her movement.
It's hard to believe that you can read at all, she drawls.
What do you want? I snap. She rears back.
Is this the way you speak to the Queen Regent of Fangloria? I could have you executed for treason.
Her bluff drifts over me like a dandelion seed in the breeze, and I glance at my imaginary watch. Do you think you could organize my trial and sentencing before moonrise? She bares her perfect teeth and flares her nostrils. Queen Damascena might have intimidated me before, but her reign of threats and terror ends the moment Prince Kevon becomes the regent. She steps forward until the heat of her anger warms my skin, and the scent of her mandragon perfume stings my nostrils.
Tell Kevon he must announce his noble of choice during the eulogy.
Her face tightens.
Anyone but Ingrid Straub.
But the Chamber of Ministers—
That group of fossils will not control the throne, she snaps. Choose another noble girl, or—
What if Prince Kevon chooses me? I raise my chin and meet her hateful eyes. They're bloodshot, more magenta than violet, and probably as fake as her perfect nose.
Then you'll be Fangloria's shortest-lived orphan.
She prods my shoulder with a sharp finger.
I know harvester girls are only good for picking produce, but even you know I could have your entire family exterminated before Kevon slips a ring on that scrawny finger.
The fury in my belly roils. It fizzles and cracks and pops until it burns the back of my throat with its bitterness. How I long to shove my knowledge in her arrogant face. If Prince Kevon chooses me tonight, I will become the second highest ranking person in Fangloria, with the power to squash her like a ripe tomato. Her eyes narrow.
You don't believe me?
Why do you think I can persuade Prince Kevon into choosing a girl he doesn't want?
Your father should be supervising Cornfield 19 around this time.
Queen Damascena walks across to the low table and picks up the tablet Georgette discarded. With a few commands, she makes it ring, and a voice on the other side greets her.
Bring the father,
she says. My stomach drops. What are you doing?
Demonstrating on your father what I will do to your mother if you don't fall in line.
Panic explodes across my chest. I rush across the room to the door and fling it open. Prince Kevon couldn't have gotten far. His mother won't give the order if I'm not there to watch. I escape into the hallway. Two hard-faced women in black jumpsuits step out from the wall into my path. Move aside. I dart to the left. Fingers thread into my hair. They pull back with a ferocity that burns my scalp. The cloying scent of mandragon fills my nostrils.
You're going nowhere. Queen Damascena drags me back into the room. "Let go of me!" I thrash at her with my fists and hit her nose. The queen's head snaps back and she clutches her face. One of the women's arms encircles my neck. My head jerks back into her chest. Before I can twist away, she grabs her other bicep and pushes my head forward. My throat closes. I can't breathe. I elbow, throw back my head, and kick at the woman, but she grunts and bears the force of my attacks. "How dare you!" Queen Damascena's violet eyes bulge, her face turns scarlet, and her features twist into a rictus of rage. "I should execute you right now." The woman holding me tightens her grip, turning the edges of my vision black. My insides are a lightning storm of thundering heartbeats and white-hot fear. Loud, rasping breaths struggle through my collapsed throat. I've got to stay calm. I've got to endure this to get her attention on me and off Dad. Queen Damascena only threatens me because she thinks I can influence Prince Kevon. She might order her henchmen to beat me up, but she won't let me die. Not until he has agreed to take a noble bride. I kick out at her shin. "Dowager Queen," I rasp. "You'll go out to pasture with the other cows." The queen throws the tablet down on the table and unbuckles her belt. "Lie her flat on the bed." As the woman holding me loosens her chokehold, I sneer. "Why? Because you can't fight me like a woman? You're nothing without your guards." Her second henchwoman, a round-faced woman with a brown ponytail, punches me hard in the gut. She knocks the air out of my lungs, and it gets trapped in my throat. The one holding me retightens her grip until I see stars. I leap up, hit the second woman in the gut, use our downward momentum to flip her to the side. My former captor hits her head, but her larger body breaks the fall. As I scramble to my feet, Queen Damascena kicks me in the belly. I grab her by the calves and pull her off her feet. She falls onto her back with a satisfying shriek. A little voice in the back of my head tells me to stop, to run for help. I've done enough. I've proven my point. But the fury roaring in my veins urges me to smash my fist in her arrogant little face. Before I can land a blow, a large hand grabs my hair and pulls me off the queen. "Filthy mongrel!" Queen Damascena picks up a vase and hurls it at my head. I twist, letting it smash against the marble floor. "Stop this at once," bellows a voice. Everybody freezes. Heavy, angry footsteps crush the broken glass, and someone slaps the woman's hand out of my hair. I raise my head and stare into the stricken eyes of Prince Kevon. "Kevon," the queen says from between panting breaths. "Your harvester harlot tried to—" "Silence," he roars. Everyone, including me, flinches. Prince Kevon helps me to my feet, his gaze flicking down my form. He cups my face and stares into my eyes with an urgency I haven't seen since our last kiss. "Are you all right?" Adrenaline courses through my veins, making my limbs tremble. He might not have been so sympathetic if he had caught me pummeling the queen's face. "I think so." He places a hand under my elbow. "Do you need to see Dr. Palatine?" "For a pregnancy test?" snaps the queen. Prince Kevon turns to her, his face a mask of hatred. "I will deal with you after the funeral." The queen's eyes widen, and her face blanches. She steps back and clasps a hand over her chest. He wraps his arm around my waist and guides me out of the room, but I grab his arm. "Please, call off the guards around my father." His eyes soften. "Of course. After tonight, you will never fear for the safety of your family." I exhale, but relief doesn't come to me immediately. My family won't be safe any time between now and the time Prince Kevon appoints me as his consort. "Your Majesty," asks a tinny voice at the end of the tablet computer. Prince Kevon walks around the low table and picks up the device. "King Arius has died, and I will soon become his regent." "Your Highness," the male voice says. "I am sorry for your loss." "Thank you. Escort Mr. Calico home to his family, and ensure they come to no harm. I have already spoken to Colonel Snath about the protection of this household, but I will ensure that anyone who so much as harms that family will face execution." "Understood, sir." "Kevon," Queen Damascena rasps. The prince's eyes turn cold. "After the funeral, you will retire from the royal court and live out your days with General Provins." Her face slackens. "But my father made you heartless and unfit to rule," Prince Kevon snaps. "It is a fitting ending for the woman who caused my father and me so much misery." Queen Damascena inclines her head and walks to the door with her shoulders slumped. Her henchwomen drop into low curtsies and follow her out of the room. As soon as it shuts, the prince pulls me into his chest. "I'm sorry," he murmurs into my hair. "I should have guessed she would threaten you on the eve that I become the regent." I shake my head. "This isn't your fault. I should have told you earlier." He slips his knuckles against the side of my face. "Do you need to see the doctor?" "No." I gaze into his glistening eyes. "I must leave immediately to mobilize people to protect your family." My throat dries as the Queen's mocking voice reminds me that she is still the regent and can move against my home faster than Prince Kevon can protect it. "All right." He presses a kiss on my forehead and strides out of the room, leaving me wondering if standing up to Queen Damascena will lead to their salvation or their deaths. Chapter 18. I drop to my knees on the floor and place my palms on the sun-warmed marble. What on earth just happened? In all my time in Ragosa, I've never gotten into a fight, not even those times I shot guards attacking harvester girls. I've been in the Oasis less than 3 weeks, and I've been involved in countless brawls and murder attempts. The door opens, and my head snaps up. A frantic Georgette scurries inside with a pair of servants. Behind them are 2 female guards dressed in white armor. She helps me off the floor, murmuring words of comfort, while the servants clear up the broken glass. Together, we cross the bedroom, then into the walk-in wardrobe. The mirror lights are too bright. The closet doors seem to close in on us, and I feel trapped, like a corn snake in a snare. "Where's Pharrell?" I whisper. "She stayed overnight with Garrett's family." Georgette pulls out a padded seat and guides me down, with a firm hand on my shoulder. "I guess when they heard the news about King Arius, she must have gotten caught up in funeral arrangements." "Right." I brace my forearms on the white counter and stare at my reflection. Red blotches still mar my cheeks. My left eye socket swells, and my hair looks like I'm caught in a sandstorm. Behind me hangs a garment bag that reminds me of what the toxic disposal guardians used to wrap up Rafaela's body. "Are you hurt?" she asks. I have to pause to answer that question, because adrenaline still courses through my veins and numbs everything except for my stinging eyes. My throat feels like I've swallowed mouthfuls of grit. As I force deep breaths in and out of my lungs, the burning of my scalp intensifies, along with a sharp ache in my gut. "I've had worse." "Let's get you out of that uniform," Georgette says. I nod and fumble with the buttons of my borrowed shirt. What's going to happen to Mom and Dad? My mind races at how I allowed the situation with the Queen to escalate. What on earth was I thinking to get into a fight with 3 women? Queen Damascena asked for the impossible. There's no way I could tell Prince Kevon to marry someone else and have him listen. It was hard enough to dissuade him from pursuing me. She must have been frustrated about her impending loss of power and came to my room to work out her resentment. As Georgette eases my hands away from the buttons and unfastens the jacket, she explains that she called Prince Kevon to return to my room the moment Queen Damascena arrived. I squeeze her hand and croak my thanks. Someone knocks on the door, making us both stiffen. Let the guards answer. Georgette throws me a bathrobe and walks ahead of me through the bedroom and to the door. But let's be prepared in case she returns. I let the jacket fall away and shoulder on the robe. The toweling fabric feels like clouds against my irritated skin, and I creep past the closets and poke my head out into the room. The servants have already straightened up and left. One of the guards in white uniform stands at the far wall facing the door, while the other speaks to whoever knocked. "What's happening?" I whisper. "It's another girl from the trials, ma'am," replies the guard. "Oh." I tie the front of my robe and walk across the room, wondering if Emira ever made it to Ragosa. The guard at the door moves aside, revealing Ingrid Straub, still wearing her khaki shirt and pants from the Barons. One side of her face is still a little swollen from when she got stomped on her head, but there's no sign of the bruising. For once, she has lost the haughty self-assurance and stands with her hands clasped. "Ziameys?" Ingrid steps forward. "May I come in?" "No, I'm busy." She bows her head. "I came to apologize." Distrust quivers through my gut. I clench my fists and get ready to jump aside when she finally reveals what she's hiding in her hands. "For what?" I ask. "Everything." Ingrid raises her head and fixes her eyes on mine. They're as green as a pickle, with brown centers that remind me of an avocado left out in the sun. She exhales a long sigh. "The other girls have hated me since I returned from captivity, and it's made me realize how you must have felt this entire time in the Princess Trials." I want to roll my eyes and remind her that she led the worst of the animosity. But 2 skirmishes a day are my absolute limit, and I still don't know if Mom and Dad are safe. "You're comparing petty backbiting with your attempts to hunt me with guns?" I glance at Georgette, who beckons me toward the walk-in wardrobe. "If that's all you came to say, please, don't go." Ingrid raises both palms. I place my hands on my hips. "What is it now?" "Since Prince Kevon will choose you to be his queen, I want to give you some advice." My brows rise, but I don't encourage or discourage her to continue. Ingrid gulps. "Be careful when you set up your royal court. Everybody from the Chamber of Ministers to your ladies-in-waiting will want you dead and replaced by a noble." I suppress a ripple of anxiety. This isn't exactly anything new, and I don't want Ingrid thinking she's breached my defenses. "And I expect you're about to tell me how to circumvent this?" She shakes her head. "There's a reason why girls from other echelons never rule Fangloria. At least not for long enough to make the history books, unless they ally with a noble." It sounds like a threat, but there's a truth in her words that twists my insides into painful knots. I smooth out my features, turn around, and walk back to the mirror. Whatever game Ingrid is playing, I'm not interested. "Think about it," Ingrid says to my back. "If you let me marry the prince, you can have him as much as you want. I'll even grant you the honor of birthing the royal heir." A scuffle breaks out behind me. I don't flinch. I don't turn. The door slams, followed by Ingrid's outraged squeak. The corner of my lips curl into a smile. Even Ingrid recognizes me as a person of influence. I continue to the bathroom and take a long hot shower. It washes away the salt and sand and sweat still clinging to my skin from the previous challenge. The apricot-scented soap fills my nostrils and relaxes my muscles.
Maybe now that Prince Kevon has threatened to banish her from court, Queen Damascena won't strike out against Mom and Dad. Besides, none of those guards would want to be executed for following the orders of a soon-to-be Dowager Queen. After washing my hair with a peach shampoo and honeysuckle rinse, I dry off and return to the walk-in wardrobe, where Pharrell leans against a closet, chatting with Georgette. She wears an emerald green jumpsuit that shimmers like silk and complements her red hair. "Zia!" Pharrell rushes forward and wraps me in a tight hug. "I'm so sorry. Georgette just told me what happened with the Queen." I'm still feeling unsteady from the chokehold, and I tap Pharrell's arm for her to draw back. "What are you doing here?" "I'm escorting you to the funeral." She raises her hand and flashes a thin bracelet set with colorless crystals and blinking lights. My mouth falls open. Is that the latest Armstradi technology? Garrett proposed. Pharrell flashes me a grin. He just returned from visiting my mom and dad to ask for permission. A boulder of dread rolls in my stomach. I'm happy for Pharrell. Garrett is a great guy who will offer her a happy and less complicated life. But if asking the family is the tradition for nobles, it means that Prince Kevon doesn't have any plans to marry me soon. Congratulations! I wrap my arms around Pharrell and give her a hug. When are you getting married? She draws back and raises a shoulder. We're waiting until after the funeral and coronation. I nod, noting that Pharrell didn't mention a royal wedding. My heart shrinks until there's an empty cavity between my lungs, and I smile so hard that the muscles in my face tremble. Any decent young man would balk at a girl who kicked his mother, let alone a prince. And I haven't forgotten the odd look he gave me when I freaked out about unbuttoning my jacket. As my expression collapses, I turn to Georgette. Is Master Thymel making the dress? The other girl smiles back and raves about her cousin's selection of wedding gowns, which makes the pair dance around the walk-in wardrobe like we've just completed a massive harvest. Ingrid's words roll to the forefront of my mind like tumbleweed. Royal brides outside the noble echelon don't live long enough to make the history books. I push away those thoughts and turn to the garment bag. Ingrid just tossed me a handful of paranoia seeds with spores of self-doubt. The next time I see her, she'll water them and sit back while they sprout. Georgette unzips the garment bag and reveals a full-length silver dress with the silhouette of a harvester uniform, only it's made of one huge piece of silk with a white sash around the waist. Its long arms are as thin as spider webs and look like they would cover my wrists. She explains that Master Thymel based it on the gowns worn by medieval queens, and he wanted to reflect the virtue, generosity, and integrity of being a harvester. As Georgette helps me into the outfit, Pharrell brings her own garment bag and changes into a similar gown, the color of the stars. After a light supper of lobster soup, the guards walk Pharrell and me through the hallways, down the stairs, and into an underground parking lot, to a fleet of white limousines. Our driver takes us out of the palace grounds and into the oasis streets. I lean forward in the back seat and peer out of the window. The streetlights are off, with the storefronts and full moon providing illumination. Nobles and the people who serve them stand on the streets, raising white flags. White ribbons stretch from the trees and lamp posts and shimmer in the moonlight, presumably representing the king's ascension to Gaia. It's a beautiful display, but I can't stop thinking about the harvesters who got gassed. 5 years ago, we had to gather in Ragosa Square to watch Princess Briar get married. The guards provided Fangloria flags, and there were even extra rations of water and seasoned corn nuts. Would the guards wait a few days to announce the king's death, or force everyone from their homes to watch the funeral, without enough water to wash the sebum gas from their eyes? Pharrell wraps her fingers around mine. Are you nervous? I never want to see another camera, I say with a groan. She hums her agreement. Eden says they don't allow reporters into Heshid Hill. I lean back in the leather seat and exhale a relieved breath. Eden is Garrett's sister, who has given her a warm welcome to the family. Now that I know a little more about the cousins' upbringing, it makes sense that they're not like other nobles. Our car travels through a boulevard that stretches across a lawned area and then slows to join a procession of white vehicles moving down a long road that leads to a hill. Vertical road markings reflect the moonlight, and spotlights illuminate the silver bark of olive trees that line our path. The wheels rumble beneath us, reminding me of the uncovered roads of Ragosa. I press my face against the window. Unlike other parts of the oasis, there are no buildings, no greenery, and no other plants save for these olive trees. It seems strange that a temple would occupy such humble surroundings. The building up ahead is a silver dome that shines even brighter than the palace. Moonlight catches its metallic roof, and the tall columns supporting the structure glow with an internal light. "Is this where the princess got married?" I ask. Farrell opens her hand, and light streams from her new bracelet. She taps a few commands onto the images on her palm, explaining that this new health monitor also contains Netface. "This is the original temple of Gaia," she says. "The Hierophant lives inside the hill." My brows draw together. "How do you know so much about this technology?" "When I'm not spending time with you or Garrett, Eden shows me around the oasis." Farrell wiggles her thumb, and more text appears on her hand. "The Hierophant and his devotees commit their lives to the service of Gaia. Their duties include presiding over royal weddings, funerals, and coronations. In modern times, they reserve a life of peaceful existence within the olive groves that surround their home, but they once protected the temple from encroaching predators and wild men." By the time Farrell finishes reading the article, our vehicle reaches the top of the hill and stops at the temple's steps. A tall devotee wearing a hooded white robe opens the door, letting in the scent of burning resin. As we step out into the night, we meet another man in white who sweeps his arms toward the stone steps, where other guests wearing white ascend toward the entrance. Farrell climbs the steps at my side. "We're sitting together, no matter what." "Thanks for returning to the palace for me." I bump her on the shoulder. "You and I are going to have a long, happy life as cousins-in-law." Farrell loops her arm through mine. The muscles in my face twitch, and I rub the high collar of my dress. "He hasn't proposed. That's because he's waiting for the right moment." I want to ask if Garrett told her this, but we reach the top of the stairs, where another devotee in the same white robes as before bows. He holds up a piece of parchment that welcomes us to the funeral of King Arius II and asks us to give our names to the usher who will guide us to an assigned seat. "Thank you," I whisper. He inclines his head, and we walk through the pillars into a candlelit interior of carved stone walls and vaulted ceilings. Our footsteps echo on the hallway hard floors, adding to the voices of the group of girls standing at the side of tall wooden doors. Ingrid stands aside from them and glares into Constance's eyes. An elderly devotee, whose white hood has fallen down, holds them apart, as though he's just separated them from fighting. "The other noble girls attacked Ingrid on the coach," I whispered to Farrell. "We saw it on Netface," she whispers back. "None of those awful girls are fit to rule anything except a lizard fight." I press my lips together and hold back a laugh. It's so unlike Farrell to speak badly of anyone. We reach the end of the line, which mostly consists of girls I recognize from the princess trials. All 6 of the nobles stand at the front, along with the guardians and artisans who got eliminated at the Chamber of Ministers. There are also a few girls I don't recognize, whose blue-black hair indicates that they are nobles. "Has anyone claimed responsibility for all that leaked footage?" I whisper. She shakes her head. "Nobody believes the official statement that it came from Brunella Broadleaf." A huff of disbelief escapes my nostrils. I'm about to tell her my Armstrong Republic theory when a group of nobles in identical white robes stride past.
The Minister of Justice walks among them and glowers at me from the corner of her eye. Montana strides behind her, but stares straight ahead. The devotee at the double doors lets the ministers inside a moonlit chamber. Pharrell gasps at its interior, but I'm too busy watching a short-haired minister pull Ingrid aside. He's about 5'10", with a hooked nose a little too large for his pinched features, and thick brows twisted in a similar scowl to Ingrid's. He wraps a hand around her bicep and hisses at her through bared teeth. "That's the Minister of Integration," whispers Pharrell. My brows furrow. If she's right, then that's Ingrid's father. "How do you know?" "He's the one Prince Kevon argued with the most when he approached the Chamber of Ministers to stop that dangerous trial." I would ask which one she means, as most of the challenges were perilous, but I'm sure she's talking about the one in the Gloria National Park. Minister Straub jerks Ingrid's arm and says something that makes her face crumple. I bite down on my lip. At least I know where she learned to be so nasty. "He looks like a bully," Pharrell whispers. I cut my hand around her ear. "His daughter hunts foundlings who stray from their camps." She rears back, her face slack. I nod. Ingrid boasted about it before trying to shoot me. The Minister of Integration releases Ingrid's arm with a force that knocks her into a noble girl, who shoves her aside. Her father straightens his robes, as though he didn't just hurt and humiliate his daughter in front of her peers, then strides through the double doors. A few other people walk past, including the Armstrong ambassador and Princess Briar, both clad in silver. Following them are a quartet of soldiers in white dress uniform, including Mouse, who turns to me and winks. I smile back in silent thanks for helping me through the truth serum. Just as the devotee at the door opens it to let us into the temple, Ingrid walks in the opposite direction, with her lips pressed into a tight line. "Where's she going?" whispers Pharrell. I shake my head. Let's forget about her and go inside. The temple's interior is circular, about twice the size of my suite, and seats about 300. Around its edges are more pillars than a ballroom, and the entire space is lit by the moon. At the far end, a set of stone steps leads to a marble elevation carved with statues of Gaia, Uranus, and the other gods and goddesses the nobles revere. "Is that an altar or a mausoleum?" I whisper to Pharrell. She shakes her head, but doesn't make a move to look it up on Netface. As the devotees guide the girls in front to the seats at the back, it soon becomes our turn to find our places. Pharrell and I introduce ourselves. Then an elderly man in white robes steps forward and guides us around the back of the pillars through a darkened walkway. My heartbeat echoes through my ears, and I grab Pharrell's hand. Our usher walks past where his colleague seats the other girls, past the Chamber of Ministers, who sits in the rows closest to the front, and stops at the first row, to the 3 empty seats next to Garrett. I gulp and peer at the people sitting next to him. A noble girl about his age, Lady Circe, a noble who looks like an older version of Garrett, and Queen Damascena. On the Queen's other side is an empty space I guess is for Prince Kevon. Then Princess Briar sits with Ambassador Pascal. Garrett stands and motions for us to sit beside him. I want to ask if he's sure that we're allowed at the front, but Pharrell lowers herself into the seat. He leans forward and meets my eyes with a frown. "Zia, I heard about what happened. Are you all right?" I'm too nervous to do anything but nod. Garrett's gaze flicks somewhere over my shoulder, and I turn around to see who will occupy the seat next to mine. 2 figures stand in the gap between the nearest column, an usher and Prince Kevon, who wears a white naval jacket with silver buttons and trim that contrast with his dark skin and hair. My breath catches as he walks toward me, but when he lowers himself in the seat next to mine, the tight bands of tension around my chest loosen. I clutch his hand and resist the urge to kiss him. "Thank you for coming."
His eyes soften, and a wistful smile curls his lips that melts away all my doubts. It means so much to me, considering everything my mother has done to sabotage us. I want to tell him that I would stay at his side forever, when a chorus of male voices echoes through the chamber. The sounds are so deep and resonant that my bones vibrate. I glance around to find figures in white standing in the spaces between the pillars. Prince Kevon explains that the devotees of Gaia are also direct descendants of Gabriel Fawn, the man who founded Fangloria. He gestures at an older man at the top of the stairs, wearing a silver robe that shimmers in the moonlight, and says he is the Hierophant who will preside over the funeral. When the voices fade into whispered echoes, the Hierophant tells us not to weep for King Arius, because Gaia will welcome him into her celestial garden and reward him for restoring the earth. A lump forms in the back of my throat. Even though I don't believe in an earth goddess, these words are more comforting than the urn of ashes bereaved harvesters receive on their doorsteps. Next, the Hierophant invites those in the front row to climb the steps and pay their last respects to the king. He walks through what appears to be a passageway that extends to the left, beyond the stone stairs, and everybody, including Pharrell, rises. Prince Kevon takes my hand. I want my father to meet you. My insides twist into knots. Garrett brought Pharrell to the front row because he's going to marry her. There's no doubt how everyone in the temple will interpret my presence. All right. I rise to my feet, and whispers spread across the seats behind us. Queen Damascena pauses at the foot of the stairs and stares straight into my eyes with a gaze that burns with determination. She nods, as though to say I might have won her son today, but she will never allow me to become the queen. Clenching my jaw, I match her stare with equal heat. Once the Hierophant lays King Arius to rest, the power she holds over Fangloria will wane. Prince Kevon's hand slides down my back. Are you all right? I turn to him with a tiny smile. Let's meet your father. The queen ascends the stairs and glances at something with pitiless eyes before turning to the Hierophant. Whatever he says to her makes her lips tighten, and she walks past him and down another set of back stairs. Next is Lady Circe, who says a few words to King Arius before speaking to the Hierophant, and after that is the man I assume is Garrett's father, who steps up with the noble girl. Doesn't Garrett have a mother? I whisper. Prince Kevon's features still. It's complicated. I nod as we ascend the steps. It's common for women to die in childbirth, although I thought medical technology would help noble women to survive. My chest tightens as I think about Vitalot and her family. I've also been so busy with recent events that I haven't even asked anyone what happened to the Wintergreens. Garrett and Pharrell speak to King Arius next. His arm is firmly around her waist, and Pharrell's eyes unfocus as though she's about to faint. She bobs into a curtsy, and Garrett steers her toward the Hierophant. My pulse pounds a rapid beat in my ears, and the sensation of crawling centipedes seizes my stomach. This is worse than standing between two gliders above an unfathomable drop. I glance over my shoulder at hundreds of people whose gazes fix on my back. At any moment, one of the spectators could aim a weapon at me and shoot. I've amassed more enemies than I can count, and those who might have once supported me now think I've convinced Prince Kevon to imprison families for the merest infraction. Clenching my stomach muscles, I inhale the chamber's resin-scented air and try not to think that they're using it to mask the smell of a corpse. Garrett and Pharrell finish with the Hierophant, and it's our turn. I lace my fingers with Prince Kevon's and force myself to stand strong at his side as an equal, someone who will support him through the difficult times ahead, and not a weak farm girl who constantly needs rescuing. Are you ready? I murmur. He turns to me with a tight smile and nods. Let's go. At the top, we turn left and continue down a short walkway toward the Hierophant, a short man in his 60s, who smiles at us with compassionate eyes.
He might have descended from Gabriel Fawn, but the deep lines around his eyes remind me of old, retired harvester men. The Hierophant steps aside, giving us space to approach the body, which lies in an alcove. King Arius looks nothing like the dying man I saw in the hidden room. Whoever prepared him has removed the dark capillaries, evened out his sunken cheeks, and added back the beard. White discs, painted to look like the moon, lie on his eyes. I know nothing about juvenation surgery or embalming, but he now looks exactly like the man I saw on Oasis Vision the day I signed up for the princess trials. I glance at Prince Kevon, wanting to ask if this is his father, but the unshed tears in his eyes tells me he recognizes this person as the king. "Father," he says, "I followed your advice and found a girl I love and who cares more for our people than she does for herself. Her name is Zia Mays Calico, from Rugosa." My throat dries, and I bend my legs into an awkward curtsy. "Your Majesty, I wish we met under different circumstances." Prince Kevon swallows, and I squeeze his hand to offer my support. "Farewell, Father. I hope you find peace with Gaia." "Kevon." The Hierophant steps toward us. "Is this young woman your choice of bride?" "Yes, Your Grace." The older man beckons me forward. I glance at Prince Kevon, whose head bobs with an encouraging nod. "Zia Mays Calico, is it?" asks the Hierophant. My heart spasms. How does someone holy know my name unless he watches the princess trials? Should I nod? Should I bow? Should I curtsy or kiss his ring? Prince Kevon addressed him by his title, which means he's probably higher in rank. I clear my throat. "Yes, Your Grace." "Then the videos on Netface are true." The Hierophant's face breaks into a smile. "Thank you for your valiant rescue of our future king." Heat rises to my cheeks, and my words dry up on my tongue. If I said I would do the same for anyone, it would diminish the depth of my feelings for Prince Kevon. The Hierophant chuckles, and the moonlight streaming down on us brings out the silver highlights in his blue eyes. "I'm delighted with your choice," he says to Prince Kevon. "You have my blessing to proceed." "Thank you, Your Grace," the prince replies. A thrill of happiness shoots through my insides as Prince Kevon turns to me with a smile. "I'm giving a eulogy at the top of the stairs. Could you wait for me with Pharrell?" "Of course." I incline my head at the two men and continue alone down the walkway and down another set of stairs. When I reach the bottom, the only face turned to mine is Pharrell's, as everyone stares up at the main stairs. I take my seat, and all the tension leaves my muscles in a relieved breath. "People of Fangloria, we gather in this temple and in our domes to celebrate the life of..." The chamber goes dark, and my ears fill with the sound of an explosion. Chapter 19. I suck in a breath through my teeth, grab Pharrell's hand, and push us both to the ground. Shrieks erupt through the temple, their echoes mingling with the sounds of explosions and gunshots. Keeping my best friend close, I glance from left to right, but I can't see any of the flashes of light I would expect from gunfire. "Kevon!" Garrett yells, but his voice is lost in the chaos of shouts and screams and cries for help. Pharrell whimpers at my side. I wrap my arm around her back and pull her through the dark in the direction of the pillars. "Stay calm. It's not real." Someone hooks an arm around my middle, lifts me off my knees, and tears me away from Pharrell. He's as big as Dad, with a grip like steel, and smells like chlorine. A scream tears from my lips, but my captor clamps a hand over my mouth and carries me at a sprint. Harsh, rapid breaths wheeze through my nostrils, and my entire consciousness centers on the large body encasing mine, the man's mechanical movements, and the rapid beat of my heart. This has to be the work of Queen Damascena. I should have known from the way she looked at me earlier that she planned something terrible. His arms pin mine to the sides, and all I can do is thrash with my legs and hope it's enough to trip us over. He takes us through doorways, downstairs and around corners, each passing second separating me further from Pharrell and Prince Kevon. Then, as suddenly as he scooped me up, the man deposits me on the hard floor and releases my mouth. "Who is this?" I swing my fists around in the dark. Somebody's muffled laugh turns my fear into fury. I charge in the direction of the sound and manage to land a hit on hard flesh. "Why have you taken me?" I snarl. "I apologize for the alarm, Miss Calico," says a familiar voice. My brows draw together. He sounds like... A thin light flares, illuminating the collar and face of Ambassador Pascal. "We don't have much time. Assassins are approaching the outskirts of Ragosa." "My family?" I say with a gasp. He nods. "An hour ago, Queen Damascena gave the order to slaughter your father and hold your mother and brothers hostage until you agree to her demands." "How do you know this?" I whisper. "How indeed," drawls another familiar voice. "Mouse?" "As I implied earlier, Miss Calico, we have mere minutes before the devotees of Gaia work out how we have sabotaged their lighting and acoustics. Your family, however, do not have the luxury of time." Lights from the men's collars flash on and off, and their excited breaths rattle through my ears. This has to be a part of the larger game show he wants to export to the Armstrad Republic. But do I believe the ambassador? My pulse quickens, and sweat forms on my brow. Mouse has never steered me wrong, and he probably works for Ambassador Pascal. I don't think it matters if I believe him or not, because an attack on my family is exactly what I would expect from Queen Damascena. "What do you want from me?" I whisper. The lights on Mouse's collar shift, as though he's adjusting his jacket, but Ambassador Pascal's face remains patient and still. The expression doesn't match the supposed urgency of the situation, making me doubt their claims. "We have agents stationed in Ragosa, ready to slaughter Queen Damascena's assassins," says the ambassador. My hands curl into fists. I want to grab that glowing collar and shake the answers out of the little man, but I fold my arms across my chest. I'm trapped in a room with 2 or more Armstradi soldiers. Even more Armstradi soldiers are within reach of my family. I'm in no position to make demands. "All right," I say. "Once they have secured the area, my people will escort your family to the Armstrad embassy, where your mother, your father, and your twin brothers will remain in comfort and safety until the coronation of Prince Kevon." "And then what?" I ask. The ambassador makes a dry chuckle that sends disgust rippling across my skin. "As soon as the new king disbands Queen Damascena's royal court, she will be powerless to act against your family." Mouse steps forward, holding a computer tablet. "See for yourself." My throat dries as I stare at the tablet's screen. 2 dots, one white and the other red, appear on a map of Fangloria in the location that was once Memphis, Tennessee. He taps again, and the map expands into the Harvester region. Then, with another tap, Ragosa, and another brings up the long stretch of land between the cornfields and Ragosa's residential area. "That white dot is my house?" I croak. Mouse's finger hovers over the red dot, which races across the screen toward the white. "As you can see, the assassins are close." My insides quiver with anxiety, and I clap a hand over my mouth, trying not to hurl half-digested lobster soup over the computer tablet. I wish I wasn't trapped in this room, with 2 men whose motives I barely trust. Wish I could call Mom and Dad to check that they're all right. But I can't. I can't afford to gamble the lives of those I love. I clear my throat. "You haven't told me what you want in exchange." "The opportunity to grow crops in the Armstrad Republic," the older man replies. My gaze lifts from the computer screen, and I meet the ambassador's watery eyes. That's it? His lips form a tight smile. That is all. Agree to do your utmost to convince Prince Kevon to allow us to extract viable seeds from the produce we import, and I will save your parents. I nod. All right. His brows rise, and he twists his thin lips into an amused smile. How can I trust you will carry out your promise when you ask for so little? The red dots separate, implying that there are two vehicles. Each stops in front of the white dot. Mouse taps the tablet, bringing up a screen split into 4 images. Footage of my house's exterior, footage of a small car and a large van, the kitchen, and the view from the top of the stairs. On the top left quarter, dark figures step out of a black car, each holding guns that glint in the moonlight. A dagger of white panic sears through my heart. Please, save them. Do you know what the Armstrad Republic sends to Fangloria in exchange for crops? Asks the ambassador. The figures move toward my house, and I glance at the screen on the top right. This footage has to be live, because the distant cornfields only glow this brightly during full moons. A pair of guards appear from the direction of the house next door and approach the assassins. From the height difference, it's obvious that they're men and the assassins are women. The women raise their guns and shoot. Both guards fall to the ground. I stifle a cry. 50% of the Armstrad Republic's medical staff work in the Oasis, says the ambassador in the calm voice he used in the garden party. They serve Fangloria injuvenation hospitals that help nobles to add decades to their lives. Do you know what that means? I shake my head, barely listening to his words. The women stand back to back, looking out for more guards to arrive. Ambassador Pascal's illuminated head glides toward me like a specter. They use our nanotechnology, take the organs of healthy donors to transplant into their aging bodies, transfuse their blood, undergo cosmetic procedures, all to live an undeservedly long life. The horror in his words barely registers, even though a voice in the back of my mind screams at me to pay attention. I can't, not when assassins step into the house, holding their guns aloft. My voice breaks. I already agreed to ask Prince Kevon to let you grow crops. Please, don't let my family die. A large hand squeezes my shoulder. It could only belong to Mouse, but I can't tear my gaze from that terrible screen. On the bottom left, the assassins walk through the hallway and reach the bottom rung of the stairs. Now, we want to know what you want from us in exchange, says Mouse. What? I whisper. Within 3 years of receiving untainted crops from Fangloria, we aim to make the Armstrad Republic self-sufficient, says the ambassador. My mouth drops open. I said, yes, I'll do it. A country that no longer needs to import food also no longer needs to export its medically trained staff or its technology. The ambassador's voice trails off. Realization soaks through my skull. Fangloria probably kept the Armstrad Republic dependent on them because it needed this advanced technology. Advanced technology I know nothing about. I rub my dry throat. This isn't a decision I can make on behalf of a country, but I'll do or say anything to keep my family alive. The assassins turn around. One of them races to the front door and flings it open, while the other pauses halfway up the stairs. My heart thunders. My mind races. My mouth opens and closes with rapid breaths. Ambassador Pascal wouldn't have approached me if he didn't need a specific answer.
What did he say to me when we spoke at the garden party? Wiping my brow, I clenched my teeth to stop them from chattering. Ambassador Pascal said his country would never waste its people on menial work that could be replaced by machines. And the Armstradi girls used their dates with Prince Kevon to show him their growing domes and agricultural machinery. Tools like this would mean that harvesters wouldn't have to work so hard and for long hours. As the assassin at the door turns to her companion, my thoughts coalesce. I promise to convince Prince Kevon to exchange untainted staple crops in exchange for the equipment you use to mechanize your agriculture. The ambassador nods. My tongue darts out to lick my dry lips. We can also discuss what you need from Fangloria in exchange for maintaining life-saving medical technology and... I gulp, trying to stop my voice from trembling. And the networks that support our country. Very well. The ambassador offers a thin hand. We shake on the agreement, not caring that it's soaked with my sweat. He feels like bones encased in soft flesh. But I can't think about that until he stops those assassins from reaching the top of the stairs. I tighten my fingers around his hand. Please, save them. Mouse taps a command on the tablet. An explosion fills the bottom two screens. On the top right, balls of fire smash through the window. Cold shock barrels through my insides with the force of a truck, and I drop onto my hands and knees. The noose around my neck tightens, and I can no longer breathe. My vision turns black, and it feels like my insides have disintegrated with the explosion. After agreeing to their demands, the Armstradi tricked me into ordering everybody's deaths. Easy now, Mouse says with a chuckle. Mouse wraps an arm around my back and helps me to my feet. My limbs are so heavy that I can barely support my weight, and tears blur my vision. They're gone, destroyed by people who murder each other, not for ambition, but for entertainment. Maybe I should have walked out. Maybe I should never have played along. But it seems like they've toyed with me since the moment I threw a tomato at Prunella Broadleaf's face. I blink, letting hot tears roll down my cheeks, only to find Ambassador Pascal staring at me with a maniacal grin. We evacuated them the moment Queen Damascena gave the order to seize your parents. His watery eyes widen expectantly through his glasses. My mind blanks. What? Mouse taps another command on the screen, bringing up an image of Mom and Dad huddled together in the back of a van. The twins sleep within contraptions that strap their little bodies to the seats next to Mom. A hand claps over my mouth, its fingers trembling like leaves in a breeze. Your family didn't die in the explosion, says Mouse. We're transporting them to the Armstrad Embassy, where they will enjoy a stay in our luxury apartments. My gaze darts from the ambassador's twinkling eyes to Mouse's symmetrical grin of perfect teeth that glow in the light of the computer screen. I turn my eyes back to the ambassador, who winks. Mouse squeezes my shoulder. We're using this segment to advertise the princess trials on our most popular show. If you would like to speak to your mother and father, just repeat the words. My name is Zia Mays Calico, and I'm an April Fool. What? I shake my head from side to side. They're alive? Just say your name, followed by a statement that you're an April Fool. I stagger back a few steps. Why did you let me think they were dead? Both men erupt into laughter, and the ambassador rocks forward. April Fool, Miss Calico, he says between wheezing chortles.
I haven't seen a reaction like yours in years. I swallow several times in quick succession as the words sink in. This was a trick, so that people could laugh and tune into the princess trials for more. But would you like to speak to your parents? Asks Mouse. Adrenaline surges through my veins, and every muscle in my body tenses with the urge to lash out with my feet and fists. How dare they toy with my emotions? How dare they use Mom and Dad like pawns? How dare they record such a moment to broadcast to an entire country? Ambassador Pascal makes a sympathetic noise in the back of his throat, and my jaw tightens with contempt. Everyone has their weaknesses, Miss Calico, he says. Your family is yours. And yours? I ask through clenched teeth. The older man chuckles. My country, I suppose. Now, say the words, and you may speak with your parents. I suppress the urge to rage at these sadistic monsters and force calming breaths in and out of my nostrils. My name is Zia Mays Calico, and I'm an April Fool. Mouse taps the screen. Mr. and Mrs. Calico, can you hear me? Dad turns his head from side to side. Who is this? My heart leaps. Dad? Zia? Says Mom. What's happening? Some guards grabbed your father in his cornfield and then brought him home. Now another group of people is saying we're in danger. They're taking you to a safe place. I inject as much false cheer into my voice as I can muster and try not to cause them alarm. I'll see you soon. The lights turn on, and Mouse taps the screen, making it go blank. Ambassador Pascal sweeps his arm toward a door. Let's join the others on Hesiod Hill. I shake my head. But my parents. We will safeguard the future queen's parents. Mouse slips the tablet into the inside pocket of his military jacket and places a hand on the small of my back. Everyone has evacuated the building, and they'll soon know you're missing. Hurry. We rush through darkened hallways, leaving the ambassador trailing behind. Mouse's jacket emits a faint light that illuminates stone walls that look like they've been excavated with one of those pickaxes soil builders use to break through hard ground. My mind whirls with what I've just seen. The explosion of my house and those assassins. Mom, Dad, and the twins once again held captive. Mouse and Ambassador Pascal must have known I would agree to their demands. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stolen my family and installed explosives in the house before the assassins arrived. The corridors wind and twist and split, but Mouse navigates them with ease. We run through an archway, and Mouse pushes open a door. A cool breeze carries the scent of fragrant shrubs, and we step outside into the night. Dried soil crunches underfoot, and rows of olive trees stretch out in the distance. The temple behind us illuminates our patch of the hill, as does the full moon. It's this way. Mouse beckons for me to turn left. I follow him around the hillside and resist the urge to shake my head. Why go to such lengths for a fair trade of your technology? Would you believe that we have petitioned successive monarchs to allow us to grow our own food? And they all said no? I jog to keep up with his long strides. Mouse slows his pace, allowing me to walk at his side. Their agreements always came with unreasonable requests, such as training their guardians in our techniques, so that Fangloria wouldn't depend on the Armstrong Republic for technology. I chew on my lip, now understanding why the nobles were so reluctant to execute Leonidas Pixel. We fall silent and continue around the hill. Thin clouds cover the moon and diffuse its light across a wide expanse. Devotees clad in their white robes incline their heads as we pass, and the sounds of voices reach my ears.
I spot the funeral guests gathering around the stairs and hurry toward the crowd. A guest standing among the devotees on the stairs breaks away from the group and races toward me. I pause, but it's only Garrett.
"Where were you?"
he asks. I hook my thumb toward the temple. "Where's Kevon?"
"He and a few others went inside to look for you."
Garrett grabs my hand and leads me around the crowd, reminding me of when he pulled me toward the marquee at the start of the trials.
"Kevon asked me to search the perimeter in case you got lost."
Garrett taps on his watch to inform Prince Kevon of my location, and I glance over my shoulder for signs of Mouse, but he disappears into a group of devotees. My brows furrow. I understand the Armstrad Republic's desperation to grow crops like we do in Fangloria, but did they have to be so cruel? I scratch my head. Maybe their experiences with other potential queens ended in betrayal, and they figured they could make me a fun spectacle in case I reneged on our agreement. We reach the foot of the stairs, where Pharrell stands with Garrett's family. As soon as our eyes meet, she rushes toward me. I brace myself for a tight hug, but she grabs my arms. "You've got to see this." Pharrell turns me toward a group of people on the stone stairs. Queen Damascena stands with Byron Blake. 2 camera women stand on the steps below and on the hillside, while a quartet of production assistants illuminate their subjects with boxes of soft light. Byron introduces himself and promises the viewers a thrilling update on the princess trials. Somehow, in the chaos, Queen Damascena has changed into a white gown with a plunging neckline dotted with silver sequins. Wispy feathers line its shoulders and long sleeves. A swath of feathers fall in layers to form a full skirt with a long train, making me wonder if she's celebrating her husband's demise. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the Queen faces the camera.
"It's heartbreaking."
She injects her voice with sadness.
"My beloved husband and king must now remain on the earthly plane. In his honor, I will do my utmost to serve Fangloria as its regent."
My stomach drops, and I exchange a stricken glance with Pharrell. A lot can happen between now and the next full moon. More trials, more threats, and more attempts to engineer my death. Pharrell glances over our shoulder and nudges my arm. Garrett says she's officially in control of Fangloria and can delay the king's funeral for as long as she wishes. Or cremate his body so nobody finds it. I sweep my gaze up the stairs, where Queen Damascena dazzles Byron with a radiant smile. Was she planning to sabotage the funeral all along, or has she just taken advantage of the Armstradi's diversion? I gulp. In the last round of the trials, they staged a fake attack on the palace, followed by a fake hijacking that I thought had killed the Queen and Prince Kevon. I shake off my paranoid thoughts. Almost every Armstradi I've met has dropped hints about their agricultural requirements. This has to be what they want from us.
"Your Majesty,"
Byron's voice slithers through my musings.
"Who is your favorite to win the princess trials?" asks Byron. "With only 6 girls remaining, you must have gotten a chance to know the contestants."
The Queen pauses, and everyone around us stops talking to take in her words. Blood roars through my ears. If she remains the regent, what would that mean for my deal with the Armstrad Republic to save my family? I clutch at my chest, trying to think of a way to save myself, save my family, save Fangloria from falling under the rule of this mad queen. But my mind goes blank. I'm a pawn in this game, just like my parents, and I'm completely dependent on the protection of Prince Kevon. Queen Damascena places her hands on her hips.
"Unfortunately, the selection of a suitable bride has been mismanaged from the start. Prunella Broadleaf allowed a host of terrible candidates, including a young woman who tried to assassinate my son." Byron gives her a sage nod. I have tried my utmost, Your Majesty, but it's nearly impossible to counter Prunella's sabotage. My lips form a tight line. Now that Gemini Pixel is dead, I guess Prunella is the scapegoat. I hold my breath, waiting for the Queen to speak. She'll either announce Constance Sprite the winner, or name a random noble of her choice. And that is why I would like to reopen the princess trials, she says. Every girl found medically fit to compete but didn't get a chance for an audition will present herself at the Gloria Concert Hall for another opportunity. Oh no. Pharrell claps both hands to her mouth. My lip curls, and I grind my teeth. Angry chatter spreads across the crowd. I turn to find the ministers exchanging disgruntled words. The group of girls I didn't recognize clap. I guess the Queen invited them to the funeral for a chance to meet the prince. Prince Kevon hurries down the steps and places an arm around Queen Damascena's shoulders. Mother, I appreciate your efforts. Everyone falls silent. The Queen places a palm over his heart. I just want you to have the perfect girl. Any comments from you, my prince? Asks Byron. Prince Kevon steps aside. Let's hear from the Hierophant. A whimper reverberates in my dry throat, and I have to lean on Pharrell for support. She places her arm around my middle and lets me rest my head on her shoulder. Even if the Hierophant tells the cameras he already gave his blessing, it's not the same as a marriage or an engagement. Queen Damascena will restart the princess trials and eject me from the Oasis. She won't even have to worry about repercussions from Prince Kevon, because she'll hold on to the throne forever by extending her life with Armstradi Juvenation technology. Thank you, my prince. The Hierophant pulls down the hood of his cloak, revealing his face to the camera. Royal funerals are fraught with mishaps. What if clouds cover the moon at the wrong moment? What if I say the wrong word during the blessing, and the monarch loses his or her chance to be one with Gaia? We've heard enough from you, the Queen snaps. Please, allow him to finish, says Prince Kevon. His Grace doesn't often appear on camera. Queen Damascena purses her lips. This is why my predecessor advised me to conduct the final blessing before the guest's arrival, says the Hierophant. If anything goes wrong during the official funeral, it won't matter, because the monarch will already have ridden Celine's chariot and reached the Garden of Gaia. Byron rears back and casts the Queen a glance. What does that mean, Your Grace? The Hierophant steps aside to let Prince Kevon speak to the camera. My father is no longer the king of Fangloria. I will serve as its regent until my coronation in 3 days. As applause fills the hillside, relief floods my system, making my muscles go weak. I collapse further into Pharrell's side. I can't believe we've triumphed. The Queen is now powerless. My parents are safe with the ambassador's people, and Prince Kevon will be the king. Queen Damascena hangs her head, and the feathers on her shoulders droop. I turn my gaze to the top of the stairs, where Lady Circe watches with her hands folded over her chest. Byron clears his throat. What will that mean for the princess trials, Your Highness? I have already chosen the young woman to become my bride, replies Prince Kevon. A breath hisses through my teeth, and I clutch at Pharrell. This can't be happening. Queen Damascena's head snaps up. Her gaze rakes the crowd and settles on me. If she was still the regent, I would probably collapse under the cold hatred sharpening her eyes. But she's not. Tonight, Queen Damascena will leave the palace and spend the rest of her days in her father's home. After everything she has done to threaten my family, I can't even feel bad. Please, don't keep us in suspense, Your Highness, says Byron. Who is your final choice for the princess trials?
Prince Kevon turns his gaze to the crowd.
She's a special young woman who taught me that the smallest changes can make huge differences to the lives of Fanglorians. Without her, I might never have appreciated the inequalities in our society and would also have lost my life.
Warmth surges from my heart. It fills my chest, thickens my throat, and lines my eyes with tears. A few weeks ago, I joined the princess trials to destroy the monarchy and tear down the echelon system. And now I will ascend to a position where I can help others. Inhaling a deep, steadying breath, I release my grip on Pharrell and straighten. Mom was right. Why lose innocent lives in a revolution when we can have peaceful reforms? Prince Kevon's eyes meet mine.
Zia Mays Calico, please step forward.
My entire body quivers with elation, and I drift forward on legs as weightless as clouds. Byron steps aside and directs his assistants to train the cameras on me. Prince Kevon descends the stairs, his features tense. His Adam's apple bobs up and down, and his movements are unnaturally stiff. I know what he's thinking. I've rejected him multiple times, and he's taking a massive risk. The whole of Fangloria will watch whatever happens next, whether it's on the Lifestyle channel or via whoever is leaking footage on Netface. He thinks I might say no. After slipping his hand into his pocket and extracting a small box, he reaches my side and lowers himself onto one knee. My breath catches.
Zia Mays Calico, will you consent to becoming my wife?
Prince Kevon flips open the box, revealing a diamond ring, but I don't see it because I'm gazing down into his dark eyes. Dark eyes that sought mine for approval when he doubled our water rations. Dark eyes that stared up at me when I stemmed his lacerated heart's blood with my palms. Dark eyes that smoldered with desire before we shared those toe-curling kisses. Yes, I whisper. He slips the ring onto my finger, which buzzes and adjusts around my digit. Lights sparkle beneath the diamonds, indicating that it contains some sort of tracking device. No matter what, he will always find me. Prince Kevon rises, his face radiant with happiness. Thank you. I rock forward onto my tiptoes and move in for a kiss, but he leans into me and reaches my lips first. A handful of people applaud the kiss. Even when nobody joins them, they continue clapping. I turn to find Garrett, Pharrell, and the rest of his family beaming down at us from the bottom of the stairs. I don't look at the chamber of ministers behind them, and let my gaze skip over the group of girls I assume Queen Damascena invited for Part 3 of the princess trials. I also don't pay attention to Ingrid's voice in my head, reminding me that queens outside the noble echelon don't live long enough for the history books. The crowd parts as Prince Kevon guides me down the steps toward a black limousine, which has a black interior identical to the one I rode with Garrett to the ball. As I sink into the leather seats, my gaze lands on a bouquet of cornflowers, daisies, forget-me-nots, and other plants that grow wild in Ragosa. The sight of such commonplace flowers tickle my insides, and I burst into a delighted giggle. Prince Kevon hands me a glass. Master Thymel will visit tomorrow to help you choose your dress. He takes a long sip of his champagne. Once the royal guard has dispatched my mother, I would like you to bring whoever you wish to join us for the wedding. The champagne chills my fingers. Its bubbles rise to the surface and pop, releasing the scent of alcohol and fruit.
Is my choice of drink not to your liking?
He raises his glass.
I have non-alcoholic grape.
Champagne is perfect. I place my hand on Prince Kevon's lap and place the glass to my lips. The cool liquid slides and fizzes on my tongue.
Garrett commissioned Master Thymel to dress Pharrell for her wedding.
Prince Kevon takes another sip of his drink.
I'm sure she won't mind you.
The glass slips from his fingers, spilling champagne over his white pants. I set my glass aside and cup his cheeks. Kevon? His head lolls to the side. I dash toward the driver that separates the back of the limousine to the driver's side and bang my fist on the window. The car continues speeding through the oasis streets, oblivious of Prince Kevon's plight. My eyes droop, and I think of Lady Cersei's warning when I boarded Queen Damascena's mobile dressing room. Several days later, it echoes through my skull. Don't drink the champagne. Chapter 20. My ears ring, muffling the sounds of urgent voices. Rough hands lift me off the floor and bundle me onto a hard chair. A needle pierces my bicep, and I try to raise a hand to strike out, but I can't move. Whatever my captor has injected in me makes him or her confident that I'm immobilized. Nobody has secured me to the chair with straps. Or maybe that's because I'm back in that cage, and there's no escape. I push away the speculations and focus on regaining control of my body. With a deep inhale, I fill my lungs and let the air slide out. This is one of the breathing exercises Rice taught us in our youth cell. It's supposed to increase the metabolism and help the body burn through foreign substances. My heart sinks. He probably made it up, just as Carolina did, by implying I was important to the Red Runners when she sent me to the princess trials as an afterthought. Where's Prince Kevon? A breath catches in the back of my throat, and I slow my breathing to focus on the voices. I can't hear him, but I suspect that the Queen ordered someone to tamper with his champagne. Worry roils through my stomach, and my mind conjures up images of Prince Kevon lying on the ground with a dagger in his heart, with bullets in his chest, with slices of the moon over his eyes. Nobody would kill their own son just to become the regent, would they? My chest tightens, and rapid breaths heave in and out of my lungs. My head spins, and my limbs turn to lead. If anyone touches me, I'll roll off this chair and hit the floor. "She's waking up," says an unfamiliar female voice. "Shall we begin?" Queen Damascena's impatient voice slices through my panic. Hatred soars through my chest. What is she going to do now? Torture me? "At least wait for the girl to open her eyes," says a voice I think belongs to Montana. With a loud slap, stinging pain spreads across my left cheek. My eyes snap open, and I stare into the malicious, violet eyes of the Queen. "There," she says through clenched teeth. "Now she's awake and ready for her trial." In front of me is a high-backed chair that looks similar to the one supporting my back, and to my right are tiered rows of 6 leather seats, occupied by nobles wearing identical white robes. There could be 24 or 30 of them. I don't stop to count because an entire wall on my left displays the words, "Trial of Zia Mays Calico." "What is this about?" asks the Minister of Justice. She sits between Montana and Ingrid's father, with her arms folded over her chest. The woman's words give me hope, as it looks like the Chamber of Ministers no longer consider me the same powerless harvester girl she electrocuted in her witness box. "Poisoning the regent's betrothed and holding her against her will is treason," adds Ingrid's father. "Nobody will argue your case if Prince Kevon demands your execution." Heels click on the stone floor behind me, and Queen Damascena stands in the middle of the room with her hands on her hips. In the time she's engineered her son's poisoning and my abduction, she has changed into an ivory pantsuit with a ruffled shirt. She turns to her audience.
As the former queen consort, it is my duty to inform the ministers of the chamber of the regent's unstable mental state. You'll have to dig deeper than his poor choice in women, Ingrid's father drawls. I doubt that lying slumped in the back of a limousine, suffering the effects of your poison, counts as instability. The other ministers chuckle. I slow my breaths and force myself to focus. We're probably in a room within the Chamber of Ministers building. But more importantly, these people aren't taking Queen Damascena seriously. I sag even further in my seat as the injection turns my muscles slack. The ministers are also not demanding my release. The Queen purses her lips. I will prove to you that Zia May's Calico is the most dangerous young woman in Fangloria. When you've finished listening to my evidence, you will not only agree with my conclusion, but demand her execution. All sounds of mirth fade, and silence spreads across the room. My stomach clenches, and a band of tension forms around my lungs. Which of my secrets has she uncovered? I force myself to breathe deeply, to work through the drug coursing through my veins, but I can't muster the motor skills. Your Majesty. Ingrid's father places his hands on the armrest and leans forward in the front seat. We're all aware of Miss Calico's subversive influence over the prince. However, nothing in the Princess Trials regulations says she cannot use seduction. Heat rushes to my cheeks. I glance at Montana for him to admit that his employees created that naked video, but the man just stares ahead at the Queen. Queen Damascena paces between my chair and the one positioned opposite. She's guilty of 2 crimes that warrant a death penalty, and I have witnesses and evidence to prove her treasonous acts. A door creaks open, and my gaze rises to the wall behind the other chair, where General Ridgeback steps into the room holding a metallic leash. Behind him is Rice. My heart jumps into my throat, and all the blood drains from my face. If Rice knows I accepted Prince Kevon's proposal of marriage, he will strike out with the truth. The Queen steps in the space between our chairs as the General secures Rice to the seat. This is the fugitive Vidalot Solar implicated in her confession, Rice Wintergreen. Chatter spreads across the room, and a smirk of triumph spreads across the Queen's face. I gulp. What is Berta's father doing here? I thought he worked in the aerodrome. As Queen Damascena tells the ministers that we became childhood sweethearts when I witnessed a guard killing Rice's father, footage of my 9-year-old self plays on the wall screen on our right. It's from the day after the murder, when Dad took me to Fort Meem and Shelby to give my witness statement. A lump forms in my throat, and shallow breaths slip in and out of my lungs. I can't believe I used to be so small and thin. My skin looks pallid in contrast to my mahogany pigtails, and dark circles ring my eyes. Rice stares at the screen, his eyes glossy with unshed tears. They must have starved him, too, because his cheekbones protrude more than usual, and the neck of his yellowing harvester shirt hangs at an awkward angle. My heart aches for Mr. Wintergreen, who lost his life for protecting an innocent young woman, for the 9-year-old girl who saw too much at a tender age, for the younger version of Rice, who lost his father. But I feel nothing for the man Rice has become. Together, they formed a group called the Red Runners. Queen Damascena turns to Rice. Isn't that correct? Yes, he says through clenched teeth. What is the purpose of this group? She asks. Rice's jaw tenses, and his chest rises and falls with rapid breaths. Beads of sweat form on his brow. He's fighting something internal, But the general punches the back of his head and the answer spills from Rice's lips. To destroy the echelon system, he says with a groan. To overthrow the nobles and share Fangloria's resources equally among its citizens. Queen Damascena cups a hand behind her ear. Does that sound familiar? Our spectators nod and mutter their agreement. They're probably thinking about how Prince Kevon abandoned his Hanging Gardens project to increase harvester water rations. Your Majesty, the Minister of Justice leans forward and steeples her fingers. Are you suggesting that Miss Calico joined the princess trials to corrupt Prince Kevon? The Queen pulls her shoulders back and stands taller. They're finally taking her seriously. Why don't you ask Mr. Wintergreen why Miss Calico joined the princess trials? Boulders of dread grind through my belly like stones. I plead for Rice to lie, to agree with the Minister of Justice, and tell everyone that I came to influence the prince because the truth will be disastrous for both of us. When the Minister of Justice poses the question to Rice, he answers, Zia was supposed to infiltrate the palace and find hidden entrances. To what end? Asks the minister. So Red Runners could storm the palace and kill the royals. Disgruntled mutters spread across the room, and my heart plummets. I glance around the rows of seats, trying to force my mouth to open to scream a denial, but I still can't move. Finding the entrances might have been my original intention, but then I fell in love with Prince Kevon. The ministers fire question after question about the Red Runners. They want to know their names, numbers, strength, allies. They speak over each other, overwhelming Rice, until he squeezes his eyes shut and screams. Nausea ripples through my insides. They've done something to him, but what? Queen Damascena doesn't give Rice the opportunity to reply. She stands in front of him and holds up her palms in a motion to stop. I'm guessing she doesn't want to distract the ministers from condemning me. Mr. Wintergreen's truth serum won't last much longer, she shouts. We've already dosed him with enough to rupture his aorta. General Ridgeback was generous enough to record his earlier interrogations, which we will make available to you after you have found Miss Calico guilty. My gaze slides back to Rice, whose eyes seem to plead for understanding. I glance away. Nobody could blame him for blurting the truth under the influence of multiple doses of serum. It rankles that he and his mother sent me on a dangerous mission on a whim. But I despise him for being no better than the guards who harass harvester girls. How much further would he have gone at the farmer's market without the fear of getting caught? Queen Damascena turns to Rice. Describe Miss Calico's feelings toward you. I glare at her back, wishing I could kick her to the floor. She's been obsessed with me for years, he replies. What does that mean? Asks one of the ministers. She used to stare at me from across the dome, and everywhere else I went, Rice answers. She even joined the Red Runners to be close to me. I take it you didn't share her feelings? Asks Montana. Not at first. Rice dips his head. But she's so brave, and beautiful, and committed to our cause. It's not hard to fall for a girl like Zia. Despair washes through my veins like sour vinegar. I make a noise of protest in the back of my throat, which everyone ignores. He makes me sound like I'm still carrying out my mission. I want to scream my innocence, but my muscles won't move. The Queen glances at me over her shoulder and smirks. Part of her must know that I changed my mind. If she interrogated Rice under truth serum, she would have discovered that I didn't report the location of the underground river or anything that would compromise the palace's security. New images appear on the screen. Rice and I run hand in hand through the Ragosa streets on the evening I was selected to go to the princess trials. Next is another one of us standing within the crowd, but it's hard to tell that it's us. The door on the far left of the chamber slams open, and Prince Kevon stumbles inside. His eyes are wild, his hair disheveled, and his white and silver jacket undone. My breath quickens. I don't know if I'm happy to see him or horrified. He's my only chance of escaping, but if he hesitates for a moment, Queen Damascena will spill her poison into his ear. A guard at the door touches the prince's shoulder, but Garrett appears behind the man and punches the guard to the ground. Prince Kevon bares his teeth. What is the meaning of... He freezes at something on the screen. It's me, with rice, at the farmer's market. He cups my face with his hands and smiles. We're so close that it looks like we're lovers. The camera closes in as he strokes my cheekbone and moves in for the kiss. Queen Damascena points the remote at the screen. You should be resting. Prince Kevon's gaze flicks from me to Rice, to the footage of us frozen on screen with our lips pressed together. Mother, what are you doing? I didn't want to hurt you, son. She shakes her head and sighs. Miss Calico only sees you as a means for benefiting her echelon. She's really in love with Rice Wintergreen. His features turn slack. Garrett grips his arm and whispers something, but Prince Kevon doesn't react. Zia? The prince's gaze sweeps down my form. I can't even shake my head to deny the accusations. What's wrong with her? Prince Kevon continues down the steps, past the gaping ministers, and stops at my side. Why can't she speak? Why did you drug us? Tears roll down my cheek, and the tension around my chest compresses my lungs to the size of my fist. Queen Damascena has enough evidence to turn his concern to contempt. Zia. He hooks an arm beneath my leg and another around my back. I keep failing to protect you. Now my mother is attempting to slander you with salacious lies. I love you, Zia Mays Calico, says on-screen Rice as he holds me to his chest. You're the bravest, most interesting girl I've ever met. Prince Kevon's head snaps to the screen, and I squeeze my eyes shut. This is the most damning evidence of all. You'll have to try better than that, Mother, says the prince. You were probably also behind the other digital fabrication to discredit Zia. This one is real, the queen says. I open my eyes, wishing I could twist around to see Prince Kevon's expression. He sighs and carries me up the steps. Garrett offers to take me, but the prince refuses. My heart fills with gratitude, within a chest tightening with guilt. For once, the allegations Queen Damascena hurls at me are true. As we progress up the stairs toward the back door, ministers stare at us with varying degrees of disapproval. Even if they don't believe in the footage shown on the screen, they can't deny that I have changed Prince Kevon. The young man I met had been reluctant to wield the power he held in our society and had believed in the half-truths its leaders told to maintain order. Now he wants to act against the inequalities, and that makes him dangerous. Kevon, the queen snaps. The girl you're whisking away is the leader of a rebel group called the Red Runners. He pauses at the door and addresses a pair of guards. Arrest my mother and confine her to my study. The guard's face drops, but Prince Kevon adds, I promise you, with the Chamber of Ministers as my witnesses, that no repercussions will fall upon you or your colleagues for following my order. With a nod, the guard progresses down the stairs. Wait, the queen screeches. You can't marry a girl who came to the palace to destroy it. I lean into Prince Kevon's side, silently urging him to leave before somebody in that room changes his mind. Instead, he turns toward his mother and sighs again. Zia saved my life, and wants what's best for the country, he replies. I love her. A crack forms in my heart. Prince Kevon didn't tell his mother that I loved him back, because I never said the words. She's taking advantage of you, the Queen snaps. A recording of Prince Kevon's voice fills the room. He turns to face the screen. We're sitting in the front seats of his car, and I'm saying that I don't love him. The next is a clip from my room, where I'm telling Prince Kevon we can only be friends. My throat thickens. He can't deny these events ever happened. You threatened her parents' lives, he says. Of course, Zia would say these words under duress. The guards reach the bottom of the stairs. Queen Damascena raises her palms and backs toward General Ridgeback, who steps in front of her. Is this true? Asks the Minister of Justice. Queen Damascena shakes her head. He's in denial. Tell the truth, Prince Kevon barks. The room falls silent, but some of the ministers exchange nervous glances. Prince Kevon steps back into the room, holding me to his chest. I apologize for the outburst, ministers. My mother is clearly distraught and clinging on to her dwindling power. I found Mr. and Mrs. Calico, along with their twin sons, detained in Fort Meeman Shelby. That was on Lady Cersei's orders, as she was trying to keep them safe from any uprising, following the awful things Queen Damascena ordered me to say to Ragosa. The guards attempt to walk around the general, but he pulls out a baton that glows with blue power. I can prove that Zia May's Calico killed your father. Queen Damascena backs toward the door. Everybody stiffens, including Prince Kevon. A breath catches in the back of my throat. I've only seen the king alive once, and that was in the hospital infirmary with Prince Kevon, when the older man was already on the brink of death. Mother, Prince Kevon's voice is breathy with exasperation. Of all the outrageous accusations, Arius liked to disguise himself as a guard to Rome Fangloria. The words spill from her lips faster than I have ever heard her speak. He was the guard who slew the father of Rice Wintergreen. Miss Calico was the witness. The guards march Queen Damascena toward a side exit, but General Ridgeback blocks the doorway. Wait. The Minister of Justice rises from her seat. I wish to hear this theory. As you wish, but our future queen seeks medical attention. Prince Kevon continues out of the room into a vast entrance hall. Morning sunlight streams in through glass windows located close to the ceiling of a 4 stories tall lobby that takes up more floor space than 4 harvester homes and their gardens. On our left, marble floors and stone walls lead to a huge archway where guards in black armor man the entrances and hold scanners to the nobles' Armstrad ear cuffs. The nobles passing us bow to Prince Kevon, and a few furrow their brows. Your Highness, a woman wearing the white coat of a doctor appears from our right, holding a remote. Please return to the observation room. Prince Kevon walks past her without a word, so I don't get to see her face. Garrett walks at his side, and I let my eyelids flutter closed. I'm safe, for now, but Prince Kevon will discover the truth, and I don't know how he will react. His pulse calms, making me also relax. The worst outcome would be a life in the Barrens, just as he banished Vidalot for stabbing him through the heart. But I've hurt him so many times that he might not show me mercy. I'm sorry, Zia. Prince Kevon gives my shoulder a gentle squeeze. If you can persevere for 3 more days, the Hierophant will perform the wedding and elevate you above. His body goes rigid, and the arm hooked under my hamstring goes slack, and my feet hit the hard floor. He bends over double and groans, balancing my upper body on his arm. My breath quickens, and I swallow several times in quick succession. What's happening? Your Majesty. The doctor lowers herself to eye level and stares at us through gray-blue eyes set within delicate features. It's Berta's mother, Dr. Ridgeback, and she has the same ash-blonde hair as her daughter. Please return to the observation room at once. He raises his head. Take Zia away. Garrett pulls me into his arms. My gaze darts to the doctor, who keeps a hand in the deep pocket of her white coat. Her fingers move, making Prince Kevon groan even louder and fall to the marble floor. She's doing this. I want to scream at Garrett, at the guards, to go after Dr. Ridgeback, to notice what she's doing and snatch the remote from her fingers, but they gather around Prince Kevon. Bullets ring through the air, and each of the guards surrounding the prince fall. Garrett spins around. A group of masked women in black rush toward us, each pointing machine guns. They drag Prince Kevon back into the room. My stomach heaves. They look just like the assassins that visited my home. One of them points her gun at Garrett. Get inside and bring the girl. Sorry, Zia, Garrett mutters and walks back into the room. Someone else slumps in my former seat, but his head is bowed, and I only catch a glimpse of his features as one of the women forces Garrett to sit at a seat in the back row next to Prince Kevon. Welcome back, says Queen Damascena. You're in time to hear from our next witness. This is Torek Krim, Miss Calico's supervisor in the tomato fields. My heart races. I don't know if Krim is a Red Runner, but he knows all about that guard I attacked. The Queen turns to the ministers and beams. The second time Miss Calico met King Arius, he visited her tomato field and tried to abduct her friend. A breath hisses through my teeth. She's lying. That guard I poisoned couldn't have been the king. Krim would have noticed. Pharrell would have mentioned something. The guards would never have wasted time on arresting illegal brewers of alcohol if a harvester had hurt King Arius. Queen Damascena is patching together snippets of truth to create a lie, because she can't prove I leaked information about palace security. Prince Kevon groans, and Garrett shifts in his seat to check on his cousin. I finally get to see the prince, who slumps on a chair, still clutching his chest. Huge beads of sweat cling to his brow, and his breaths quicken. Prince Kevon needs help, Garrett shouts. A few of the ministers sitting in the seats in front glare at Garrett over their shoulders, but they don't raise the alarm. My heart shatters. Maybe they think he's better off dead. At least now I understand why Queen Damascena permitted the surgeon to graft synthetic fibers into his heart. They're a means for controlling him. The Queen turns to Krim and asks a series of questions about what happened on the day he was arrested. At first he doesn't answer, but General Ridgeback grabs his black hair and yanks up his head, revealing a face swollen with bruises. Pain lances through my chest. Did they torture him this entire time? Krim answers the questions in a monotone and gives an accurate account of what happened on the day that changed my life. The guard tried to drag another apprentice into his pickup truck. I left my weeding to climb the persimmon tree. Then I shot the guard with a poisoned dart. Can you identify this guard? Queen Damascena asks. King Arius. Shouts erupt around the room. Rice jerks his head in my direction and stares at me with wide eyes, while Garrett spins toward Prince Kevon. The noose around my neck tightens. They must have tortured Krim for ages to make him identify the guard I attacked as the king. Queen Damascena raises her hands. Please, be silent. Glee fills her voice, making her sound like a child who just received an undeserved treat. It took a team of forensic scientists weeks to sift through the footage of Zia Mays using my naive, besotted son to sabotage our way of life, but I have more evidence that proves her guilty of regicide. Everyone falls silent as Dr. Ridgeback strides across the room. My name is Bernice Ridgeback, and I am the mother of a young woman who died under mysterious circumstances in the princess trials. Her hard gaze meets mine, making me flinch. She holds me responsible, even though her husband questioned me while I was supposedly under the influence of the truth serum. I performed the autopsy on the body of King Arius and discovered a high concentration of atropine in the king's blood. Atropine is the active compound in mandragon berries. General Ridgeback walks to his wife, holding a black box. The doctor analyzed the toxins in His Majesty's blood and compared them with poison we found on these darts. He reaches into the box, extracts a harvester uniform, and pulls out a quiver. Prince Kevon rises and rests his weight on the seats in front. "Stop," he says through clenched teeth. "Zia did not." He slumps to the floor with a hand clutched to his chest. "Kevon!" Garrett leaps to his feet and rests me on the seat. I slump forward, staring straight ahead as panic spreads across the room. Montana and Ingrid's father rise from their seats and jostle each other to reach Prince Kevon first. The women in black rush to the prince's aid with an oxygen mask. Impotent rage surges through my veins. I still can't move. Didn't these people believe Garrett the first time he said Prince Kevon needed medical help? Everyone is too busy looking at Prince Kevon and Garrett to notice Dr. Ridgeback's fingers moving over something in her pocket. She stares at Queen Damascena, who gives her an encouraging nod. "His Highness needs a doctor," cries the Minister of Justice. "One more thing," Queen Damascena shouts over the chaos. "My husband's last moments." Everybody stops to look at the screen. Prince Kevon carries me into a room, and we pause at the foot of King Arius's sickbed. Cold seeps through my insides. This is the palace infirmary on the morning after the ball. In the next scene, a dark-haired girl creeps back into the room with the quiver, extracts a dart, and stabs his prone figure in the heart. King Arius doesn't move, and she takes out another dart and stabs him again and again and again. Every single face turns to me. "Please take my son to the hospital," says Queen Damascena. "He's suffering a breakdown. The girl he trusted enough to marry has turned out to be an assassin."
Chapter 21. My insides twist and turn as I struggle to break free of the drug. Loud chatter and hurried footsteps rush toward the observation room's back row. Everything is a jumble and muffled by the pounding between my ears. From the angle my head points, I can't tell if the voices belong to the ministers, to the guards outside, or to the henchwomen who held us at gunpoint. Deep breaths heave in and out of my lungs, but I can't even twitch a finger. Prince Kevon lies at my feet and groans as Garrett tries to roll him onto his back. All I can do is slump forward against the seat in front, unable to speak, unable to warn anyone to check Dr. Ridgeback's pocket. The blonde medic races up the stairs in time to join Queen Damascena's henchwomen in dragging Prince Kevon out of the room. Rage burns through my veins, and tears blur my vision. They want him helpless, just like me. Garrett scoops me into his arms. "We're going with Kevon to the hospital." He hurries through the aisle after the procession, but the thud of a heavy object hitting flesh makes him flinch. My stomach lurches as he tumbles onto the stairs. Garrett's larger body breaks our fall, but he's no longer moving. One of the women in black pulls me from Garrett's arms. She hooks a hand around the back of my collar and drags me down the stairs. "Your Majesty, what should we do about the girl?" My spine bumps against the hard tread, sending sharp bursts of pain across my lungs with every step. The ministers sitting in the seats talk among themselves, but nobody comments about Garrett or me. My insides feel as hollow as their souls. Isn't someone going to speak up for us?
Or were they so convinced by Queen Damascena's presentation that they've ceded authority to her? "Take the girl to the stadium," says the Queen. A larger figure picks me up and slings me over his shoulder. I'm guessing it's General Ridgeback, who is taller and broader than Prince Kevon. He walks through the side door, down several winding hallways, not saying a word about why he's helping Queen Damascena, and not uttering anything about Berta. He opens another door that leads to what feels like a stairwell from the way his footsteps echo. After descending several steps and exiting through another door, General Ridgeback steps into another space filled with the sound of a motor. "When you meet my daughter, tell her she was a disappointment." He tosses me head first into a hard surface, and my vision goes black. The ringing in my ears pulls me out of unconsciousness, and a sharp pain lances through my skull from hitting my head. My mouth feels like a lizard's nest, and I can't muster a drop of saliva to ease my dry, cracked throat. I'm lying on my right side on a smooth surface warmed by my body heat, and sweat forms on my brow. It's hard to tell if the room is hot or if I have a fever. Even the shallowest of breaths hurt, as though something or someone has struck my ribs hard enough to shatter. With an agonized moan, I roll onto my back, only for sunlight to shine through my eyelids. On the plus side, I've regained the ability to move. "Hello?" I croak through cracked lips. When my eyes adjust to the light, I open them to find myself staring at a ceiling made of inch-square ventilation holes that let in vertical streams of light. From their angle, I think it's midday. The question I want to ask is how much time has passed since the funeral, and what on earth has happened to Prince Kevon. He's completely at the mercy of whoever controls his heart. Right now it's Dr. Ridgeback, who seems to be working for Queen Damascena. Grief tightens around my throat, and I trace the pad of my thumb over the crystal-encrusted band on my finger. My ring is supposed to be a tracking device, but if Prince Kevon hasn't come looking for me, it means they're still torturing him. Faint sniffles reach my ears. I drag myself across the cramped space and press my ear against the bricks. "Is anybody there?" I whisper. The sniffling stops. "Hello?" Whoever is in the other room doesn't want to communicate, so it can't be Emira, who wouldn't stop talking during our imprisonment. My mind drifts to the only other person who might be able to identify the guard I poisoned. "Pharrell?" I whisper. Still no answer. My brows draw together. The sounds were feminine and couldn't have been Prince Kevon. "Are you a prisoner? Tap once for yes and 2 for no." 3 heavy knocks shake on my door. "Popcorn," says a female voice. "You have a visitor." Placing a hand on the wall for support, I pull myself up. Lightning bolts of pain shoot across my skull and rib cage, and I sway on my feet. I prop myself in the corner and hold both palms against the walls. The light catches my ring, which continues to blink on and off. If this visitor is the Queen, I won't let her see me grovel. "Come in," I rasp. The door swings open, and Ambassador Pascal walks into the space. He wears a green jacket with a high collar that, for once, doesn't flash with lights. However, the buttons on his jacket shine like tiny camera lenses. He holds in his small, withered hands a box the size of a thick encyclopedia. Light catches his glasses and obscures his eyes, so I can't see what kind of expression he makes when the corners of his lips curl into a smile. "Miss Calico, this is indeed an unfortunate situation." I rub my dry throat. "Forgive me." He reaches into his box and extracts a water bottle. "I expect you're thirsty from recent events." "How long have I been here?" I rasp. "Where's Prince Kevon?" "He is safe." Ambassador Pascal twists open the cap and offers me the bottle. "Dr. Ridgeback informs me that the muscle relaxant she injected into you lasts 48 hours. It's why I waited until now to see you." Out of habit, I peer at the label, which says Smoky Mountain Energy. Hope fills my chest as I take long gulps of fruit-flavored water. I'll endure anything if he helps me escape.
"Thank you."
My gaze drops to his box. "Are you hungry?" he asks. At my nod, the ambassador returns my empty bottle to his box and pulls out a paper carton about the size of my hand. "I thought you might need something a little closer to home than trail mix." I stretch out my arm, and he drops the cool package in my palm. It's heavier than a pair of earrings, but lighter than a weapon. Ambassador Pascal gives me an encouraging nod, but the sunlight still reflects on the lens of his glasses and hides his full expression. Inside are 6 perfectly round corn fritters, each an inch thick. I take a bite out of the first, and an avalanche of flavors floods my mouth. The ambassador chuckles, as though I'm a pet that has just learned a new trick, but I ignore him and continue eating the fritters. One contains pieces of chicken, another beef, and another prawn. That's not all it contains, because the pains shooting around my lungs ebb to a dull ache. "Do you feel better?" he asks. I'm about to nod, but the fog in my mind clears. The last time we spoke, Mom, Dad, and the twins were in the back of a vehicle headed for the Armstrad embassy. Ambassador Pascal and I might be alone, but someone is probably watching our interaction. I can't let them know who is keeping my family safe. I pause and give him a meaningful look. "Everything all right?" I ask. His brows rise. "Please, finish your corn cake. They're your only chance of regaining your strength and facing the upcoming challenges." My breath catches. What's happening? "I visited Prince Kevon this morning." He motions for me with his fingers to continue eating. I bite into a fritter containing lumps of cheese. "How is he?" "Heartbroken, in both respects." Ambassador Pascal dips his hand into the box and produces another bottle of water. "The synthetic heart muscles torment his body throughout the night, and evidence of your plot to murder him and destroy the monarchy torment his mind through the day." Guilt lances through my stomach, and I stop eating. Carolina once described sleep deprivation and brainwashing, the mind-altering techniques nobles used for interrogation and control. "I need to see him." The ambassador rocks forward on his feet. "To tell him what he already knows, Miss Calico? You joined the princess trials to find a means for the Red Runners to enter the palace and slaughter the royal family." My mouth clamps shut, and I lower my gaze to the stone floor. I thought the ambassador wanted me to become the Queen of Fangloria so the Armstrad Republic wouldn't be so dependent on us for food. "Why are you here?" I ask. "To say goodbye," he replies. My head snaps up. Is this a joke? Where's Mouse? Ambassador Pascal places a full bottle on the floor and steps backward. "It's unfortunate for you and your loved ones that Prince Kevon discovered the truth. You would have made a terrific queen." The door opens, and the ambassador walks out. What about Mom, Dad, and the twins? I can't ask out loud, but he's implying that our deal is off. I lurch after him, knocking the water bottle aside. "Wait!" "Sorry, Miss Calico," he says from the hallway. "Please understand that I need to do what's best for the Armstrad Republic." "What does that mean?" I rasp as the door closes and its locking mechanism whirs. The cuff on my wrist vibrates and drops to the floor, but I can't focus on that right now. "Confess to whatever they want," says the ambassador from the hallway, "and pray to your Gaia that Queen Damascena will be merciful enough to put a bullet through your head." "Ambassador Pascal?" My voice shakes. When he doesn't answer,
I turn my gaze to the fritters and replay our conversation in my mind. Prince Kevon knows the truth, but Queen Damascena is embellishing it with unrelated facts. The ambassador says he has given up on me, but still came with a last meal and a message of goodbye. I inhale my first deep breath since waking and feel no more aches. No wonder he urged me to continue eating. The food contained a painkiller. Maybe he wants me to save myself and meet him at the embassy to collect my family. After eating the cheese fritter, I bite into one that contains soybeans, a harvester's main form of protein. Ignoring the nervousness roiling through my stomach, I finish eating the fritters and bite the final one, which contains some sort of fish. I place the carton on the floor, pick up the full water bottle, and twist its lid. The strong scent of menthol fills my nostrils. I flinch and replace its lid. The label says, "Drink me." My gaze freezes on the words until their edges blur. I should trust the ambassador, but he specifically came to say he could no longer help me. Anything that smells so strongly must be masking a drug even more powerful than the painkiller. The only thing I can trust is that he wants an exciting finale for his Princess Trials show. Another locking mechanism whirs, and I rush toward the door. "Ambassador Pascal?" "He's not coming," rasps a female voice from the next cell. "Who's that?" "Who do you think?" she snaps. "Prunella?" I whisper. She doesn't answer. "What's happening?" "We're in the Deimos Stadium." Her voice is so thick with rage and bitterness that it's hard to understand her. "The nobles will make a spectacle of us before we die." I gulp. "What?" Prunella huffs an impatient breath, and I can imagine her rolling her eyes at my ignorance. "This is what they do to criminals of interest. The first and second tier nobles sit in a viewing theater and enjoy watching their enemies get torn apart by wild creatures and sometimes wild men." "Like gladiators?" Prunella bursts into tears. "Except there's no chance of getting out alive." I squeeze my eyes shut and exhale a long, weary breath. Prunella has just confirmed my suspicions about the ambassador. He wants me to last as long as possible in the stadium for his people's viewing pleasure. Nobody's coming to save me, and the ambassador probably dumped my family on the roadside. Scenarios whiz through my mind. The most prominent is of me standing in the middle of an amphitheater. My only protection, a net and a short sword. To tie up the storylines, I'll probably have to face the cassowary that attacked Gemini, and the 2 ligers I escaped in the Gloria National Park. Worse, it will be wild men riding ligers. "I never hated you," says Prunella. "At least, not at first." Squeezing my eyes shut, I pinch the bridge of my nose and try to tune out what will probably be a rant about my shortcomings. I'm no longer weak with pain or hunger or thirst. My heart thrums a steady beat, and whatever was in the fritters has invigorated my body. If we're in a stadium, as Prunella says, I might have enough energy to scale a wall and escape. Prunella sniffles. "The Queen told me to do whatever was necessary to guarantee Prince Kevon a noble bride who wasn't Raffaella. That's why I organized all those murder attempts, including yours and Gemini's. She said she would make me a member of the royal court." I shake my head. Now I feel an idiot for casting doubt on Prunella's guilt. "Why didn't you tell the Chamber of Ministers you were working for Queen Damascena?" "She promised to send me to the stadium if I did." "And she sent you there anyway," I snap. Prunella sobs, and I drop my gaze to my bare feet. I'm a fine one to talk, seeing as I killed Berta and burned those guardian girls' bodies. Now I've just added to her misery. A door creaks open, and Prunella screams. Her shouts and pleas for mercy form an incoherent mess that mingles with the sound of scuffling and dragging. I clutch the water bottle to my chest and press my ear against the door. Someone pounds against it from the other side. "You're next, Popcorn!" I tear off the bottle's label, looking for instructions, a message, anything, but its underside is blank. Maybe Ambassador Pascal really meant it when he said he wasn't going to give me any help. Prunella's distant screams drift through the door of my cell, but I could be mistaking the sound with bird calls. I lower myself onto the floor and take a sip of minty water that traces a freezing path from my tongue down to my stomach. Its lining stops fluttering, and calm washes through my veins. My gaze drops to the label I discarded on the floor. I moisten my finger with the water and rub it on its front and back. There's a message. "We tried our best to put you on the throne, but even we could never have predicted that the man you shot from the tree was King Arius. If it's any consolation, your death will change the course of history. Even the minor nobles will balk at the brutal death of a beloved public figure. Please take the strength enhancers. Fight bravely. You will be remembered." Whatever was in that water has numbed my reaction, but it looks like even the Armstrad Republic believed in Queen Damascena's lies. They probably also leaked all that footage of me to Netface. I exhale a long breath and take a few more swallows of mint water, which calms my nerves and clears away the remnants of my fear. If I must die, everyone will know the machinations of Queen Damascena. I moisten my finger again and pick up the paper carton. It fizzes against my fingertip, making me flinch. Strength enhancers. The fritters were painkillers. The water has given me a calmness and clarity I haven't felt since the day I supposedly shot the king from the persimmon tree. Ambassador Pascal took the first bottle away, but left the carton on purpose. I tear a strip off the thick paper and place it between my lips. It melts and fizzles on my tongue, releasing a mass of bitter bubbles. A rush of adrenaline surges through my veins, and I rise off the floor, chewing mouthful after mouthful of the carton. It bubbles and expands in my mouth, and foam escapes my lips. For the next several minutes, I eat the paper, wash its chemical taste away with the minty water, and my confidence soars. My mind rolls back to the time I stood at Gemini's side and watched the Armstradi girls practicing their drills in the garden. Will this enhancer make me move like them? If the answer is yes, I might just survive this stadium. The bottle cap lies at my feet. I reach down and hold it between my fingers. Beneath the opaque seal above the metal are letters I can't read. I peel it off to find a paper disc that says, "Suicide." Shock loosens my fingers, and the cap and the suicide disc falls to the floor. The lock mechanism whirs, and the door swings open. I drop down to the floor and place a palm over what could be my only means of escape. "Your turn, Popcorn," says the same female voice from before. Rough hands hook under my arms and drag me out of my cell. I curl my fingers around the disc and scramble to my feet. My captors are two women in black who cover their heads in masks that only reveal their eyes. I scan their bodies for holsters, guns, or telltale bulges, but they are unarmed. "Let me walk," I say. "Suit yourself." The woman pulls me upright and marches me through a short hallway of white doors and matching polymer walls, illuminated by more of those ceiling holes. We reach a metal door, and the woman on my left steps forward and taps a code into a keypad on the wall. The door clicks open, revealing another woman standing inside a white room the size of my cell. "What's happening?" I ask the new woman. "I'll be your wardrobe mistress for the day." She holds up a jumpsuit made of sackcloth in one hand and a gown made of the same material in the other. "Prunella is wavering on her feet already, and you're needed in the stadium. Take your pick." I tighten my lips, wondering what kind of sick game they're playing. All three women close in on me, making my muscles quiver with anticipation. With one punch, I could... "If you're thinking of escaping, don't," says the wardrobe mistress.
Fail to cooperate, and they'll flood this room with a sleeping agent and drag your unconscious carcass into the stadium.
Jumpsuit, I snap. As the other women unfasten my silver dress, I glance around the room for a weapon. The woman at the door points her remote at the wall and brings up an image of Prunella in a short dress made of sackcloth. Blood flows from gashes in her arms and legs and from a cut on her shaved head. What have they done to her? I whisper. Short hair was a good choice. The first woman sets aside the gown and holds the jumpsuit open at my feet. It helped her escape Scorpio more than once. I gulp. Scorpio? Another woman places a cup of water to my lips. Drink this. We can't have you croaking your way through the execution. The crowd wants big, lusty screams. I jerk back, and the woman huffs as though I'm the one being unreasonable. Someone grabs my hair, holding me in place. It's only water. Now drink. Throwing my weight back, I swing a high kick up at the huffing woman's wrist and kick the water out of her hand. It arcs through the air and lands on the wall screen. Her companion laughs and claps me on the back. I guess you don't need any help. Good luck with Scorpio. I step into the jumpsuit's legs, wondering if they were only just trying to help, but shake off that feeling as the wardrobe mistress pulls the garment over my hips and slides my arms through its openings at the top. They're getting people ready for their deaths. The only people they're helping are their noble overlords. Scorpio is the name of the exoskeleton. The wardrobe mistress rubs ashes on my bare arms while her colleague slips boots onto my feet. Only the strongest of guardians can wield black zirconium. What's that? I slip the suicide disc into the pocket of my jumpsuit. A form of metal. My eyes narrow. It's heavy, then? She chuckles and dusts gray powder on my face. No spoilers. I turn my gaze to the screen where Prunella still stands at the foot of the tree, holding out her palms. There's no sound, but her face is twisted with anguish, and she seems to be screaming at someone on the other side of the camera. I purse my lips. What kind of people would watch someone's last moments for entertainment? The wardrobe mistress tells me to raise my head so she can dust me with ashes. Sackcloth and ashes are supposed to be signs of repentance, but my only regret is the pain I caused Prince Kevon. I wait for the surge of guilt, for my heart to clench with misery. But whatever was in the effervescent paper and mint water has tamped my emotions. Even as a hulking man in shining black armor walks into the scene and the women around me gasp, I feel nothing except for determination that I will not fall at the hands of Scorpio. The camera cuts to Scorpio's broad back, where the armor takes the shape of a carapace of blinking lights that I suppose are cameras. He spread out his thick arms that end in pincers the size of Prunella's head. Shiny bands of black metal stretch across his rib cage and around to the front, imitating scorpion legs, and the armor notches into segments down the base of his spine, which ends in a segmented tail. He runs with mechanical steps over a landscape of dense roots that tangle and stretch over turquoise water. The trees attached to them grow at odd angles, and there isn't a scrap of land apart from what's created by the roots. He's going to end Prunella. The wardrobe mistress clasps her hands to her face and dirties her mask with gray powder. No. One of the women hides her face with her hands and peeps at the screen through parted fingers. I can't watch. I turn my gaze to the camera. Prunella was no friend. She killed an innocent girl, injured 8 contestants, and executed Gemini Pixel. But even she deserves a witness who isn't watching out of some sick sense of entertainment. A side shot of them appears on the screen. Scorpio wraps a claw around her neck and raises her to eye level. His tail lengthens and curls into a stinger the size of a large gourd. With one twist of his wrist, Prunella becomes limp. The trio of women exchange dissatisfied glances. That's it?
says the one who hid behind her hands. I thought Scorpio would pull her head off or, I don't know, do something spectacularly explosive. The third woman's eyes slide toward me, and the apples of her cheeks rise beneath her black mask. Maybe they're saving his best moves for the next victim. I shoot her a venomous look, and she darts her gaze toward the wall. A close-up of Prunella's face replays on the screen. She leans back, her eyes bulging and her nostrils flared. The corners of her lips curl down in a scream that exposes her top row of teeth, and her wide face curls into a mask of horror. She moves slower than usual, making me think that the producers want people to savor her death. I turn my gaze away and clench my teeth. One day, I hope Queen Damascena will know what it is to feel such terror. After a few repeats of Prunella's death, the camera cuts to a full-body shot of Byron Blake standing at the edge of a pool underneath another of those trees whose roots snake across the water. He wears green overalls that ride up to his chest with a lightweight jacket underneath and a hat in the same fabric. The wardrobe mistress bounces up and down on the balls of her feet. They're about to announce the next victim. Facing the door at the other end of the dressing room, I pull back my shoulders, straighten my spine, and curl my hands into fists. It's time. One of the women rears back. Who on earth is that? I turn to the screen. A pair of women in black masks drag a short blonde toward Byron. She struggles against their grip, keeping her head down. This new victim doesn't wear a sackcloth like Prunella did, or me, but a harvester uniform with a full apron. One of the women in black forces the harvester's head up, and aquamarine eyes stare into the camera within a face twisted with terror. It's Mom. Chapter 22. Shock barrels my gut. I stagger back and clutch myself around the middle. Mom! All three women turn from the screen and stare at me with wide eyes. That's your mother? Asks the wardrobe mistress. I thought she was just a harvester nobody sent in to get Scorpio in the mood. Byron addresses the camera, and the screen splits into halves. Mom's identification photo and personal details appear on the left. The volume is off, so I can't hear what he's saying. My heart pumps adrenaline and hatred through my veins. Mom has done nothing wrong. She won't last 10 minutes with Scorpio. I've got to leave. My hands curl into fists. Now. We can't control the external door, says the woman closest to the screen. The wardrobe mistress shrugs. Sorry. My rage mounts until blood pounds in my ears and the edges of my vision blur. I won't allow this. I won't stand and watch Mom die at the hands of these monsters. I won't amuse them with my anguish at watching Scorpio run Mom ragged and beat her to death. An idea jumps into my head. Earlier, the women warned me not to attempt an escape, or they would fill the room with a gas that would make me sleep. What if something the ambassador gave me contained an antidote to the drug? Sorry, I say to the wardrobe mistress. She tilts her head to the side. For what? I swing at her masked face with my left. She jumps back, but I surge forward with an uppercut to the cheekbone. It knocks her harder than expected. She stumbles toward the wall and crashes against the mirror. The next closest woman grabs my arm. Pivoting, I slam my fist into her ribs. Something cracks beneath my knuckles. She doubles over and screams. The third woman races at me with a 4-inch-long electroshocker crackling with power. I shove her colleague into her path. They both stiffen and hit the floor, just as a hissing sound fills the room. The wardrobe mistress groans and picks herself off the floor. What are you doing? I turn to the screen to find Byron addressing the camera. Mom drifts away in a boat in the background. The next shot is of Scorpio, who stands at the waterside, raising his pincers. The wardrobe mistress staggers toward me through the gas. You can't beat us into setting you free. Her steps falter, reminding me that I need to pretend to appear unconscious for my plan to work, even though strength courses through my veins. The whole point of attacking them was for someone to open that door. The wardrobe mistress's posture droops, her eyelids flutter, and she looks seconds away from falling asleep. Faking a yawn, I sway from side to side. You're lying, I slur my words. One of you must have a key. I fall to my knees and make a show of patting the pockets of the closest woman. Footsteps rush toward us from the direction of the external door. I fall toward the other two women, palm the electroshocker, and hope whoever is watching me believes the gas has rendered me unconscious. A mechanism turns in the door, letting in humid air, along with the sound of hurried footsteps. My pulse races, and I force every ounce of self-control into not charging. Report, says a distant voice. They appear unhurt, Your Majesty. And the girl? Asks the Queen. We're moving her to the waterfront. Byron can interview her while she waits her turn. Restrain her, if you must. The Queen chuckles. I'd love to watch her commentary of Scorpio tearing apart her family. I clench my teeth at the implication that Dad and the twins are also waiting somewhere in a cell like mine. As soon as I disable Scorpio and save Mom, I'll use this newfound strength on the Queen. The two newcomers walk to my sides and each grab an arm. They drag me over their fallen colleagues and out into a mossy landscape that reminds me of compost before it gets a chance to rot. The sound of running water is close, and I'm moving over soft, muddy ground. Deep, deliberate breaths fill my lungs, and I use every mental technique I learned from the Red Runners to counter the adrenaline seething through my veins. I can't attack these women until they take me to Byron Blake. After what feels like an eternity, I hear Byron's excited voice telling the audience in the viewing theater that Scorpio's armor won't allow him to float in water. But will Mrs. Calico's boat stay afloat for long enough to reach safety? He says with a chuckle. Let's find out, after we hear from her daughter. I take that as my cue to act. Using the momentum of the woman on the right, I kick at the feet of her colleague. She releases my left arm and stumbles into the moss. The second woman reaches for her baton, but I jam the electroshocker under her neck and press the button. Blue lightning erupts from its tip. She goes rigid and falls like a log. The amaze. Byron stands at the waterfront with his palms raised. Whatever you think you're doing, this isn't the answer. I advance on him with the shocker outstretched. Where's my mother? His gaze darts to my left. I spin around to find the first woman pulling herself off the ground. With one swift kick in the head, she falls onto her front and stops moving. The camera women scramble out of my way. I ignore them and continue toward Byron, who stumbles backward toward the water. Zia! He moves his forearms up and down in a motion that's more aggravating than calming. Please, don't do this. Take me to my mother. Byron's mouth drops open. But the rules state... I punch him hard in the face, and the sensation of cracking bones explodes under my knuckles. Byron's head snaps back. He falls onto his behind and clutches his nose. What would happen to your brain if I kept electrocuting you with this? He raises a palm. There's no need for violence. Byron's voice is thick with agony. I'll take you to her, but you'll need to use a glider. This is probably a trick. They'll give me a glider and cut its power while I'm moving over the water. But I nod anyway. Byron beckons me to one of the production assistants, who rushes behind the pop-up studio and pulls out an air glider, thicker and longer than the one they gave us in the Gloria National Park. She scurries forward, places it at my feet, and backs toward the studio. There. Byron gestures at the stream. Follow the water around the stadium, and you'll find your mother drifting away on a boat. I flick my head toward the board. Stand in front of the foot straps." His lips part, and all the color leaches from his face. "What?" My eyes narrow. He probably expected me to step on first, and one of the production assistants would program it to do something dangerous. I squeeze the trigger, and sparks of blue lightning erupt from the shocker's tip. Byron flinches. When I shake the electroshocker, a resigned look crosses his features, and he steps onto the glider's front half. I step behind him and slide my feet into the straps. It rises a foot off the ground and drifts 4 feet above the water. Emira's instructions floats to the top of my mind. Rising toes on the left foot makes the board descend, and the right makes it ascend. I finally get a chance to absorb my surroundings. We're in some kind of artificial swamp of trees that look like they're standing on multiple tangled stilts. Their leafy canopies form an arch over the water, and tiny lights on their trunks and branches blink on and off, which I guess are cameras. The trees also form pathways for water that runs more like a stream than a swamp. Birds sing, frogs croak, and cicadas chirp, but there's no sign of wildlife, except for Byron, who won't stop talking. "This is one of 4 stadiums built on the technology of the botanical gardens. It's my first time in the mangrove swamp, and also the first time I've been abducted by such a charming young lady," he says with a chuckle. "Byron," I snarl. "Yes, Miss Calico." "If I don't see my mother in the next 30 seconds, I'll kill you." His shoulders stiffen, and he points at something on the far left. "She's over there." "Where?" I press the electroshocker into his jaw. Byron shudders. "Please, don't hurt me. If you rise over the trees, we'll cut across the maze. They programmed her boat to sink around the time she reaches Scorpio." I raise the toes of my right foot, and the board soars through the canopy, scratching us as we pass the branches. It takes a bit of tilting from side to side to turn the glider where Byron directs, and I nearly lose him twice. Deep growling reverberates from somewhere down and to the left. "Over there, beneath that tree." Byron points at the waterfront. Scorpio is even bigger in real life than he appears on camera, and twice as monstrous. With his silver-crested helmet, Scorpio stands about 6.5 feet tall, with artificially inflated shoulders broader than General Ridgebacks. He tilts his head up to a tree, where Mom clings to a thick branch like a frightened kitten. The black armor on his back gleams in the artificial sunlight, and the fabric between its metallic plates ripples as he shakes the trunk. Byron's heart beats so hard that I feel its reverberations on my chest. "Don't attract his attention," he whispers. "Your mother is perfectly safe up that tree." "We're going to get her." I shift my weight to the left and turn the board in a wide circle over the water. "You can't," Byron hisses. "This glider can only support the weight of 2 adults. Add another, and the motor will fail." "Right then." I stretch out my arms for balance and tilt the board to the side. Byron screams and drops into the water with a massive splash. I glide up and around the tree and steel myself against Byron's screams for Scorpio to stay away. Roots crack beneath us, accompanied by the frantic gasps and the wet smacks of hands slapping a hard surface. Scorpio growls, something else cracks, and Byron falls silent. I focus my gaze on Mom. Wet blonde hair clings to her pale face, and her mouth is twisted with terror. Byron is another lost life on my conscience, but I can't think about that until my family is safe. Scorpio grunts, and his heavy, cracking footsteps approach us from below. Mom squeezes her eyes shut and whimpers. I drift close to the trunk. "Mom!" Her eyes bulge. "What are you doing here? Can you take my hand?" I stretch out an arm. She shakes her head. "You're not strong enough to hold my weight. If you can get away on that thing, save yourself." "It's all right." I drift as close to the tree as possible, and hope its leaves and branches don't catch on the glider's motor. They fed us well in the palace, and I've built up my strength. Trust me, I won't let you fall." Mom peers down at my board, nods, but doesn't release her branch. For the next few seconds, I coax her into stretching out an arm. Even when Scorpio's shaking and crashing against the tree shifts it back and forth by several feet. I finally get Mom to move her foot toward the board when Scorpio uproots the tree. "Zia!" Mom flies out of the branch in an arc and crashes into another tree. Her arms thrash at the branches, but she lands on her back into a tangle of roots. "Mom!" I shift my weight to the right and charge toward her. Several feet below, Scorpio stomps over the roots, cracking them with each step. His panting breaths fill the air as we race to reach her first. Buzzing reaches my ears, and my muscles stiffen. It sounds like Jimson wasps. Something white creeps into the edge of my vision, and metallic talons scratch at my back. I twist around. A drone swipes at my face with robotic arms and nearly catches my eye. I swing a punch at the contraption and knock it out of the sky. The drone swoops down over the water, but another rises up through the trees. Scorpio reaches Mom first. His massive body covers hers, and I can't tell what he's doing to her. I charge down and thrash at the drones, clawing and swiping at my arms and legs and back. They're a distraction. Mom can't get hurt. She can't die. Scorpio raises Mom off the roots with his pincer and throws her back onto the roots. She rolls into the water, drifts downstream, but gets caught up in more undergrowth. I glower at his broad back, where colored lights flash on and off at the seam between his arachnid exoskeleton and silver helmet. "Get away from my mother!" I scream. The monster ignores me and lumbers toward Mom. I charge down on the glider with the electroshocker outstretched. Blue lightning sparks from its tip, and I point it at the metal crest of Scorpio's helmet. His roar rings through my eardrums and makes the fine hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Scorpio lashes out and elbows me on the side of my head, turning my vision white. I surge upward, not knowing if I've made his armor malfunction. I don't care. I don't wait around to see if he'll fall or regroup. Scorpio's armor whirs and clicks. He stands so still that I wonder if he's also some kind of drone. Now that I've disabled him, I can search for Mom. She isn't in the roots where I last saw her. My gaze sweeps upstream, where the water turns a sharp bend. She's not there either. My pulse thunders in my ears, and I glance from left to right along the roots. Some resemble cages of tall stilts, and others are so thick and tangled that they make a walkway. "Where are you?" I try to keep the tremble out of my voice. If she's hiding behind the tree, she would answer. "Mom!" The current could have dragged her into the undergrowth of any one of those plants. With her beige harvester uniform darkened with the water, I'm not sure I'll find her. Scorpio grunts and stomps away from the water and into the thick growth of mangroves. I bite down on my lip and soar over the canopy. Someone probably told him Mom's location and he's taking a shortcut. I've got to get there before him. "Mom?" She doesn't reply. Anxiety twists my stomach into knots. Whatever Ambassador Pascal gave me is either wearing off, or he didn't account for the horror of losing one's mother. A drone swoops overhead and swipes at my face, and another slashes me across the back with a metallic claw. With a scream, I arch my spine and snatch one of them out of the air. I glide from side to side, but the second drone continues attacking from the rear. No matter how many times I swing at the thing, it always ducks out of reach. This is another distraction. They want Scorpio to reach Mom first. When I glance down through the canopy, Scorpio is gone. Mom's shriek pierces the air, and my heart soars. I command the board to rise, fly over the trees, and cut across the bend. A figure floats, with her upper body slumped on a thick log that's racing down toward a waterfall. Mom! As I cross the canopy, I find Scorpio running ahead along the bed of roots. I swoop down toward him. Hey! I shout. Without breaking a stride, he turns his head. The visor covering the upper part of his face is too dark for anyone to see his eyes or machinery, confirming my suspicion that he's a drone. I hurl the drone at his helmet. Eat this! Scorpio snatches it out of the air and growls. I dart to the left and hover inches above the water. He grabs the second drone and smashes them together. The thunder of the waterfall fills my ears, and my heart thrashes against my ribcage. Mom's log speeds toward the precipice. She breaks away from it and swims against the current, but the water accelerates and carries her away. As I surge 12 inches above the water, her head disappears beneath the surface. Mom stretches out her arm. I crouch on the glider, plunge my hand into the freezing water, and pull her up by the wrist. Our combined weight tilts the board to the left. Once I position her at my front, the glider steadies, and I turn us back toward the trees. Scorpio stands on a bed of roots with his head tilted toward us. Mom shivers, and I wrap my arms around her shoulders. I'm so sorry, I murmur into her hair. It's them, not you. Mom finally raises her head. My throat dries. This is the first time she's ever spoken out against anyone. Even after Mr. Wintergreen's death, she said that systems couldn't always stamp out evil, and that bad people existed in every society. They're listening, I whisper. They've already taken us from our homes, threatened our lives, and thrown me at the mercy of that monster, she says. I used to think if a person kept to the laws and contributed to the society, they could live peacefully in Fangloria. But that's not true. I hum my agreement. The princess trials are only meant for one echelon. Bitterness laces Mom's voice. All the recruitment and challenges you all faced was Montana giving the nation false hope. Not just Montana, I mutter. We drift over the water and away from Scorpio. Even if I had been a regular harvester girl like Emera or Pharrell, the queen would have unearthed a reason why I couldn't marry Prince Kevon. Another drone rises from within the trees but doesn't attack, making my muscles tense in anticipation. They've had enough time to bring in reinforcements, so why are they just watching us? In the Detroit Depression Challenge, they came at us with a cassowary, locusts, and acid rain. Scorpio follows us along the roots at a steady jog. Where they become too thin to support his weight, he disappears into the undergrowth. When we cross a patch of roots that sprawl over the water, he doesn't reappear, but the hum of machinery beneath our feet sputters. Mom stiffens. What's that? I drift down toward the water's surface. The glider's going to fail. What if that man returns? I press the electroshocker into Mom's palm and arrange her fingers around the trigger. Protect yourself with this. Sia, no. I have an idea. We drift closer to the roots, and the engine continues to make gentle explosions. Let's find the exit. Mom turns her head from side to side, seeming to take in the scenery. The trees are a lush green we don't get to see outside the crop fields. Where the artificial light hits the canopy, its leaves appear golden. The water, which has now calmed, is a transparent turquoise that reflects the tall roots. Are we in the botanical gardens? She asks. Somewhere far more sinister, I reply. There's no sign of Scorpio between the trees. He has either run out of power or has been recalled. I steer the glider to a carpet of roots, help Mom off the board, and step down. The glider's engine stills, but I tuck the board under my arm anyway. It's long and thick enough to serve as a shield or a weapon against whatever decides to attack. As we continue on foot through this endless forest of mangroves, Mom peers up at me through her lashes, but doesn't speak. A dull ache forms in my ribs, along with the ghost of a pounding headache. If I don't find a way out of this stadium soon, the drugs will wear off and render me as helpless as Prunella Broadleaf. Dappled light streams down through the thick canopy of green leaves, and the cameras embedded in the trunk blink on and off. My throat spasms. Nothing has attacked us for several moments, which means they're either going to leave us here to starve or drown, or they're working up to something big. When I spot Mom glancing at me for what feels like the 10th time, I ask, "What's wrong?" "Are you sure? The prince loves you," she murmurs. "Why do you ask? How could he let something like this happen?" Her brow wrinkles into a frown. First the guards, and then the abductions, and now this. What kind of leader can't protect the woman he supposedly loves? "It's complicated," I say with a sigh. "Your father. It was different for you when you were marrying Dad. Grandma didn't wield 1% of Queen Damascena's power, and she was actually sane." Mom purses her lips, but I ignore the disapproval. Some habits are hard to break, but even she can't deny that this is the most deranged method of rejecting a daughter-in-law. The lights turn off, encasing us in the dark. My senses become alert. I knew they would do something. "Zia," Mom grabs my arm. "Stay behind me." A tight fist clenches at my chest. She can't protect me from what's coming. "We've got to get in the water," I whisper. "Why?" "If Scorpio has heat-seeking goggles, we can escape him by lowering our body temperatures." Mom inhales a sharp breath, presumably to ask how I would know this, but I speak first. "We don't have time." She grabs my hand, and I grope my way down through the trees and to the water's edge. It's cold, but this could be our only means of escape. We link arms and cling onto the roots. I keep the board tucked under one shoulder, and Mom accidentally grazes the shocker's trigger and sets off a tiny spark. It's not enough to attract anyone's attention, I hope. Leaves rustle overhead, along with the whir of drone propellers. I slow my breathing and focus. Focus on the sounds beyond the drone, and the trees, and the stream. Focus on the cold seeping into my heart. Focus on the approaching snap, snap, snap of distant roots. "He's coming," Mom whispers. I gulp. Scorpio sounds less than 20 feet away. His growl rolls through my ears, making my heart rate spike, but an idea shoots into my brain. I remove the board from under my arm and hold it inches above the water. "Put the electroshocker in your mouth and grab my wrist," I whisper to Mom. "What?" "My glider can float." I inject my voice with confidence. If I'm wrong, we'll drift for a few feet and get tangled in the roots. "Zia," Mom says from between chattering teeth. Scorpio growls again, only this time he sounds like he's an arm's length away. I raise my head and meet the flashing lights of his collar. Mom grabs my wrist just as Scorpio's arm smashes the roots. I wrap my fingers around Mom's arm and launch myself away from the roots and into the current. Scorpio roars and enters the water with a huge splash. I move our joined hands to the board. Mom releases me, grasps the board, and we both float forward. Our frantic breaths drown out everything except the pulse hammering in my eardrums. Cold water pummels us from both sides, jerks us up and down, but nothing can stop us. "I can't hear him." Mom's voice mingles with her gasps. "His armor is made of some kind of metal," I say between gasping breaths. "He must have sunk." Several minutes pass. We continue through the cold water, around the stream's bends and twists, until I've worked through the painkillers, the strength enhancers, and the mind-altering drugs. Now I'm just as wretched and racked with pain as I felt when I awoke. Worse, because Mom's silent sobs tear through the fibers of my soul. I've never seen or heard her cry,
and I want to lash out at everyone, starting with myself. What on earth was I thinking when I agreed to this mission? What on earth possessed me to believe that there would be no repercussions on my family? Dim lights shine from the distance, making it look like the first rays of sunlight peeking out from the horizon. We drift through a narrow stretch of water flanked by spindly trees, with trunks that grow straight out of the water and create no walkways of roots. They're so densely packed and form an impenetrable canopy over the water that we have no choice but to drift through them. Whoever is viewing us is probably bored by now, and something else is about to happen. "Has the challenge finished?" Mom whispers. My brows furrow, and words dwindle in my throat. They probably didn't show her Prunella's execution. My legs drift uselessly in the water as I focus on a less alarming way of presenting the truth. "I think they're escalating." "Oh." The resignation in her voice is like a blunt knife to the heart. As we travel around another bend, a dark figure stands at the edge of the water, backlit by the dim light. A dark figure with a scorpion tail. "Is that him?" Mom's voice shakes. The current pushes us to the left, giving me an inkling of hope. If we stay in the middle of the water, the stream will bend again, and he won't reach us. "But we're headed straight for him," she replies. Before I can explain, a motor roars to life, and Scorpio rushes toward us. Mom makes a whimpering sound in the back of her throat. "He's on a glider," I snarl. They've evened things out, and now he can follow us anywhere. The current changes direction and pushes us toward Scorpio, who swoops down and plucks us both out of the water with his claws. I pull at his fingers, punch at his arms, but it's like trying to fight a vehicle. Scorpio floats to the bank and throws me aside. I roll over a mass of hard roots and crash face first into a tree. Pain explodes across my skull. My pulse thrashes in my ears, and white spots appear before my eyes. I push myself off the trunk and scramble on my hands and knees toward Mom. His low, satisfied hum rumbles through my eardrums. Scorpio kneels over Mom and traps her forearms in his pincers. The artificial sunrise illuminates the exoskeleton of his broad back, making him appear monstrous. Mom clicks the shocker over and over, sending out bursts of blue sparks, but the power doesn't reach his armor. I stumble to my feet and stagger toward Scorpio, whose tail lengthens and curls toward Mom. Droplets of liquid glisten off the tip of his stinger, looking like he's going to kill her with poison. Panic lances through my chest. I leap onto Scorpio's back, snatch the stinger, and plunge it into the gaps between his exoskeleton. He throws his head back and roars. Scorpio falls onto Mom and convulses. Mom screams and thrashes underneath him. I roll onto the roots, snatch the electroshocker from Mom's fingers, and shove it into Scorpio's neck. Power erupts from its tip, and Scorpio stiffens. With a final, pained breath, he falls onto Mom. "Zia," she whispers. "Are you all right?" I drop to my knees, wrap my hands around his pincers, and heave them out of the ground. Mom makes a pained moan and wriggles underneath the monster's weight. My muscles strain as I roll Scorpio onto his side, and she pulls herself free. The lights turn on, and Scorpio makes a whirring sound, followed by clinks and clanks. I scramble to my feet and pull Mom to my chest. "Is it over?" she sobs. The answer is no. There will be another Scorpio, another stadium, another way to torture my family and me. Please, don't ask. Mom turns around and screams. I grab her shoulders. "Are you hurt?" She bursts into racking sobs and falls onto her knees. Dread fills my belly, and I turn to see if someone has entered the stadium. But all I find are pieces of Scorpio's dismantled helmet. Scorpio isn't a drone. Scorpio
is Dad.
Chapter 23. I drop down to my knees, a scream tearing from my lips. Dad stares lifelessly at the artificial lights.
Lom.
Mom places her hands on his chest and repeats his name over and over. A wave of cold shock spreads numbness across my chest, and my ears ring with accusation. I killed Dad. I killed Dad, thinking he was Scorpio. I killed Dad, even though I should have remembered Queen Damascena had promised my family a messy death. I slump, and my gaze tunnels to the scene of Mom cupping Dad's head in her small hands and sobbing like someone is plunging sword after sword into her gut. This doesn't feel real. It's just like the fake montage of Ingrid fighting the hijackers at Berta's side, or the footage of Lady Cersei dragging the naked girl from the hospital room. At any moment, Mouse and Ambassador Pascal will step out from behind the trees and offer me Dad's life in exchange for telling their cameras that I'm an April Fool. Then they'll double up and laugh at my reactions and promise that everyone will love my performance in the Armstrad Republic. But nobody comes. Nobody moves. Not Dad, who I just killed. Not Mom, who now sobs on his chest. And not the guards, who have just appeared on the edges of my vision. Dad isn't coming back to life, because I killed him. Mocking applause echoes through the empty chambers of my mind, a slow hand clapping that increases in volume with each approaching step.
Well done.
Her voice is cold and distant. It must be Queen Damascena coming to gloat. It's not enough for her to make me kill my own father. She has to explain in excruciating detail how my acts of defiance have led to this very moment. Whatever she says next bounces off my wall of numbness. I can't keep my eyes off Mom and Dad. Rough hands pull me to my feet, and a large gloved hand turns my head toward the Queen. My gaze rotates to Mom, who clings on to Dad's abnormally broad shoulders. I can't stop looking, not even when the Queen slaps me hard across the face, not even when her fist slams into my gut. Nothing can reach me, not even when Mom turns around and screams at them to stop. A needle pierces my neck, and everything goes black. I'm lying on my side on a smooth surface that won't stop vibrating. It feels like the faint rumbling of an electric motor. I groan in the back of my throat. They're moving me somewhere else. A booted foot turns me on my back and gives me a sharp kick in the ribs. Flinching, I open my eyes and stare, not at light streaming through ventilation holes, but at chandeliers. Memories rush to my consciousness like a sandstorm. I suck in a breath, waiting for the deluge of grief. Nothing happens. I exhale, push myself up to my elbows, and stare at the metal back doors of Queen Damascena's mobile dressing room.
Accurate as ever,
the Queen says from behind.
She awoke just in time.
Thank you, Your Majesty, a female voice simpers. I scramble onto my hands and knees and back toward the door. Queen Damascena and Dr. Ridgeback sit on adjacent leather armchairs, each holding a glass of champagne. On the left, the doctor wears her usual white coat with her ash-blonde hair tied back. Apart from her coloring, I can't see anything of Berta in her cold features. The Queen wears a pink jacket with a high collar that zips up at the front and matching pants that flare out at the knees. Her blonde hair lies flat against the sides of her cruel face and curls inward at the ends. I can't imagine how she finds time to stay elegant in between acts of unimaginable inhumanity. What have you done? I place a hand over the needle mark on my neck. The first shot was a sedative, and the second, a suppressant for those who need to persevere
through times of stress," says the doctor. "It will wear off in 3 hours." "Why?" I rasp. Queen Damascena places her champagne glass on the side table and picks up another. "So you can make a coherent confession." My gaze darts around the mobile dressing room. It's just closets down the right side, and on the left, a vast table of uneaten snacks. Lady Cersei isn't here, and neither is the blonde servant from before. What did they do with Mom and the twins? "Where's my—" The Queen stamps her foot and sharpens my focus back onto her. "Listen to me, Zia Mays Calico. The life of your mother and twin brothers are in my hands. If you wish to save them, you will listen to me." My throat spasms, but I think it's some sort of muscle memory reaction to a threat. A comment like this should generate a wave of fear or fury, but I feel absolutely nothing. It's not the same numb shock as before, or the determination I felt from the ambassador's drugs. This is an emotionless void. For the next few moments, Queen Damascena stares down at me with rapt attention, her fingers steepled in front of her mouth. It's as though she's savoring the sight of me cowering on the floor of her van, having lost my home, my father, my fiancé, my freedom, and possibly my family. I hold her gaze and wonder why the Queen needs to go to such despicable lengths when she has everything. But she doesn't. King Arius preferred someone else, and likely only married her as a bargain to stay close to Lady Cersei. Her son wants to confine her to the home of a father she loathes, and the Chamber of Ministers treated her like a joke the moment she lost her power. Queen Damascena can't command any respect without threats and murder. I know it, she knows it, and everyone in power knows it. She exhales a satisfied breath and relaxes into her seat. "Your entire family is back in the stadium, waiting for a technician to repair Scorpio's extensive damage." A breath catches in the back of my throat. "Dad's alive?" Queen Damascena raises a brow but doesn't reply. The wretched woman is trying to draw out the suspense. I hold her gaze, not reacting until her superior expression fades. "Scorpio is the name of the machinery," she says. "How many fathers have you killed now?" Dr. Ridgeback forces a laugh. 3. The third is Mr. Wintergreen. Somewhere, deep within the recesses of my mind, my heart sinks. While Mom wouldn't hold a 9-year-old responsible for failing to rescue an adult, these two supposed mothers used that event as a weapon. The Queen smirks. "By the way, your mother cries like a constipated cow." My jaw clenches, and I curl my fists, but there's no surge of anger. At least Mom has emotions. Mom never had to bargain for a husband, and she actually loves her children, unlike this monster. "What do you want?" I ask. "Your confession." She draws her head back and stares at me through narrowed eyes. "I want you to appear on camera and tell Fangloria how you joined the princess trials to stage a revolution, seduced my son into wasting precious water on your greedy echelon, poisoned King Arius, and ordered your Red Runner comrade to assassinate my son." "What?" "It's the truth." Queen Damascena sips her champagne and smirks. "If you don't, the next Scorpio will kill the rest of your family." My shoulders slump. I can't let Mom and the twins go through any more torment. "What happens to them if I say those things you want?" "They'll live a life of obscurity in the barrens, where they belong," replies the Queen. "How do I know you won't kill them?" I ask. Her smile widens. "You don't." I clench my teeth and fill my lungs with air. She won't even let me feel the unfairness of my predicament. This is what the nobles have wanted all along, An army of uncomplaining harvesters slaving on the barest of rations for their benefit. We're not even human to these monsters, and Queen Damascena resents me for capturing the heart of her son. All right, I croak. Splendid. The Queen claps her hands together. Lady-at-Arms, help Miss Calico into her old harvester uniform. Dr. Ridgeback rises, her cold gray eyes promising a lifetime of torment. When the suppressant wears off, you'll feel a fraction of the anguish you caused me when you killed my daughter. Is there any point in denying what these women know to be true? Queen Damascena has footage of Ingrid promising Berta the position of Lady-at-Arms in exchange for my death. Berta left the vehicle and drowned in the very chamber where I bled from the dagger she plunged into my back. The only reason I'm not in trouble for Berta's death is because Queen Damascena has already framed me for regicide. Berta tried to kill me, I say. That one is full of excuses. The Queen reaches for a side table, picks up her computer tablet, and taps the screen. She acts as though the life of a harvester is of equal value to that of poor Alberta. I can't even feel the sting of her words. Where's Lady Circe? Queen Damascena gazes at her outstretched fingers and yawns. Her services are no longer required. You killed her too? She snorts. I wait for her to elaborate, but she continues drinking her champagne. Dr. Ridgeback shoves a box in my hands that contains my harvester uniform, complete with the tomato-stained apron. Unfortunately, they've taken away my poisoned darts. The doctor walks around to my back, pulls down the zip of my jumpsuit, and channels her resentment into yanking the fabric off my shoulders. I step away from her and clutch the box to my chest. I can dress myself. Dr. Ridgeback glances at Queen Damascena for approval before returning to the leather armchair and picking up the champagne. I lean my back against a closet door and ease my arms out of the jumpsuit. Both women watch me in silence, as though there's nothing to entertain them on Netface. Something hums on the table next to the Queen. It's a printer, spitting out card after card of words. Holding the edges of the jumpsuit to my underarms, I pull out my harvester tunic and ease it over my head and shoulders without revealing an inch of my underwear. The entire process of dressing takes 3 times longer than usual. When I've finished, the Queen orders me to braid my hair into pigtails. Later, she throws the cards across the floor and leans back into her seat. Memorize these phrases. What are they for? I pick them up. Your confession will be live. You only have 1 chance to get the words right. She leans forward, catches a card coming out of a printer, and flings it across the van. The card lands on my chest, and I grimace at its contents. Do I have to say these things about Prince Kevon to the whole of Fangloria? My son needs to understand that harvesters are trained coyotes that always bite their masters. She waves a dismissive hand. Sure, they'll lick your fingers, perform their duties, and sleep at the foot of your bed, but 1 moment of inaction, and they'll attack like wolves. Is that what you believe? I ask. Queen Damascena rolls her eyes and holds up her tablet. Do you need a demonstration? No. She probably has a band of coyotes in that stadium, ready to prove her point at the expense of my family. I shuffle the cards, reading their hateful contents. I'll say exactly what you want. The van stops, and the Queen makes me practice my confession until she's satisfied with my words. I now understand why she ordered Dr. Ridgeback to inject me with an emotion suppressant. There's enough truth in my claims to convince Prince Kevon that I really did set out to murder him and take his throne, and enough dangerous lies to make me crumple to the floor and weep. Queen Damascena flicks her wrist, ordering Dr. Ridgeback to stand. The other woman walks to the van's door and turns the handle, letting in the morning sun. I squint into the light, not knowing how much time has passed since I killed Dad, if the rest of my family is still alive, or if my words will turn them into the most despised people in Fangloria. The Queen shoos me out of the van, and I step out into the front of the Royal Hospital. A breath catches in the back of my throat, and I turn to the excited Queen. Why am I making my confession here? My son is convalescing from his heart attack, brought on by the shock of your betrayal. She loops her arm through mine. You're going to convince him that everything I uncovered was true. Queen Damascena marches me through the hospital's automatic doors and into a cool, vast lobby shaped like a dome sliced in half. 30 feet from the entrance, climbing plants grow from tall flower beds that surround the reception area, and escalators on both sides of the reception carry hospital staff up to a mezzanine. The top of the half-dome consists of transparent, triangular windows that let in the sun, but not the heat. The area beneath the mezzanine is sectioned into large booths, where nobles sit, with white-coated professionals for hairstyling, nail maintenance, and electrically charged facial treatments I can't even begin to describe. As we pass the escalators, nobles incline their heads and murmur greetings to the Queen, but nobody stops to crowd her. I wonder if that's because the hospital only caters for the top tiers of their echelon. That suppressant must be wearing off, but the thought of saying those terrible things to Prince Kevon makes my stomach clench and churn. Queen Damascena glances down at my rumbling belly and sniffs. If you're hungry, you should have eaten in the van. There's no answer to a comment like that. Instead, I stare straight ahead at Dr. Ridgeback, who stops at an elevator manned by guards in white. They bow and step aside to let us in. As soon as the elevator doors shut, Queen Damascena releases me with a hard shove and brushes imaginary dust off her arm. Sweat gathers on my brow. My stomach clenches in time with the palpitations of my heart, making sharp pains shoot through my insides. Sweat beads on my brow, and my fingers tremble. I lean forward and clutch my belly. Why can't I say these things to the camera? What difference does it make? In an hour, you'll never see him again. Her violet eyes rove my face with a moue of disgust. Then she turns to the doctor. What's wrong with her? I thought you said the suppressant would stop the crocodile tears. The doctor frowns. I gave her the maximum tolerated dose, Your Majesty. The Queen's mouth goes slack, and she stares at her new lady-at-arms as though she can't believe anyone could be so merciful. Dr. Ridgeback reaches into her bag and pulls out a hypodermic needle. Forcing myself to straighten, I raise both hands. Please, I'll say what you want. Just don't give me any more of that drug. The doctor glances at the Queen for permission, who smiles and waves her away. When the elevator doors open, Queen Damascena steps out into a hallway lined with armed guards. I wait for Dr. Ridgeback to exit, not wanting her and her hypodermic needle at my back. I should press the button on the steel wall and command the elevator to return me to the ground floor. But Dad's unseeing eyes fill my mind. I've already learned the painful lesson of disobeying the Queen. Instead, I walk through the cordon of guards and wonder if this hospital room will become Prince Kevon's prison. With the Chamber of Ministers believing that he has proposed marriage to a rebel and an assassin, I can't see anyone coming to his rescue. 2 female guards at the front, wearing black masks underneath their helmets, step aside to let us into his room. I take 2 steps inside and gape. The room isn't as spacious as the one Prince Kevon occupied after Vitalot stabbed him, but floor-to-ceiling windows on the left offer a far-reaching view of the oasis, including King Arius's giant solar trees. 8 noble girls sit in silence at his bedside. I don't recognize any of them, except for the short-haired girl whose chair is next to the footboard. I look away from Ingrid and rest my gaze to the top of the bed, where a paler-than-usual Prince Kevon reclines on propped-up pillows, with long needles stuck into his chest. I swallow hard, wondering if this is his treatment or his torture. "Leave us," says Queen Damascena. They rise and walk out into the hallway, each curtsying as they pass the Queen. As Ingrid pauses at our sides, she shoots me a look that says everything. I should have listened to her. I should have accepted her offer. I should have known my place. I turn my gaze back to Prince Kevon, whose chest barely rises and falls with his breaths. If I had formed an alliance with Ingrid, Mom, Dad, and the twins would be safe, but I would have opened up Fangloria to the control of her father and the Chamber of Ministers. Dr. Ridgeback walks around his bed, extracts a syringe from a cabinet recessed into the wall, and injects its contents into Prince Kevon's neck. "He'll be awake in a few moments, Your Majesty." The Queen turns to open the door. "Prepare the room." The women in black step inside and move all but one of the chairs to the walls. One of them forces me to sit at Prince Kevon's bedside, and another stands at the foot of the bed and taps on a computer. "Cameras are in place, Your Highness," she says. I don't bother to look around for hidden cameras. Instead, I focus on the vital signs flashing on the wall screen. "He's waking." Dr. Ridgeback walks around the bed and scurries toward the exit. Queen Damascena and her henchwomen stream out of the room, leaving me alone with Prince Kevon, whose eyes remain closed. I drop my gaze to his hand and resist the urge to touch him. After saying the words I memorized on those cards, I doubt he'll want to see me again. Shallow breaths ease in and out of my nostrils, barely filling my lungs. Dad is dead because I delivered the lethal blow. Mom and the twins are still in the stadium, awaiting their turn with the new Scorpio. Prince Kevon is in this medical prison with artificial fibers in his heart that can cause him pain or death at the click of a button. I lick my lips. The only way to save everyone is to destroy what's left of Prince Kevon's love. "Zia," he croaks. My gaze snaps up to his face. "You're awake." He reaches out his hand. I fold my arms across my chest and turn my gaze at his increasing vital signs. "What happened?" he asks. "Why are you dressed like that?" I'm returning to Ragosa. "If it's because of my mother." "It's not her." I exhale the tightness in my chest in a long breath. All those things she said about me are true. I told Vitalot to find a way to kill you. When that didn't work, I decided I could try again after the birth of our first child, so I could become the regent. Prince Kevon draws his brows together and stares at me, as though I've just said the words in another language and he's trying to translate them before responding. I drop my gaze to the needles sticking out from under his collarbones, only noticing now the tiny threads that stretch up to a headboard that extends across the ceiling. Silence draws out, and I realize that I've only mentioned 2 of the items on the Queen's list. She will use any deviations from her orders as an excuse for punishment. I'm about to speak when he says, "You're saying that because I couldn't keep you safe." "It's the truth," I reply. My reason for joining the princess trials was to infiltrate the palace and find a way for rebels to slaughter the royals. When I talked about wanting to help someone lead the country, I was referring to Rice Wintergreen. "What?" he whispers. "I've wanted to be close to him ever since your father killed his father." Prince Kevon winces. The tightness in my chest returns, as do the cramping pains in my stomach. If this continues for much longer, it will be me who needs the hospital bed. I'm sure Queen Damascena wanted me to weave these sentences into a conversation, but I blurt them out in a list. I'm grateful for our extra water rations, but I can't continue this lie. You're clingy, and you never listen. You bought my affection with your wealth, but even that wasn't enough to tolerate you. You weren't enough.
Prince Kevon's face turns hard as stone.
Why are you saying these things?
I glance down at my clasped hands. The Queen has finally given me permission to leave the princess trials.
She'll hurt you and your family if you leave my protection.
I'm giving her what she wants. I recite even more of the Queen's words. The chance for a happy life with a girl who doesn't resent you.
You...
He pauses.
You resented me?
The tightness around my chest loosens. I can't tell if it's because I'm nearly at the end of my list and he's finally accepting my words, or because my heart has shriveled and there's nothing left to squeeze. I grew up never having enough to eat or drink. How do you think I would feel to see people living like gods in the oasis?
Zia.
He leans toward me, lighting up the threads that link his needles to the ceiling, and flops back onto the pillows. I draw in a sharp breath through my nostrils, suppress my shock, and raise a palm. Will you stop being so persistent and needy? Prince Kevon flinches. The pain in his eyes tells me he has heard these words before, most likely from Queen Damascena. A muscle in his jaw clenches.
It would seem I'm doomed to love women incapable of loving me back.
That's not true. A sharp pain lances through my insides, but I clamp my lips shut. Queen Damascena should be satisfied that I have said everything she wanted. All that's left are my parting words. I break the tomato necklace off my neck, slide the ring off my finger, and place them onto his lap. Goodbye, Prince Kevon. Spending time with you was harder than working the fields on a hot day. I hope you don't take back the water rations I worked so hard to attain.
Get out,
he snarls. My legs shake as I rise from my seat. Prince Kevon bows his head and closes his eyes. It's better this way, because he won't see me waver. Without me at his side, the Chamber of Ministers might treat him with more respect when he takes the throne. Clutching my insides as though they might fall out, I walk across the hospital room to the exit. The only thing keeping me from falling on the floor and begging for his forgiveness is the drug suppressing my emotions. I've never been so cruel. Just as I reach for the door, it flies open, making me stagger back. General Ridgeback's huge body fills the doorway.
Zia Mays Calico, you are under arrest for treason.
Chapter 24. I stagger back into Prince Kevon's hospital room, my breaths turning shallow. General Ridgeback grabs my tunic and yanks me into the hallway. Queen Damascena and Dr. Ridgeback stand behind him, each staring at me with satisfied smirks.
Stop,
Prince Kevon shouts from his bed. At his words, the Queen's face splits into a wide grin. Of course, she relishes the power she wields over her son. It was her who decided on the implant that now controls Prince Kevon's heart. The general clamps a massive arm around my bicep and marches me down the hallway, where the guards stand at the walls and sneer. Behind us, a body thuds to the floor, and overhead speakers ring with an alarm. Every single guard stops looking at me and rushes into Prince Kevon's room. Worry ties my stomach into knots. I twist around, only to see the backs of the guards. What if he's injured? What if he's ruptured his heart? I slap at the general's padded arm. Prince Kevon
will be fine, now that you're no longer trying to kill him,
he growls. No. I stiffen my legs, throw my weight back, dig my heels into the smooth floor. Anything to stay and check that Prince Kevon is all right. But the general drags me down the hallway and stops at the elevator,
Let go, I snarled through clenched teeth. I'm innocent. Everyone heard your confession.
He jams a thick finger at the call button. The effort of struggling against him makes sweat break out across my brow. I curse Carolina and Rice for not teaching me how to defend myself against a larger opponent. I can't let him take me away. Without Prince Kevon's pendant and ring, I would be lost within the oasis or beyond. With my free hand, I reach up at the General's Armstrad ear cuff and pull. It's not like an earring, as I originally thought, but seems to connect with the skull. General Ridgeback releases me with a roar and backhands me across the face. The blow hits like a stagecoach and spins me down the hallway until my head smacks into the wall. I crumple to my hands and knees and crawl toward the hospital room. The alarm stops, and guards stream out through Prince Kevon's door. Scum! The general hooks his hand under the neckband of my tunic, hauls me to my feet, and shoves me toward the open elevator door.
My daughter was a disappointment, but she was still worth 10 of you.
One foot stumbles over the other, but I right myself before I fall and slam my elbow into his gut. It knocks him back a tiny step, but he wraps a hand around my neck and shoves me into the wall. All the air leaves my lungs in a pained cry.
Wait.
Queen Damascena's voice rings through the hallway. General Ridgeback drops his free hand and stands to attention.
Your Majesty.
I claw at the hand around my neck, still pinning me to the wall. As much as I despise the Queen and want to plunge an electroshocker in her face, my shoulders sag with relief. Breathing hard to calm my senses, I snap my gaze back to the General's ear cuff, the exposed skin of his neck, his groin. The next time he attacks, I'm fighting dirty. Queen Damascena stalks toward us, a grinning apparition in watermelon pink. The hallway's fluorescent lights make the ends of her blonde hair shine like the sun reflecting off corn silk, but it's nothing compared to her radiant smile. I tighten my muscles, school my expression, and brace myself for the worst.
Zia May's calico, she purrs. Ambassador Pascal was wrong to call you the bucking bronco. You're a cat with 9 lives.
Cramps of anxiety ripple through my insides, and I swallow back a groan. I've lost count of the number of assassination attempts, and I have no idea what the Queen is planning.
Release her, General.
He tightens his grip around my neck.
Your Majesty? Miss Calico is free to go back to her region.
I turn completely still, and my mouth drops open. If this is another trick...
But she confessed to treason and regicide,
says the General. Queen Damascena's violet eyes sparkle with delight.
My son absolved her with his first and final pardon as Fangloria's regent.
Final? I whisper. She tips her head back and chuckles. It's a throaty sound that makes me want to hurl. Her hand falls onto her chest and the laugh deepens. At any moment, I feel she's going to plunge a knife in my pounding heart. Out of the corner of my eye, I see every face turn to us, but I can't stop watching this woman revel in madness. Eventually, Queen Damascena pulls her head back and exhales a long sigh.
Kevon abdicated, and now I'm the regent.
She leans toward me and whispers, You have 24 hours to leave the oasis before I grant General Ridgeback a sabbatical. The general releases my neck, stamps his foot on the ground, and bows.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Implications hit me with a hard slap. Prince Kevon traded his throne for my freedom. Queen Damascena is now the absolute ruler of Fangloria.
I have less than a day left to escape before General Ridgeback hunts me down in revenge for killing Berta. I hurry back toward the hospital room, but the guards around the wall step into my path. "He doesn't want to see you." The glee in Queen Damascena's voice grates on my nerves. "In fact, he's eager to restart the princess trials with candidates vetted for quality and good breeding." I turn back to find the general standing in my path and staring at me as though I'm a fresh slice of steak. "What about my family?" I ask. "You're all free to return to your hovel," she smirks. "What's left of it?" Keeping my gaze on the Queen, I edge around the general's body toward the elevator and grope at the wall panel until my finger presses the call button. Jagged pains stab through my belly, and the first signs of panic bleed through the emotion suppressant's wall of calm. I've got to find the stadium, retrieve my family, and leave the oasis before the general can start his hunt. The elevator doors open. I step inside. General Ridgeback moves forward, and I hold my breath. He plans on following me around until the end of the 24 hours. Queen Damascena places a hand on his arm. "Any serving officer violating the royal pardon will face execution." As the elevator doors close, the general inclines his head. Now I understand why the Queen gave him a sabbatical instead of a vacation. By the time General Ridgeback catches up with me, he'll no longer be a serving officer. The elevator makes its slow descent, and I lean against its wall, breathing hard. Will Prince Kevon's abdication mean the end of his torture? I wish I had hinted something to him about the remote control. It's too late, unless I find a way to send a message. There's no point in trying to find the palace, because I'm no longer welcome, and I don't have a chance of sneaking back into Prince Kevon's hospital room. Maybe, if I reach Ragosa, I'll tell Mr. and Mrs. Pyrus. Then they'll tell Pharrell, who will tell Garrett. The elevator stops, the doors open, and the guards in white armor move aside. I step out into the half-dome, feeling exposed as an unescorted harvester in uniform. The nobles, who once inclined their heads, now glare at me as though they want to join General Ridgeback on his hunt. Swallowing hard, I hurry toward the exit and keep my eyes away from the glowering faces. A large hand lands on my shoulder. My heart somersaults. I spin around to meet the unsmiling face of Garrett. "You need a ride out of the oasis," he says. Pressing a palm to my heart, I sag with relief. "Thank you." "This isn't a favor for you." He turns on his heel. "Follow me." The fabric of my harvester uniform makes my skin itch, even though it's the same outfit I've worn since turning 15. I hurry after Garrett and hunch my shoulders. He had been present in the Chamber of Ministers and saw the footage of Rice kissing me, heard the Queen uncover the truth about my reason for joining the princess trials, and heard what she said about me killing King Arius. Garrett pauses at an elevator positioned next to a booth where a man in white sticks needles into nobles' faces and makes their muscles twitch. "How much of what you said to Kevon was true?" he asks. I gulp. "You heard?" "I came as soon as the Lifestyle Channel broadcasted you arriving at my cousin's bedside. Apparently we've been looking for you in all the wrong places." Garrett steps into the elevator, where two noble boys my age, who were about to step out, remain to gape. When the doors slide closed, neither boy presses a button. Instead, they nudge each other and whisper as though plucking up the courage to say something. I stare at the numbers on the display, which take us to the 5th-level basement. As soon as the elevator doors open and we step out into a dimly lit parking space filled with solar vehicles, one of the boys shouts something obscene. I turn, but the elevator door closes. "My family is in the stadium," I say to Garrett. He walks around a 2-seater solar car and opens the driver's side door. Where? I clench my teeth. Of course they would keep such a vile place quiet. The passenger door swings open and I slide into the leather seat. As I try to describe the stadium, Garrett's Armstrong ear cuff beeps. He pulls a tablet from inside his pocket. A friend just spotted a harvester woman and 2 little boys outside the Ministry of the Environment Experimentation Laboratories. He taps a command on his tablet. I'll have someone pick them up. Warm gratitude fills my chest. I squeeze my eyes shut and exhale my relief. My mind is still a jumble from everything that's happened since the king's funeral. I still can't believe that Prince Kevon would give up his throne to save me, even after I convinced him of all those terrible things. If only I had known his heart before I agreed to this stupid mission. Fangloria would have had a merciful king, but I ruined everything. I rub my dry throat and lick my lips. Garrett maneuvers the car himself instead of programming it to drive and demands to know where I've been. I tell him how Queen Damascena brought Mom to the stadium to slaughter someone I believed to be a stranger in a Scorpio suit. His face tightens as I describe charging into the stadium to rescue Mom and poisoning, then electrocuting our attacker, only to discover that he had been Dad all along. He turns to me. If this is what the Queen does to her enemies, it's no wonder you became a rebel. She also made me memorize those phrases I said to Prince Kevon, I murmur. Garrett's eyes soften. On some level, Kevon must suspect you were coerced. I gulp. Prince Kevon is merciful, but not naive. At least half of what I was supposed to have done was true. At the end of the parking space, Garrett turns right, and we enter a long tunnel that slopes upward. It sounds like they controlled your father with a rehabilitation suit. Pardon? He rubs his chin. People who damage their spinal cords have to wear versions of these to control their movements. Kinesiotherapists program the suits to keep the muscles active while the nervous system heals. Someone likely perverted it to make the wearer attack their family. I slump back in my seat. We continue in silence toward an exit that leads to a tall bridge that passes over a wide river. The sun shines down from a cloudless sky, illuminating the water's surface like droplets of gold. I still don't have a plan for what we'll do when we reach Ragosa, or how we'll get there, but at least I know the secret entrance to the Red Runner headquarters. Pharrell postponed our engagement, Garrett says. Why? She believes that the nobles will attack her and her family next. Will they? I ask. My father is the next in line to the throne, and then it's me. He clenches his jaw. There's Briar, but the Chamber of Ministers would never let her take the throne, because that would create an Armstrong king. Garrett tells me that Pharrell has gone into hiding, and that her parents are making their way out of Ragosa with the help of his friends. From the tone of his voice, it sounds as though he and his allies are preparing to strike out against Queen Damascena. I don't know enough about Garrett's father to determine if he has a chance against the Queen and her supporters, but there's little point when she holds the most devastating leverage. Queen Damacena's new lady-at-arms has a remote control that affects Kevon's heart. Garrett turns to me and gapes. She told you this? I shake my head. Dr. Ridgeback had the remote in her hand back when we were trying to escape the Chamber of Ministers. Each time she pressed it, Kevon clutched his heart. My voice becomes hoarse, and I can barely say the next words. If he doesn't find someone to remove that synthetic tissue, he'll never be free. Leave it with me, he replies. At the end of the bridge, the road splits into 3 lanes. 2 overground, and another that leads into a tunnel illuminated with amber lights. He taps a command on the dashboard, and the tunnel turns dark. I swallow hard, not knowing what's happening. A moment later, he stops the car and presses a button that opens the door.
Warm air from the tunnel's dark exterior fans against my skin. I turn to Garrett and ask, "Where are we going?"
"This is as far as I can take you."
He taps on the cuff of his ear.
"Someone else is arriving in a minute. Good luck, Zia."
His words sound more like a farewell. If it wasn't for the drug suppressing my emotions, my eyes would probably fill with tears. "Who's coming?" I whisper. He shakes his head.
"It's best that I don't say."
I nod, because Queen Damascena also controls Leonidas Pixel, the man who can access any Armstrad device. "Thank you." I step out of the car and the door pulls itself shut. Without another word, Garrett continues down the tunnel. I step back, rest a shoulder against its wall, and rub my wrist. The skin there feels strange and tender since the ambassador removed the cuff. I inhale even breaths and stare into the dark for signs of this approaching ally. Less than half an hour has passed since I last saw Prince Kevon, and I don't know if the ringing of the alarm meant he tried to break free of the needles keeping him in place, or something terrible happened to his heart. If Queen Damascena wasn't such a psychopath, I might have guessed from her happiness that he was fine. A sigh slips from my lips. Sometimes a person acts a certain way during a stressful event, and later, the impact sinks into their consciousness. What will Prince Kevon decide to become when he finally recovers? And what does Queen Damascena's rule mean for the people of Fangloria? As the hum of an electric vehicle approaches, I swallow around my parched throat and position myself to run. Garrett is one of the few people in the Oasis I can trust, but he still believes I betrayed Prince Kevon and broke his heart. Dim headlights illuminate a vehicle the size and shape of Queen Damascena's dressing van. I turn around and sprint. "Zia!" shouts a female voice. I glance over my shoulder to find two identical, white-haired young women standing in the headlights. They both wear black and white striped jumpsuits. They're the sisters of Master Thymel, the man who designed the blue ball gown and my palace wardrobe. A breath catches in the back of my throat. They're also the cousins of Georgette. "We're friends," says the twin on the left. The twin on the right beckons. "Hurry!" My heart soars, and I break into a run. The back of Master Thymel's van contains the trunk of vacuum-packed dresses he brought into Garrett's guest house, along with a sewing table with inset cupboards containing an array of threads, shears, and electrical equipment. We sit together on a folded-out seat, and the girls give me a thick drink consisting of yogurt and pulped fruit, which settles my stomach. The twin with platinum hair rises. "We live in Claypan, which means the guards check our van each time we enter and leave the Oasis." "I need to hide then?" I ask. Her sister takes my empty carton and places it under the seat. "We're going to disguise you as a mannequin." They make me remove my harvester uniform and encase me in a latex bodysuit that covers me from toe to hair. After rubbing a cool putty on my face, they coat my body in a white paste that hardens like stone. I can't see a thing, but I feel them attach a garment around my form. Weeks ago, I would say it was the strangest experience of my life. Now, I could collapse with gratitude for the Thymel family. One of the twins pats me on the shoulder. "The search doesn't take long, but we can't afford to let them know we have you." Right now, I would endure any amount of discomfort for the chance to escape General Ridgeback. When the girls finish, they draw back, and I hear them settling into their seats and turning on their tablets. Those revelations had me reeling with shock. Mouse's voice fills my ears. "How are you feeling, Your Highness?" "It's disappointing, of course," says Prince Kevon's voice. "I was fond of Miss Calico, but that's the nature of the princess trials. Now that she has revealed her true intentions, I can move on and find true love."
Each word feels like a needle to the heart, but relief washes through my veins. If he's speaking to Mouse about me, then it means he survived.
"Sorry," says one of the twins. "We didn't think His Highness would return to the royal court so soon." I make a sound in the back of my throat that I hope they'll interpret as understanding. The only thing wrong with Prince Kevon's physical state is his interfering, power-hungry mother. Moments later, the vehicle stops, and the girls turn on music that consists of a woman yelling over a drum beat. The doors creak open, and heavy footsteps approach. I hold my breath and stay as still as I can within the mold.
"You two usually ride in front," says a male voice. "Why are you back here?"
"We altered this gown for a customer, and now she's pretending it doesn't fit." A twin places a hand on my covered shoulder. "We told her teal would clash with her hair," adds the other. "Would you believe she wants us to return her deposit?"
"Nobles,"
he mutters to himself. I imagine him shaking his head.
"See you tomorrow, girls."
As the twins chorus their goodbyes, the guard jumps down from the van and slams the door. I exhale my relief in a long breath. Over the next hour, the twins free me from my disguise and update me on everything that has happened since the funeral of King Arius. Queen Damascena told everyone that Prince Kevon suffered complications due to being stabbed and would spend time in the hospital with heart specialists. "We saw the leaked footage of you in the stadium," says Charmeuse, the platinum blonde twin. "Most artisans are disgusted at how they tricked you into murdering your own father." My throat thickens. "Do you know what they did with his body?" Charmeuse glances at Chiffon, the silver-haired twin. They share identical, stricken expressions that remind me of how people look when they've accidentally shared bad news. "They might return his ashes to Ragosa," Chiffon says in halting words. My heart sinks, and grief seeps through the wall of emotion-suppressant drugs that's holding me together. We fall silent for the rest of the journey. The twins sit close together and share Charmeuse's computer tablet, while Chiffon lets me use hers. I stare at the black screen, not bothering to ask for help. I won't be able to focus on anything until I know the fate of Mom and the twins. The van pauses, and a breath catches in the back of my throat. Chiffon tells me we're entering the gates of Master Thymel's estate. King Arius gifted the land to the designer after elevating him to the noble echelon. It's close to the Smoky Mountains, which means tall electric fences surround their home to keep out predators. When the van eventually stops, the back door opens, and Master Thymel stands inside a white room with his arms outstretched for a hug. He's still the most peculiar person I've seen, with his young features, white hair, and buffalo horn mustache. I step out of the van into his embrace. Master Thymel wraps his arms around my shoulders and murmurs into my ear,
"Everyone knows the truth about you, Zia. Prince Kevon wouldn't have given up his throne for you if he wasn't deeply in love."
My face tightens, and I try to smile. They probably don't know that Prince Kevon also forgave Vitalot. Even without Queen Damascena and her threats, he knows the truth, and it has cut Prince Kevon deeper than any knife. Master Thymel draws back from the embrace and gazes down at me with sparkling brown eyes.
"I received a message 30 minutes ago. Your mother and brothers are safe in the home of an associate who lives close to the botanical gardens. We need to work out a way to transport them without alarming the children."
"Thank you." I wrap my arms around his middle. As Master Thymel leads us out of his storage room, I blurt, "Is there anything you can do to protect Prince Kevon? Queen Damascena is using a remote control to affect the synthetic muscle fibers in his heart." He glances over his shoulder at the twins.
"Do we have any of that Faraday silk?"
They disappear around the back of the vehicle, and Master Thymel explains that it's a fabric
designed to block electromagnetic signals, but won't affect anything internal to the body, like pacemakers. If Prince Kevon wore a Faraday silk vest underneath his clothes, the remote control's infrared and radio signals wouldn't reach his heart. We step through an electronically protected doorway that leads to a wide hall with a glass ceiling that drenches the space with orange light from the setting sun. With each step, the emotional impact of past events weighs heavier in my chest until I can barely breathe. The suppressant's effects ebb into the background, and cold reality cuts like a blade. I've lost everything, including Prince Kevon and Dad. "Can you sew?" Master Thymel's voice cuts through my despair. He steers me to the left, into a huge workshop that would take up the entire floor space of our house and backyard. The walls are white, and all but one are covered in garment rails, and the spaces between them are colored sketches of men and women's clothing. Above them are high shelves that hold dozens of differently sized tailor's dummies. My mouth drops open as I take in the sight of 8 people dressed in white coats, pinning fabric to dummies. In the far corner, 3 women sit at sewing machines, and a man with long white hair stands at a cutting table, slicing around a sewing pattern with a blade. A black-haired woman stands next to him, with her gaze fixed on a wall screen, where the noble girls from earlier speak with an unseen interviewer. I turn away from the lifestyle channel. "Are we making the vest right away?" "Yes, and I want them ready before he goes to bed," he replies. "If we create a batch in the next few hours, I can deliver them to the palace and pick up the rest of your family on the journey back." The weight in my chest lightens. I inhale a calming breath and give him my first genuine smile. "May I help?" A few of the people around the room turn to look at us, and most offer sympathetic smiles. They don't seem to be surprised at the sight of me in my harvester uniform, and I guess Master Thymel told them I was coming. Chiffon and Charmeuse appear behind us, holding a bolt of white fabric. They lay it on an unoccupied cutting table. While I follow the girls to cut the fabric, Master Thymel walks to the other end of the room and pushes the back of a muscular tailor's dummy about the size of Prince Kevon. Charmeuse huffs an annoyed breath. "Not him again." I glance up to find her looking at the wall screen. Before I can see who she's talking about, the camera cuts to a view of the palace servants standing in a line at the grand entrance's double doors. Then it cuts back to Mouse. Chiffon snorts. "Someone has to take over for Byron after." An awkward silence spreads across the room at what Chiffon leaves unsaid. I stare down at the floor, aware of the staring faces looking at me. If the Thymels saw me stab Dad with the Scorpio tail, they also saw how I abducted Byron Blake, forced him to take me to Mom, and then discarded him as soon as he was no longer useful. After I killed him. The words taste like ashes on my tongue. After I shoved him into Scorpio's path and let him get beaten to death. "Zia?" says a new voice. Georgette stands at the door, wearing a white jumpsuit and her black hair held in a high ponytail. The last of my tension melts away from my muscles at the familiar face, and we rush toward each other. We hug nearly as tight as Pharrell and hold it for several moments. "You're all over the gossip rags," she murmurs. "Even if it doesn't seem like it, people care what happens to you." I nod and think about Garrett, the Thymels, Pharrell, their friends, and all the others who have helped me throughout the princess trials. Even Lady Cersei, who in her own strange way did what she could to help. She's probably dead, now that King Arius isn't around to offer her protection. "It's Prince Kevon," someone says with a gasp. All the activity in the room ceases, and I turn to the screen. Someone increases the volume, and Mouse's voice fills the room. "Your Highness," he says, "how does it feel to be back home?"
Prince Kevon's smile is tight.
I'm thankful to the team of medical professionals responsible for my fast recovery. 24 stunning beauties are eager to meet you. Let's not keep them waiting then.
Nothing in Prince Kevon's voice suggests he's in the mood for socializing, and it's not just my wishful thinking. The camera cuts to a narrow chamber that looks about 50 feet long. Up on a high dais, Queen Damascena sits alone on a golden throne, holding a scepter. She wears a one-shouldered ivory dress that reminds me of something worn by the Statue of Liberty before it was destroyed by an atomic bomb. Standing at her left are Garrett and his father, whose stiff postures and blank expressions display their discomfort. Dr. Ridgeback stands on the right of the throne in a green, floor-length gown, with the general at her side wearing a tuxedo. I gulp. If he's not wearing a dress uniform, it means that his sabbatical has started early. A red carpet stretches down from the throne and toward the door, and the 24 girls stand on both sides, each clad in long evening dresses and sparkling jewelry. While most of them have the blue-black hair of nobles, some are blonde, and there's also Tizona, whose skin is darker than Lady Cersei's. "They're all nobles," mutters Charmeuse. I point out the trio who came with me to escort the foundlings through the gates. They stand closest to the dais. "Those three are Armstradi." Chiffon waves a hand. "They're only there to keep their ambassador happy. And they probably made another deal to get that sadistic clown to present the show." Before I can ask how they know Mouse, he appears back on screen.
What a wonderful selection, and each personally vetted by Queen Damascena.
A wide shot of the throne room appears on screen, and Prince Kevon steps through the double doors. All but the Armstradi girls burst into excited applause. Dread rolls around my belly, and I try not to grimace. If only they knew he doesn't appreciate sycophants. He'll probably end up choosing Tizona, the sanest of the three Armstradi. He takes 2 steps into the throne room before crumpling onto the red carpet. A tight fist of grief clutches at my heart. I rush forward to the screen. What are they doing to him? The girls break formation and gather around the prince. Garrett sprints down the steps with his father. Queen Damascena rises from her throne and turns to Dr. Ridgeback, who shakes her head. If they're not hurting him, then who's responsible? Georgette appears at my side. "I'm sure the palace physician." One of the girls falls on top of Prince Kevon, followed by another, and another, and another. Garrett's father falls, then Garrett, then General Ridgeback, then the doctor. Master Thymel stands on Georgette's other side with his hand on his chest.
Poisoned gas?
My voice cracks. What's happening to them? I don't know. Guards in black rush forward, some stepping over the girls to reach Queen Damascena. She clutches a handkerchief to her nose and rushes down the steps, but tumbles into the arms of a guard. I shake my head from side to side as even the guards fall. Then the screen goes black. What was that? Chiffon turns to Georgette and me. My mouth opens and closes, but I make no sound. "Welcome to the new Fangloria," says a female voice I've heard 100 times. Carolina's face appears on the wall screen. "If you are still watching this, it means we have not yet judged you as a person of oppression." Master Thymel drops to the floor. All the air leaves my lungs in a shocked breath. Georgette and the twins kneel at his side, and sounds of anguish fill the workshop. I glance from Master Thymel to the screen, where Carolina warns the other echelons to fall in line or face the wilderness. Behind her stand Rice, Vitalot, her brother, and a few harvesters I recognize from Ragosa. Shards of information that didn't make sense come together like pieces of a broken plate.
the Red Runner's cache of advanced weapons, the underground control room in Ragosa, the communication and surveillance devices. I wondered how harvesters would get such items when we didn't have enough water, but when I asked, Carolina brushed aside my question. "Is he all right?" I kneel beside Georgette. Chiffon raises her head and stares at me through tear-stained eyes. "He's breathing, but for how long?" Back on the wall screen, people wearing harvester uniforms march into the throne room and drag the girls through a back door. They move with the precision and efficiency I've never seen on anybody from my echelon, not even from Carolina or Vitalot. Now I know why Ambassador Pascal selected me to join the Princess Trials. It wasn't because I made him laugh. He knew I was a Red Runner and wanted to help me complete my mission. Then, when Prince Kevon and I fell in love, he wanted me to be the queen. The Armstrad Republic has been backing the Red Runners. Determination thrums through my veins, and I tighten my hands into fists. With the Red Runners in charge, I might just be able to infiltrate the palace and rescue Prince Kevon.